cheered right behind them. I just cheered. I thought it was fantastic in a lot of the games yesterday.
We're
They've got tough competition, but I certainly think they're good enough.
if I remember correctly,
we are about to find out if they can do it and what all of our trios are made of, because we are ready for game number 7 with the best Taco and Takata.
It's the starting point of day 2, and with match 7 on the horizon here at Takata, all of these teams essentially revving up their engines because everybody wants to try and cement their position on that leaderboard, and they're probably even hoping that Malibuca's team, Venom's team, that they stay inside of that pocket because extending leaderboard out to that 7 is a nice feature.
But we don't have to you get eaten.
What could be better? What didn't go their way, aside from just the zones,
drop a like on the video,
only feature, it can definitely play a big part here, but
these
teams and the map in general has definitely shifted to Takata.
100%, and speaking about a shift, Tayson no longer dropping on the Crime City side of the map, now actually contesting Kappa Kappa. Now, I said contesting.
Can't go to game 12?
Map, Moody, Dexy, and Artist are also landing.
Can you go to game 12?
It seems that is not going to be the case.
Everything that Chewy.
Hold on, pause that thought, because
game 12 doesn't start yet. Game 12 start?
And Flixie, they're not even going for the third party.
They don't like game 12 yet. Chewy, only 30 minutes late. We have one like.
The #1 trio from day
Chewy,
1.
almost jumped to game 12. Game 12 not start yet. At 30 minutes.
The elephant in the room all along was, are they going to actually challenge Malibuca's point disparity? And Vico, Veno, Flixie, they certainly seem like they've been preparing.
Alright, go watch game 12, Chewy. We don't watch it for the start. We just watch any together. That's right. That's the like the video. More watch what going on.
He's gonna sit tight, wait it out.
So you can go to the Fortnite competitive main page and watch it.
Exactly where
more watch it by this. You can just drop over TikTok and give me some likes and then jump over there.
Flixie's falling incredibly low. Ping as well. Half his shields ticked off, but it's Flixie who's under heavy fire. Watt's gonna be the first to fall. This is massive. Veno has finally opened the door.
Me and Ricardo will wait on you.
I'll wait on us? Wait a minute. Wait on me for the one.
And finally, it seems like the conclusion is going to pivot entirely into Veno, Vico, and Flixie's direction. But Vico, still taking a moment here. They want to ensure that they close this one out.
They cannot make any mistakes. Medmist is going to be popped for Malibuca and Ping. They have to make a decision now. What is the play? Do they try and escape? Do they fight this?
This is
going to shake things up. Vico, Veno, Flixie knew it was going to be impossible to beat them in terms of consistency when they were switching drop.
Ooh, they jump on them box!
And now after knocking Malibuca, moving it to a 3 versus 1, this is the only way
they jump on them
to win this tournament.
Oh my god, they just go target them. Oh my god. That's sick.
4 for 4 this year, winning every single major, winning the global championships. Both of these trios have already qualified. But it's more than just qualifying, Taco. It's about winning.
Ricardo online for a long time.
I play what part that?
This doesn't look like a winning position. He's just trying to hide out for as long as possible. But Veno knows best. They can't afford any survivors.
Stream elements.
This is the time and place.
Dragon Creed is now live.
If Ping
Streaming
to escape,
reviewing FNCSEU.
They're going to just have to revisit this whole scenario and trying to control Malibuca's point leads. But Vico, Veno, Flixie closing in. The scanner has already marked it.
It's not a bad network connection, bro. What is wrong with this?
Scrambling, but just getting hunted down from so many different directions. It's hard for him to even keep tabs on what comes next. And Vico finds the second elimination to open things up here in Game 7.
Is that Rico the pop part that no long? That's weird.
Anticipating, but to actually see it happen in real time, Takata, absurd.
Now, this is what I'm talking about, Taco. This is what you want to see. We saw it in over at NA, Peterbot Clicks. They went head-to-head when they were battling for the first place spot. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they said, you know what? We want to win. It doesn't matter. We already qualified globals. We don't want to settle for a second place. We want to settle for that first place, and this was their only option. Now the question is, we still have 6 total matches to be played out today. Will the trend continue? Will it go back and forth in Game 1? Vico, Veno, Flixie come out on top. Twy, Noms, and Awahalo, though. Nice little pickup of their drop spot. as we switch on over to more of the southwest side of the map
check
here.
where
Moneymaker, they
Chewy, jump over TikTok and give us a likes, please.
from the map, feeling confident to just fully chase all the way towards that southwest
corner. We gotta try to catch up with that wrong.
They're just biding their time. They know if it comes down to a battle of attrition, 3 versus 1 is always going to be the most favorable outcome. And they want this elimination onto Ricky.
Moneymaker murking.
Trying to gather as much surge damage as possible. We saw so many teams, Moneymaker's team obviously being very open about the zones, having to maintain surge damage. It's always going to be difficult. So the sooner you get the start on it, the better.
I'm trying to see. I didn't quite see where the zone's pulling. I'm seeing if we got another north zone to start it off, or if it's gonna get shaken up.
Just assume it's the north.
Gotta call Zeke. Be like, yo, Zeke, you gotta stop this, man. We gotta get more south zones. Just kidding. As Blaha Mixon and Comeback.
Oh, that's right. Oh, play with Debbie.
They always make
that makes sense. So
into these major finals, and they do a pretty good job. I mean, last season they got 14th, but I say a good job in the sense as, they'll make it to the upper half of that leaderboard, but we haven't seen them in, that top 5, top 7 in qualifying range for the global championship. So hopefully this time around, they have a better shot at it. They are starting off in a rough spot, but you got a whole day to recuperate it. You had a whole day to VOD review, just like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll that had an incredible start to yesterday, but then it started going downhill as time went on. So if they have another incredible start today, it could put them back up. They are outside of qualifying range currently, so they got to push themselves into that top 7, currently in 9th. So they're not too far, but the job's not done.
This is still the calm before the storm, though, because iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, one of the few teams that we did see consistently keying to establish their surge strategy. They weren't content with trying to play out these bloom battles. They wanted to get up close and personal directly into the action. Only this time, it appears as if Sky maybe taking a page out of some of those other, or the majority of the lobby's books. If you can't beat them, join them mentality.
And Debbie, not play with Chewy, that's why.
It's certainly a method. When everyone else is doing it.
Why? We can't believe Vico them decide to jump on Malabuka. Man, I'm going to murk them for you all game, brother, to get back.
A little bit of pressure off their back with Tayson, no longer dropping around this side of the map. But at the same time, you can see it as a con if they're unable to find enough damage. The thing is, with the amount of trios that are kind of around this western part of the map, they should have no problems at all finding those tags. It's kind of one of those clusters we spoke about where a lot of trios tend to kind of base themselves around and, get
Cancel follow Twan.
Yesterday was
not
just
many issues yet.
Incredibly rough, though, for this team.
Right.
And again, they weren't the only team that encountered their fair share of struggles, but Chap distinctly someone that so many teams have just constantly been placing in such high regard. That that he's a crazy fragger, but in this kind of competitive landscape, Takada, we're seeing things like, Prime Shark, for example, in a surge base. Noah Riley in a surge base. And so these teams, when they're not necessarily able to utilize the full benefit of some of that fighting power that they're capable of, teams like Vanya, Marius, and Pixie are then able to just kind of stake their way more consistently in that top end of the leaderboard.
Sometimes
it's the meta, right? You want to minimize those risks. Queasy Venom, we're talking about how Cammy, Seti Hari are the ones that always kind of are the first to act on the new season's meta, how to play it out. They were the ones, stacking up on heals, going for those tags, and not taking those fights up close. Now, it has its pros and cons, but the least amount of risks that you're able to put yourself into is obviously going to benefit you the most in a 12-game competition where consistency is key. You saw kind of the stats on Malabuka, Ping, and Walks and how the percent of damage from whether they were using ARs or shotguns, led heavily to ARs this season. But, hopefully we see some more fights. I want to see some more close quarters combat. We'll see if it actually happens, though.
Still super impressed with the performance that Prodoxy, Pablo, and Gino were able to put on yesterday. The fact that they're currently sitting in that third place position heading into today, despite so many of those zones pulling so far away from where they're landing. Just indicates that they've definitely figured out very steady levels for how to rotate. And game one yesterday was really the only match that didn't go their way. Every other match, they were able to find themselves in top 10 position.
No, Mr. Savage,
and that kind of consistency is really going to take you an extra mile when you are looking for those opportunities to just stay inside of the leaderboard top 5, top 7.
I'm curious now how well, you know, the trios that were second, third, and fourth maybe
Stream
are going to
elements.
perform. The Vanya,
Set.
Pablo, the Queasy.
Dragon the Creed is now live.
Is out of the game with 0
Streaming
points.
Fortnite. Reviewing
How much of that gap is
FNCSEU.
actually going to be closed? They were over, what, like 130 points difference from second place. So if all those trios kind of in that top 7, like you were mentioning, can do a good job here, it's going to get interesting.
Such a familiar sight, though, at Rolling Blossoms Farm and the Bermuda Triangle. Classic exchanges right now. Thomas HD continuing to build his way up on the Kinch leaderboard.
You realize, you're playing the scrims, you're playing pub matches.
It is
You
definitely
realize
impressive.
it's not really that
It's
hard to
impressive
find,
how
you know,
accurate
but when
you can
you're
be,
playing professional pros,
they're willing to sit tight.
it's a blessing
right
for
now.
you to fill all your 5 slots. So some realize,
Kira Nets,
because
though,
like when I'm playing,
right
which
on
is
that
not
border
that
line of
difficult to
qualifying
find
for
on
the
a
global championship.
regular
7th
basis,
place
but
right now, going into this match.
scrims, even ranked,
283
it's not that hard, but boy, unless you're in endgame.
I like the way they
From
look.
the
And
very
they either
beginning,
had like
it's a
really
blessing
good
to fill your
games
five
or kind
slots.
of mid games. I mean, Devin was talking about they got like third, second, but then the games they didn't make it far in the late game, 19th, 11th, 14th. So hopefully they can kind of get that consistency going here in day 2, but it looks like so far at Demon's Dojo, it's quite silent.
So many teams still trying to just figure out where exactly they want to actually head first. Seti, Cammy, and Hari. You know, there were definitely some expressed frustrations from Seti last night on socials.
That's so like,
It's always
that's so
going to
like,
be an understandable position. You know, us as spectators, we just get to enjoy every element that's involved with competitive play, but I know for the players, it can always be a little bit of a sticky situation at times. Still, this is such a seasoned veteran trio, Takada. It's hard-pressed to believe that they wouldn't be able to overcome and climb into that threshold of the leaderboard to find their global championship spot.
Gyros, Franek, and Dinas. This is a trio that lands quite south on the map, but despite that, you know, they're still in 10th place. So people are talking about, hey, you know, so many north zones, what are we gonna do? I mean, this is almost as south as you can get, landing, you know, kind of close to Shogun's, not exactly, but they've done a good job. And, you know, once again, a northeast zone, literally opposite side of the map for this trio, but hey, they made it here once again. We'll see how it's affected them in terms of surge and how much damage they were able to pick up having to rotate so far. But I mean, they still have a good amount of mats. But Vico, I don't see... wait.
Did they get more kills?
I think he took the Port of Hardy, right?
Oh.
I might have read the name wrong, but yeah, okay. Volko, Kiddo, and Cringe might have gotten a little
that's all
fight
that. Where's Vico?
against Vico Benoflixi, but I think they're good. They seem to have escaped. No eliminations on the board, so... scared me for a moment there. I guess one thing is, you know, Malibuca, Ping, and Walks are very familiar with Lone Wolf. Vico has landed there before in the divisional cups, but it wasn't the whole season, right? It was like they were trying out these different spots. So, you know, they have kind of a bit of a plan, and I'm sure they studied an incredible amount last night to have another plan going into today, but they haven't practiced it as much as Malibuca's trio. So we'll see how it plays out. But I mean, it's Vico, Venoflixi, Taco. They are going to be more than ready enough to get a solid match out of this.
But they still might not have been expecting to get so caught in such early congestion surrounding Magic Mosses. Veno trying to just kind of find a path around the side of it all, but they could also be looking for more eliminations, even with Malibuca having been eliminated by Veno's team.
I am lit right now if you want to check.
They're still going to need a big boon of points if they want to play.
Chewy, are you
they want to do it
Chewy,
at a super fast rate because you never know.
Chewy, are you an
that element of
affiliate on
surprise is
Twitch, by the
gone
way?
now. Malabuka is fully on high alert. They're aware that
Just
they're going to
drop
beat
us
Khan
some
most likely at
sometime,
Wolf.
But I mean, if you're talking about big games, Vico Venoflix literally had the highest elim match yesterday. The game they won, they had 18 eliminations. It brought them, what, I think they were 14th into like 3rd, something crazy like that. So if they do it one, time again now, especially that Malabuka got taken off, this could be a huge chance to kind of bring themselves closer to that first place spot.
Why is a cash cup going on?
Savage, Reason, and Vadil.
At the same time, FNCS is going on. That's weird.
From the bottom left to the top right of the map. But hey, they picked up 3 eliminations. I saw they eliminated Strapped in the early game, so that is the trio that's kind of landing south of them now. Which means they should be pretty set up here to continue on forwards.
Yeah, Mr. Savage.
Deal just clearly paranoid about that pre-existing surge base in the distance, not trying to lose any more HP than necessary.
Yeah, me not watching, but you're expecting somebody.
Everybody wants to see them make it to Kata.
Oh, yeah, crazy you play.
Without Savage coming back on the last dance and making his way in. Reason, Vadil, you know that they want that as well. And it's never going to be easy, but got a lot of catch up to do. Teams like Frodoxy, Pablo, and Gino, they're just trying to lock in some of the success that they had yesterday.
That would be sick, though, seeing Savage after the whole retirement. Now qualifying to Globals. They got a ways to go, but hey, you can dream. Frodoxy in an incredible spot going into today, 3rd place. Still uncontested, even after the drop spot changes from yesterday. So, there's a kind of great opportunity for them. With how Vico Veno and Flixie decided to drop.
Oh, looking like a decent knock there for Queasy's team. Or Stash actually gonna be the first one to confirm it, but Veno, Flixie, Vico still at Magic Mosses. It appears as though they really wanted to gather whatever resources they could from inside the vault. But now they may have overstayed their welcome as other teams in the area surrounding them, trying to catch them off guard. Noms in a completely separate engagement, but for Strokey, he's actually going to be on the receiving end of things. Focus backing up his teammates heavy, and he'll find 2 in Twy and Noms. But the damage has been done. Focus still a solo here. Avahalo Focus in the ultimate stare down. Only Focus has the HP advantage. Another Siphon just to guarantee that he can keep it. And Avahalo trying to for so long. 2-tick zone. He's got to get a move on out of here.
Lost 2, found 2.
That's the
place you want to be if you're in Storm. But at the same time, now that you lost 2 of your teammates, look, on the bright side, at least they picked up like 6 eliminations, so even if this doesn't go their way, still a decent amount of points. Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. We saw them win a couple games yesterday, the only trio that won 2 matches. They're more comfortable with these kind of good placements into wins. Depending on how this zone goes and how they set themselves up. Wouldn't be surprised if we see another one come out from them today.
They've got enough of a high point from this hill face. They can just look back, spray, control teams, prevent teams interfering with where they're heading. Vico, Flixie, Veno. They were looking for a fight though, coming out of Mosses, and they found it.
Shoot your winner!
Just back to back elims on It makes total sense why so many people consider Vico to be the best fighters on this region currently.
They can put themselves in those situations that are normally incredibly risky to take fights in, but with their fragging power, with their confidence, the majority of the time they are going to come out on top. And you got to take those risks when you're behind, according to compared to first place by quite a significant amount. You need that big game, but they're setting themselves up for that. 6 eliminations before even getting to the end game. We'll see where the zone pulls. But Swizzy, Queasy, and Stash.
But when shooting with, what they not shooting with us all along? Oh no.
If they go edge here,
let's see, evaporate. I had the light coach up 50 live.
A little bit of back and forths.
I am top 6.
Stash has been getting active though, and it's not the only one for a NAC. Absolutely deleted though.
Shotgun.
Queasy's team just trying to
Wait, shut away, Angel.
posture up for the height take later on. We know that that's ultimately what they're after, and especially with the zone pulling north side, pulling into elevation, Takata. Veno's team kind of trailing a little bit behind everybody else, but they were approaching from that dead side. Not so sure it's gonna stay that way, but for the time being, another trio like Thomas's, they're just willing to try and take over what they can.
Yeah, I mean, here they're literally just building out into the edge of zone, because if it does pull back towards them, pull back to this snowy mountain, they will be in prime position with this elevation, so we're kind of banking on that happening. And it's also a great position to get those tags. Now, if it goes far, they'll still have a decent rotate. That's the good part about being elevated, but hopefully, you know, they'll pull towards them. And so far, those teams that are on the water, the kind of staggered ones, Awahalo was a solo, obviously. It's just kind of getting picked on by the rest of the lobby.
It's a vicious cycle, but unfortunately for some of these teams, if you just get caught one step too far behind, it's always going to be difficult to actually work your way up that elevation. Teeny reminded that Thomas is above currently, but Veno, Vico, Flixie, Marius's team, just a couple opponents that are located slightly below where Uppel, Thomas, and Panzer currently sit. And Thomas trying to do what he can, but this team is clearly feeling pressured to try and get some surge. Queasy wanted to heal, but Queasy's not going to get that opportunity. That is a huge blow from Thomas's team. They want to try and get the finish, but Swizzy, Merstache just holding their cones, refusing to let Queasy go down just yet. Still, they find a separate elimination entirely elsewhere, but Queasy surviving through all of that is crazy.
This is a huge zone pull for them too. They can literally go on top of those builds from Queasy, knowing he's been eliminated.
Oh, he got taken out.
Get a free height. Swizzy's gone down. This is perfect for Thomas HD, but terrible for Merstache now that he's left as a solo. Storm Surge taking him, both teammates gone. He needs to basically get an elimination here with all odds against him.
Way too many factors against him. 210 below the damage threshold as a solo. Doesn't even have any shield.
Whoa.
But he makes it work anyway. Merstache, big elimination onto Teeny. And that's the lifeline he needed. Now has an opportunity to find even more surge. He's still sitting just below.
Oh, Keanu, thanks for like, yeah, thanks for like.
Merstache just.
That's a joining, Keanu. What's up? That's crazy. Come on, Vico,
Flixie, Veno have just creep their way up onto this high ground, though, Takata, and they're looking to possibly even make a connection towards the island if the zone permits.
This is interesting. I'm wondering, were they always on height on top of Thomas, or did they end up taking it? But either way, they're in prime position here. We'll see where it pulls, and it pulls, I mean, potentially around the island. They can conserve a lot of mats if they choose so. But Merstache, on the other hand, he's going to pop that chug. He's going to do what he can to tank a bit of Storm Surge, but he should find some options here on the rotate.
Which shot? Oh my god, Merstache is crazy. Merstache is crazy. Merstache just caught Marius.
And the floor just melting away from Marius. Nowhere left to run, but Merstache has done the impossible, it seems like. Now sitting only 4 above. He's still got quite a ways to go, and he's got to deal with the huge threat building in the low ground, all of this congestion. But Venya, Pixie, as a duo,
I'm gonna rewind that. I need to see that again. I see that again. Merstache sketching Marius.
Chewy butt. Said.
Your touch?
Merstache, on the other hand, he's gonna pop that.
Now watch Merstache sketch Marius.
I just won.
But
that good boy.
He should find some options here.
No, man, watch his spinner. It's Merstache sketch Marius.
Oh, he's just gonna play spoiler for Marius's team instead, catching him out. Edits him down. And the floor just melting away from Marius. Nowhere left to run, but Merstache has done the impossible, it seems like. Now sitting only 4 above. He's still got quite a ways to go, and he's got to deal with the huge threat building in the low ground, all of this congestion. But Venya, Pixie, as a duo, it's going to be all that much more difficult to actually control the front side of low. They're trying to keep tabs on some of the build-up taking place behind them, but they want to move forward. And Akira could pay the price here. Pink, Nebs also in a duo position. Takada, everybody just losing their teammates along the way.
A lot of duos this time around. I do see 2 trios, though. Savage being one of them, as they got to be careful. The whole trio has been cracked. Luckily enough, not a single one has been knocked yet. Demus right beside them, knocking on their door. Full trio as well. As now the focus is, where's this zone going to pull? Unfortunately for Vico Venoflixi, not back to the island. It's going to pump power. As now these players have to rotate far. Going around the edge of the zone here can be crucial.
Thomas, though, content their current low ground position. They've got a little bit of frontside control. They're just trying to stay ahead, but they need a refresh. They're running so low on material. They can see all the commotion, and they've also got a fresh trio directly above them. Seti, Hari, Cammy. That could be a real threat if Thomas' team isn't careful. And Vanya, he's just trying to stay up. Yasin gonna be the victim here. You're not trapped. Vanya still making sure that he can actually break through here. And despite all odds, the double chug will build him a couple more placements potentially, because the so fast.
How is he still up? Vanya shouldn't be up right now, but he's continuing to go on in zone. Almost out of material. 6 build left. It's all on wood.
It's going
to be popped. Recuperate a bit more of that. Take the med mist from the opponents while he chugs, but he gets taken down. Vico Venoflixi continuing to maintain height. Not only did they take down the #1 trio going into this match, they want to close it out as well. Chino left alone. Back a zone, only 33 HP. Seconds away from getting eliminated as he gets stuck and taken down.
And Vico,
I think they win this.
Continuing to maintain overhead.
They'll win this same.
They might not have any more healing resources left on Vico, but it won't matter. All the heavy lifting is being done underneath them. They are just spraying these lower tiers. Tayson, Atrish, Chicho, they might have something to say though. This team is looking incredibly healthy despite being on the low ground. The zone is potentially pulling in their favor, and they've got a firm grasp of this front side. They've cut everybody else off, and they are just looking back, preventing teams from breaking through. Akira's gonna be forced to play the defensive walls here. Atris just tarping forward, trying to keep tabs on what's taking place above them though. They gotta be really careful here. They got Kurama on their side point, and they're just gonna jump right in, but Atris gets the exchange. Tayson will fall. But Vico, Flixi, Veno, they're the ones who seem to be commandeering height still.
Oh, they're getting fraggy with it now. They only had 8 eliminations a second ago. We look back again, they're in double digits. It's perfect for them having 2 trios on low. They battled out. It turned into 2 duos now with the advantage. Vico drops down.
Watch him. Dead. Oh my god.
And they close out the match with I don't even know how many eliminations, Taco.
Yeah, swing and a miss initially there for Vico, but he still found the Grand Slam with the Victory Royale.
Show him that watch FNCS when we can't watch 2 at the same time.
They have to do Takada.
It's watch this when we can't watch 2 at the same time.
Wing blocks and Malabuka off spawn. It's another to then convert that into a winning position, and by doing so, they are cutting the gap significantly for that leaderboard.
This is exactly what we want to see from a top team in the EU FNCS Major Finals. They take out the competition in first place. They win the first match of day 2. What an incredible way to start it off, but we have to see how that's shaping up the leaderboard. Frankie Levin Mini, you got to take it away.
I mean, I can't think of a better way to start day 2 of the Major 2 finals, boys, because that was incredible from Vico, Veno, and Flixi. They had our jaw on the floor in the first zone, and then they wrapped things up so beautifully in the endgame, Levin.
I mean, what a statement. The ultimate statement you can make here to start day 2 of the major finals. If you were gonna land on the first place team and say, we want that smoke, we want it all day long, you better come and win that game. That's what you better do. What? I mean, honestly speaking, Mini, I wasn't expecting this, right? I wasn't expecting them to land directly on Malabuka at all. And then for them to actually go out and really just put them through it. Like, Malabuka's team looked stressed in that off spawn.
Well, the thing is, Vico and Flixie have had a history of landing here this season. They've landed here in a couple of events. So, although I'm very, very shocked, we almost shouldn't be in a way because they have had experience with this drop spot. It's not like they've never landed here before. But the way that they rolled through Malibuca's team, who have been landing here in pretty much every single tournament this season, it looked like they were the team that were landing on the on their new drop spot. So, I mean, the way that they did this is unreal. And I like the way that they went about the final elimination as well, just using that scanner to find out ping right there, and just that set them up perfectly. The way they played this end game as well, playing for that island up on height, it was just absolute perfection. And it wasn't like the overall game went perfectly for them. They still had to do a little.
Okay, let's see points standing.
Hero plays to try and clutch them inside the top 10. I think he
15
managed 12
points
in that last
near.
game, but it's still a blistering start.
Okay.
He just wants to play the quiet game.
Game is on.
It's gotta be one of those
The
stomach
game is
drop
on.
sensations, though, if you are Malibuca, Ping, and Walks, because everybody is such a fierce competitor, right? But when you are just watching the team that wiped you, knowing that this is probably the only team in this lobby that can truly threaten your current claim for that first place position on the leaderboard, and then you see them win, not just clear you out of your spot, but win the game. It is such a huge statement from Veno's team, and we're gonna have a repeat circumstance here at Takata. Veno, Flixie, Vico, they are here again at Lone Wolf.
They're gone again.
Not letting up.
Oh
And
my God.
Walks and Ping, they're gonna have to formulate some kind of a response because they can't afford to watch these guys
Jesus
play
Christ.
a
Vino,
fresh match without
that
them.
drop too.
Drops. Flixie lands first.
Good
Vico,
job.
They've claimed the high ground position here at Lone Wolf. They have that positional advantage. Will they be able to take this fight fast enough? Will they get enough shields? There's so many factors to these early game engagements.
They have a scared of them too.
If you put in the work, if you put in the prep,
and they have all shields.
It looks
Wait
like
a minute,
both
look at
trios
shields
right
too.
now are going to be quite even on shield. It's all up to who can make the better play.
Oh no. Oh no, that was almost disastrous for Vico, but Malibuca just gonna get the shots off in time. So Vico's going to survive. Malibuca now dropping. Wanted to challenge some of these lower floors. Walks, but it's
Walks dog, Ping dog. Oh my God.
Team taking the first
Oh my
casualty
God.
here. And Walks, Malibuca, they've got to go on a recovery tour now. Vico, total control of the high ground. Even if Malibuca and Walks try to escape the mansion, they're gonna have to deal with Vico.
They does not Flixie. Why?
Him having
Flixie,
been
why would you
eliminated
do
now
that?
means that this is a clean 2 versus 2.
Why would the Flixie do
Walks
that?
trying to deal with Vico and Veno at the same time. Probably way too much pressure. So he'll
Why
try
would
to
he do
create a
that?
little bit of space. Vico and Veno still hunting though. But Walks, he just wants to play the quiet game.
I wonder if any of the
Why did
trios
he do
kind of,
that?
you know, north of Lone Wolf or in the surrounding areas are going to think,
They had an
is this a
advantage.
good time to, you know, like maybe third party these
Why
trios?
did they do that? Why did Flixie do that? He had an advantage.
Are these fights going to
Why did
take?
he press
It's all
a-
about
why did he
looking at
press a
the
low
elimination
order?
feed, seeing how it plays out. But if you looked right now, you know that both teams have lost the player. And right now, it looks like Vico Veno actually don't have the superior position. They're going to farm match. They're doing what they can, but might even potentially try and bring back Flixie. Even if they do so, will they get beamed out the sky? It's kind of forcing them to drop down and be on even ground here, as they were trying to do whatever possible to stop this, but I think they're gonna get
Oh my God.
They don't have the materials to jump in and challenge it, even with Flixie.
That's right, they got to-
He's fully covered. That's why Vico was tarping out in the first place. He tunneled out a safety net for when Flixie landed. Obviously, they want to go for the double revive, but Malibuca Walks. They can't afford to waste any more time. They're trying to close in. It's still a 2 versus 2 scenario. Veno nearly getting the better end of Malibuca there, but Vico.
Oh my, Vico got it.
Vico's just going
Knock.
to
Oh my God. Get
He
it.
wins it out.
Oh my
Walks
God.
cannot stop him. Malibuca also about
They're
to
so
join
smart.
his teammate. Another clear wipe. Veno and Flixie are just waiting. Flixie watching his teammates essentially clutch this one up.
Dead.
Malibuca
No way.
though,
What?
finally
No way.
shutting down Vico. I would not believe it had we not just seen it, Takata, but Vico doesn't actually win. I thought this was all said and done. Veno now has to ensure that he takes out Malibuca. They need to play for the reboots. And Malibuca, he doesn't have an opportunity just yet to use these
He got
shield potions.
shot.
Oh,
but he's
no,
trying
Hit
to
that
rush
ear.
around, even taking the launch pad. He's got a little bit of help indirectly, and Veno could fall here, but he's still chasing Malabuka. These guys refusing to
People are
budge,
coming,
but they
team.
spent entirely too long. It is catastrophe now for both of our leading teams.
Oh my god.
Not even a single trio comes out winning in this situation. The fight took too long. The players in the surrounding area, like I was mentioning, they saw on the Elim feed that these teams were going back and forth. It wasn't a quick wipe. It's the perfect third-party opportunity. And it wasn't just one trio. It was two different trios that realized this. What a tragic fall for both Veno and Malabuka's trio. Scroll, eye drop in Sky now. Gonna try and fight the other third-partying trio, Grippe. Trying to do what he can to stay up, but Scroll going right into the box. He's got that gold rush effect. Phasing his way in, but no knocks connecting yet. As the longer these trios take, the more risky the situation is gonna get.
This might have just bailed out Malabuka entirely, though. Didn't actually see him getting cleaned up in the same fashion as Veno there towards the end, so he might have even scurried off elsewhere. Might be able to play for a reboot later on. Definitely worst case scenario for Veno, but high risk, high reward is definitely seeming to be the name of the game as far as those two teams are concerned. Eye drop, Scroll, and Sky, though, they need to just establish surge the same way that they've been doing. They loved fighting all throughout yesterday. That was how they primarily established their surge, and seems to maintain their intention here.
There's a few things to think about. One, Malabuka's still up, so there's potential for a reboot later on. The other is that first and second place, so Malabuka and Veno, are, you know, only a difference of 17 points, but second and third is a difference of 64 points. So if Malabuka goes down here, that's a huge opportunity from second or third, sorry, to seventh, eighth, even just the top 10 in general, to close that gap between first and second. And these are two trios that can make it happen.
Close call there for Glubshy. Nearly found himself eating a tag that was going to be a big problem. Fortunately, it didn't go through. I like this, though, from Sky. Just maintaining the high ground position. Also making sure to look out, see whether or not teams are trying to join the mix-up that's taking place here at Lone Wolf. But Sky, Scroll, eye drop, they might have gotten the damage that they were after. Whether or not they continue to re-engage is a separate conversation, but Malabuka is still lingering the bottom end of Lone Wolf Lair, and it's probably going to be very difficult for him to actually work his way out of this POI, since he knows that there is a team controlling the high ground. You just get so much view from where Sky and Scroll were last seen that Malabuka doesn't have any other options but to just hide. Hope that these teams are able to clear out, and then they can try to make a play.
Going into game
It's a matter
7.
of time here, you know, do they
Went
wait
to
for
game
the
7?
Lone Wolf to go in zone,
Wait.
go there, even go into zone to find
What's that
something?
Where does stick
While
start
that
from
plays out,
anyway?
though, we'll look over at
I think
Prodoxy
Chino stick start from.
Double chugs, hopeful height battle,
Oh, wait,
Sexy
wow, on
artist.
FNCS?
and Huddy. This is the trio that I believe originally was going to contest Tayson today. But it looks like they're up against Fred, and it's not quite going their way as Artist gets knocked. Now a 3v2.
Some of these teams just getting so disoriented in the mix-ups. But Pablo
Boom.
finds a clean shot onto Dexy. Just another elimination. So many elims, even for Prodoxy's team, already at 6. They are clearly trying to avoid having to deal with any sort of surge woes later on. Surely this is enough damage to carry them through their mid-game
I think
rotates.
they lose a match, they
Surely,
asked one,
right?
then impressed by
Surely.
himself and make it even.
Seeing what Malabuka
It
decided
was
to do,
it
it
even
seems
the other
like.
one.
Yeah, Lone Wolf still has 2 trios there, so he's like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'll find another reboot.
Oh no.
But, I mean, there are some trios close by. I'm wondering if he even has all the cards, if he's going to go for the gold route. A lot of options, but the issue is, you know, in this meta, the odds of having trios inside of the storm is significantly higher. I mean, even comparing it to last season, There was a 68% increase with the amount of time spent in the storm. So you really do have to be careful when you're rotating through here. You're never safe, but we'll see if Malibuca can make something happen.
Definitely not going to be an easy endeavor. A couple other teams, though. Kyoto just stuck. Nowhere left to run. Misha's team finding that elimination leads me to believe that something has gone horribly wrong for Pink and Nebs, considering that they weren't with him. Sure enough, leaderboard top right going to reveal it. Pink, Nebs, Kiro are currently 5th place team, having been freshly eliminated. Now means that other teams can try to leapfrog their way into that position instead. Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, though, they're just focused on their own methods of success.
Good news is they still have Seaport on con. You know, they don't have a Vico Veno Flixie camp in their vault this time around, so a little less pressure in that sense. Can play more what they have been used to playing throughout the season. And hey, looks like Malibuca got, you know, step 1 of 5 complete, right? He brought his teammates back into the match, but now not only do they have to recuperate their shield, their mats, their loot, they're probably gonna have to get a bit of damage. Malibuca already had those eliminations, but even so, having to rotate from Outlaw, you know, the job's not finished.
They're definitely going to have to spend some time looking to build back up from their starting point. And yeah, it's always going to be difficult, but when you play for the reboot, you're also letting everybody else in the area know, including teams that may be struggling for Surge along the way. And Malibuca just trying to get out as quickly as possible. Walks looking for whatever whites he can find. They are just so split currently.
What I don't like here is if the opposing trio chooses to take that geyser and find, you know, one of the players caught off guard. If they see Walks in the shoreline, all 3 of them land on him.
Ooh,
you know, there's quite a risk there, but saw a little bit of what happened to Demon's Dojo. Vanya Maris and Pixie, this could be a big game for them. They're the closest to 2nd place, sitting in 3rd. So Vico's already gone. If Malibuca doesn't make out a zone here, this is the trio that has a big opportunity to make it in. Actually, with the current points, including, you know, this match, 4th place alongside Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Chino there. So they're both really close.
They're not looking to have a repeat of what went down, though, in Major 1. They want to be the ones in control of the leaderboard, Takata. It's definitely about the Global's position, but winning and becoming the Blade of Champions holder yourself is an entirely separate feeling, and that's one that this team is certainly chasing after with all their might.
Looks like Akira, Merix, and Kararma are going to be at the opposing end here. Just kind of taking shots back and forth. I don't think we'll see a fight come out from this. Okay,
ooh, Malibuca's there.
Which is slightly concerning, but his teammates are out. It's just Twice Trio's making it quite difficult for them to get back in. But, you know, on the other hand, it's given them a bit of damage, which they do need. So to be fair, it's not the worst thing that could happen. This is just not looking good, though. To be honest, like...
You're at Canyon's Crossing, and the zone is pulling towards the northern side, where the elevation is at.
How did they get that wobble?
They make it in. They still have to deal with all the struggles that are involved with scaling up elevation, dealing with their material counts. Veno's strategy has just set them so far back that even the initial survival, if you want to consider that a win, isn't actually proving to be all that much in their favor, because they are just about to hit the range of placement points, and there's not that many, and they're going to need way more. You want to look at consistent top 5 placements.
Yeah, I mean, I'll basically call that a draw, right? We had 1-0 for Vico Veno Flixie, and now a 1 for the draw. They both kind of didn't win in this situation. Now, hey, if Malibuca's able to come back, get a decently, you know, solid game, even just make it the end game, that actually won't be too bad at all. At least they can continue to kind of increase that gap, but we'll see. For the trios inside a zone, Kami said Haru didn't have that challenge in the early game. They're positioned up quite well to kind of pick off these teams rotating on in. We'll see where this next zone does end up pulling, but I mean, so far pretty chill.
They can take a few extra ticks of storm if needed. We're also hanging around that edge line of Seaport, so teams that are having to deal with maybe rotating over the water with Seti and Kami's position, they've got that leverage of holding down the bridge. Thomas on the island with that mythic drum gun. That's
harder than it looks.
Eating a tag.
Those tags, when they're running around building that far away in a major finals lobby with the amount of players that are up, you know, those aren't easy shots, but I mean, it's Thomas HD. Malabuka walks, though. This is what they need. They need to find a surprise. They need to find a refresh. Malabuka hits the initial shot. Does get a knock. He doesn't even go down. This could be it, Taco.
This could be huge for Malabuka, but first, they've got to close it out for next team, though. Completely sabotage from where we're currently looking. And Dinas will be fully wiped. Just camping the launch pad. A bit diabolical by Malabuka, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and you have to respect the strategy here. They had to do something to come up with a little bit of a win after what took place in the early.
You said diabolical. That's the perfect play. I mean, if you're thinking of odds of where trios are going to end up, a launch pad in a location like this for common rotations is the perfect spot. And not only did not a single player get knocked, they were able to get multiple finishes. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Malabuka's trio. They are somehow managing to slowly but surely turn this game around. I drop Sky and Scroll, on the other hand, still below.
400 below.
Just trying to make sure that Panay, Moneymaker, Faded don't actually try to focus in on where they're currently seated. A little bit lower down. They're going to work their way into this next edge of zone, though. Costing them a lot of mats, though. They're probably hoping for better tags, but Hydra from out of nowhere, completely out of left field even, just gets knocked. Zara, Zangi, and Peterbor have closed into their current position. Double revive will be enough to get iDrop back into the action, but they're still 5 below. Time is ticking, and the clock is working against them. Scroll trying to make up for the lost minutes. They want a little bit more damage, but they've got to spend time instead healing. And Sky gonna pay the ultimate price here. He wanted to see if he could get that little bit of extra surge for his teammates, but instead, a 1 versus 3, just too aggressive. And he'll be punished for it. Zara and Zangi, likely another team that was also incredibly low on their surge, but now Scroll, iDrop, they don't get a chance to think about it. They're going to try to get some shots off, but with the armored van, it's going to be very difficult, and Scroll still has to deal with all the teams ahead of him at Kappa Kappa.
And they have to, yeah, make that rotation, right? Hey, at least we didn't get a full north zone. I mean, we're east here, but it's about mid-map, so not too bad, not too bad. Malabuka walks ping in the zone finally. 5 elims on the board now, and despite getting those eliminations, still only 55 above. But this is honestly more than they could even ask for with the amount of materials and loot that they have. Now it's just about keeping it up. They might not get the best zone position. They might not have a bunch of extra loot, but at least they are in the game.
Might have to use that Memmis grenade sooner rather than later, though. But Walks trying to hold on to it, trying to see if he can punish Peterbor's team. We saw them spend a couple of moments tangling with eye drops because they needed that surge damage. But Walks now gonna nestle Malabuka's team at just 124 above. They still need to find some form of an elimination refresh. They want the elims, and they are punishing these teams that were just slower to the rotate than themselves. Great elimination, though. That's definitely going to build up a little bit of a buffer zone here. Juicy, Andy, and Fincheck, though, look like they want to try and get involved. And consider that they're further ahead than Malabuka's team, they might be able to actually punish them once Malabuka's team leaves this boxed up position.
Yeah, they have a lot of builds in front of them, so, you know, normally if you want to try and go on congested side, sometimes it's not possible. They're going to have to follow through the builds that are already placed and do what they can to make it in, despite there being a lot of trios there already. But for Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy, they are quite low, kind of under the bridge almost, but at least they're safe here.
Depending on how this next zone pulls, it might actually work to their advantage, because then they could just look to layer swap and play on top of the bridge, compared to where other teams might get stuck on the other side of the waterway. Still, so many teams starting to really pile up here. Opal, Panzer, and Thomas making the most of this hill face, though. But they want to get a move on. A little bit short.
Spectate me last game.
That rotate. But it gets the job done. Thomas and Panzer, Opal. They've got a little bit of damage above the threshold, but they definitely need some more.
Malabuk has been knocked though. Walks has been fully eliminated.
Both
players down.
Oh yes, so good.
Is left as
Thank
a solo
you.
Now, with all the pressure on him. 91 above. I mean, they were able to get a bit of eliminations, a slight amount of placement. But I mean, they've still got good materials. Well, Ping still got good materials. The only issue is with multiple trios focusing you, you can either get close to another trio and, you know, make them get shots taken on them as well, or just hope
my mic is bad right now.
people to stop shooting.
Give me a second. Oh, sorry.
He's obviously a solo. They are going to keep shooting at this man. They do not want to let an individual survive these circumstances. A little bit of loot though, that might be slight saving grace. Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash though have seemingly postured up above the bridge now. They took their opportunity to get that overhead space. And this is very familiar territory for them. They land at Seaport City, Shining Span right next door.
Asian.
Committing a lot of materials here. Making sure that they can just have a huge metal lining.
But I do have Asian in my blood,
so
it
be an impressive
makes sense.
If he pulls this one off. I mean, he's got
why someone broke up now?
There's a lot of trios in front of him. If he can catch a player off guard, could be a massive refresh, but he's not able to connect the crucial shots.
Have Asian in my blood.
And Thomas HD with the drum gun
is
going to be able to take him out.
But Thomas was so split from where Panzer and Uppel are at that Uppel doesn't have the same luck as Thomas. He has been knocked very soon to be eliminated.
Invader.
Thomas is not going to be able to jump forward any further.
Creed, I won 179 points.
Let me see. Let me just say so.
Having to commit so much material.
We watch the last game. Yeah, brother, I have Asian in my family, brother, so I will look Asian.
Into the safety of the zone
not no surprising.
Panzer might be able to build up a couple of placements here.
Bro, why is that breaking up so?
It's the perfect opportunity to just kind of rain down from above on all the solos, trios that are trying to make their way in, and it's going to be Cammy, Seti, and Ari who
actually official, you got
have
the
taken
skin.
that high ground. This is prime positioning for them. It wouldn't even matter to them if it pulls back. It would be honestly perfect with the builds already placed and how difficult they would make it for the trios down below. There's only 9 trios left in this match. Devastating zone.
Creative and Rick.
Queasy's team, though, is still kind of hovering that secondary height position for Doxy, Pablo, Chino. They'll tank a little bit of storm damage.
Actually,
getting into more position. Pixie and Vanya, though, make that just Pixie because Vanya has been knocked. Pixie now watching in horror. Can't do anything for his teammates. He might not even be able to save himself once he's quick. 3 action times, but Jewel, Sangil, Tiny, and Pixie will be forced to just play inside the storm, hope that this Jug can get him a couple of additional placement spots. But it is a steep rotation, and as a solo, somebody is bound to notice him. He could look for a big upshot, but it would take a lot of guts for him to pull it off, and Height has already noticed. But he sees the knock body. He wants to go for the 1v1, but he won't get that opportunity. Comeback falling directly next to him. Everybody getting cleared up.
said we messed up. The zone didn't go north this game, so we got to make every single moving zone just keep going more north. For Doxy, Chino, Pablo, they're able to knock down one. Big refresh to allow them to continue on forwards. Cammy, Seti, Hari starting to drop down a little bit here. They could be running low on materials and potentially looking for a refresh, but every player down below on minimal materials, so little to work with. It's going to be all-out chaos.
Mustache completely ran out of mats. Hari, Cammy, Seti, they might have height control, but the zone, it's pulling back up the hill face slightly, and Queasy's team, they committed to the low. Queasy's team now stuck, and they're going to be collected of where this RNG is working against them. But for Doxy, Chino, Pablo, they might have something to say. They might be able to steal this one away from Seti, Cammy, and Hari. And for Doxy, just peeking out. Pablo doesn't have any builds left, though. They're going to have to fight their way through this one. Darm, Pix, completely cut off from each other, and that's going to be another elimination added on for Pablo, Chino, and Frodoxy. They are making it work. Despite not having any mats to build with Takada, they are still clearing out this low front side. And Pablo, Frodoxy, Chino, they know we've just got to stay as close to each other as possible. There aren't that many players remaining. They can deal with Pix and Demas. It could be the difference maker here. Pix will be collected, but Chino, having been eliminated, now makes it all the easier for Seti, Cammy. They could maybe make something big happen here, but Pablo, he is scrambling. Just so much pressure coming in from above. Cammy, Hari, Seti, they know that there's only 2 players standing in the way of them in this next Victory Royale, and they are hunting for Doxy and Pablo down. The advantages are just so steeply in their favor. They've got the high ground. Frodoxy and Pablo surely completely out of materials, just clinging on to whatever HP they have left. But Seti, he'll be the first to fall. He's gonna play Disruptor. Cammy, Hari, now going for the backup.
Dead, 6.
He might have done enough, but no. Cammy, dead. And Hari's not gonna be able to do it. Pablo is gonna be the one to seal the deal here. Frodoxy's team had 0 business winning this one out, and yet Pablo making sure the job gets done.
How do they let that happen? How do they let that happen, Taco? The 2v3, not only that, you said they gotta be running low on materials. Cammy, Seti, Hari, we're also running low, forced to drop down, and somehow, for Doxy, Pablo, they got the job done. They take home the win. What a way to close out this match. Going into the game in 4th place, 1st and 2nd, getting knocked out. This is exactly what they needed to push themselves into that possibility of taking home this tournament.
It's just Frodoxy at the end there. He just had the singular tag he needed, the damage that he had to apply in that closing moment to make it so that Pablo could fully find that last elimination.
And that team, and that's all 3 of them as a trio, right? We talk about that. They're making it there, but it's a bit too scuffed.
It's not that big, huh?
2 of them still
Pablo, Frodoxy, not that big.
They might be in the perfect position almost to sort of...
Here's the one. Advantages over Thomas's team with the surge bases. Chino.
Fight again.
Once again.
Did they win?
101.
Vico again.
Recent match. Veno, Vico, Flixie took the first one. And once again, Veno, Vico, Flixie get the drop on the top of the building.
Mustache now get one for him, please.
Last match, and I didn't see a lot of Malibuca's trio with them, so we'll see how Luke goes this time around.
3rd time's the charm, though, for Veno, Vico, and Flixie. Malibuca just lurking outside the doorways. Vico and Flixie just clear, but it's a close box, completely caught off guard. Vico immediately jumping into the box with his teammates. And that is 1 pick.
Oh my, they just beat them. They just beat them up.
Vico, Flixie, Veno. They're just going to continue tearing through now as a trio. There's no reason to separate. Flixie and Veno have taken different directions, though.
Dead? Oh my god, dead.
Immediately, the moment he exposes himself, just gets eliminated.
Oh my god.
Already in favor of Vico.
They wiped them up
on a rampage after what went down in game 2, but that is the time to elimination you are after. other teams, if they were thinking about Lone Wolf Lair, you're going to have to reorient where you want to go, because that's already said and done. It's going to be tough to actually break into where Venno, Vico, and Flixie are at.
Perfectly executed engagement there. That's how you got to do it. Now we'll see if they can get another huge game. I mean, the game that they were able to finish off spawn that quickly in the first match, they won the whole game. So if they can repeat that, it's going to put them back into first place. For Savage, Reason, and Vadil on the other hand,
on game 9.
Has been eliminated, now leaving them as a duo, but I do know there's a whole trio down.
Me a mashup the man them you should see.
Do it,
we'll see how that plays out, but Vanya, Pixie, Marius doing what they've been doing uncontested at Flood.
What's some break off?
And they've definitely had a pretty successful day 2 so far, but obviously they're not going to be satisfied with their current position.
Go to Mike, so
again, all of these teams are shooting to actually be the champions of this season. It's not just that global championship buzz ticket that you're solidifying, but the prize pool differences are also going to come into play. And for many of these teams, it's just the pride element.
Vico is bad. Invader. Vico the bad. Drop some likes on the video for me, because the man just wipe up him on them, clean him up instantly. Have a spawn twice.
Chance qualifier. Only
drop some like for the TikTok, because it was though.
That final opportunity. And now they're in first place of the major finals, from last chance qualifier to potentially getting the first major FNCS win for Denmark. I mean, this is an insane storyline that we are building up. We are on game 9 and 12. We've seen how much can change in just a single match, but they are en route for something legendary.
But they might be suffering from success if they're not careful. Have to remember, if Venno, Vico, and Flixie are able to replicate their Game 7 success, find that Victory Royale, I would not be the least bit surprised to see them contest Mass Meadows and shut down Frodoxy's team.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, you know, they have been switching it up so much. Imagine we get to game 12. First and second is basically between Frodoxy and Venno. They just land Mass Meadows, no, and go for it. Bring on a show. Hey, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
My
we'll see what
microphone
does end up happening, but
that
could be insane. Just kind of doing their standard Seaport base here on this hill that they always tend to go to.
Take
shots where they can.
1, 2.
Just trying to keep heads up. Advantages over Thomas's team with the surge bases. Chino, Pablo, and Frodoxy.
1, 2, 3.
Meadows, but on the move. Always get a little bit scared
1, 2, 3.
driving when you're the one that's stuck in the back of the armored van.
1,
Maybe
2.
a little bit afraid if Frodoxy or Chino aren't good drivers that
1, 2, 3.
send you flying from outside of that vehicle.
You know, say I might them, I don't know what going. Something like feedback somewhere.
There's no one really around.
Feedback will come out somewhere.
Prevent them from playing Edge of Zone, but they're willing to actually dip back into it because they want to go for the fight at Hopeful Heights. And Frodoxy creeping up.
Feedback somewhere.
Fully aware of the fact that there's still a team near what's going down over there. Kiruo, Volko, Cringe, they've managed to find a somewhat isolated spot.
Wait a minute, let's click something.
Ivan.
I think Levin was
they're used to, but
maintain their position at Seaport.
Wait, where's
Vico and Malibuca's they want to actually get the ball rolling here at Lone Wolf.
Wait.
In some examples.
Where was I?
Now because the lobby has started to take notice of what's going down on this mountainside.
I'm not giving them in there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. They weren't.
Up sky.
Give me the get
Here we go once again.
Flixie, Venno, they're just going to continue tearing through the back of the armored van. Maybe a little bit afraid if Frodoxy or Chino aren't good drivers that they're going to send you flying from outside of that vehicle. But they just wanted the safety rotate. There's no one really around to prevent them from playing Edge of Zone.
Turn on so I see
that actually dip back into it because they want to go for the fight at Hopeful Heights. And Frodoxy creeping up, fully aware of the fact that there's still a team nearby. And it's going to be Cheatins They don't want to allow them to exit Hopeful Heights, at least not without playing a part and looking for some knocks or elims, trying to build up that surge.
You're not so bad now.
Yeah, that was a fight here in the last match.
Sound
And
mixer.
I believe, you know, they're just trying to find kind of that sneaky 3-2-1 or anything really to catch them off guard. And this could be it.
Trexer is the one
Hello?
in the danger zone, and finally, Prodoxy's team.
Okay, that sound too bad.
Trexer immediately knocked. Robin
Yeah,
can't
that sound
even
too bad.
consider
Can't
whether or
listen.
not he wants to try and help out his teammate. He is just fully from the rest of his team. Also, Prodoxy just chasing him out.
So this is up.
HP advantage
Mixer,
distinctly in Prodoxy's favor, and so much quicker. And Cheatin just nowhere left to run, completely edge of the map now. It just feels inevitable for Prodoxy's team to claim this final elimination out of the trio.
I mean, at this point, if I'm cheating, I'm using all my metal. I'm throwing all my heals. I'm saying, I'm giving you the least amount of things I can give you, because it's going to be very difficult to come out on top. But, you know, this is huge for Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo. Not only did they take first in the last match, but now they're looking like they're set up for a solid game here. It's only the early game, but this is how you want to start it off.
But when Prodoxy's team has been repeat challenging Hopeful Heights, that's bound to cause for some adjustments for Cheatin's trio later on. We'll see what Game 10 potentially has in store for them. Scroll, I drop Sky, though. They're not willing to try and get their surge like everybody else in the base strategy. They are just one more time looking for the box fights outright. Whiffy Wharf. And this is nice for Scroll, iDrop, and Sky, because right now there's no third-party involvement, and that's exactly how you want to keep it when you are challenging these other teams directly.
Okay. A little bit of explosives being put on top of Rick Lore. Rick Lore, Zara, and Zangi they've been having some difficult moments in these matches. I feel like they're always getting aggressed on, having to play defensive. And this time around, being iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, they don't really want to give them a break.
It's just the end result of Scroll, iDrop, and Sky, and landing at Shiny Shafts, Uncon. So they're going to have to make up for that surge damage eventually. Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo, once they started to depart, though, from Hopeful Heights, countered Dexy. And Dexy just trying to get out. Chino, with a huge chunk of his HP, finds the final tag. That's going to be a knock. Just running him down entirely. Gotta be wary, though. Prodoxy falling incredibly low, but the backup of his teammates, it's all said and done. Another fight going cleanly the way of Prodoxy's team. They are making a statement with each of their lobbies today, Takada.
They really are. I mean, not only were they confident before, but now after that clutch against Kami, Seti, and Hari, they're on another level now. Just pushing trio after trio. You gotta say, okay, you know, now you can stop now, right? You got 6 eliminations, you're good. Go with the rotate, get your mats capped. Like, the job's done for now. This is incredible for them, though. They are so set up in terms of points with the elims to just play as safely as they need to, get the best positioning they can. I'm excited to see how this match plays out for them. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer had a rough game in the last match. They were looking for a good position, but Thomas ended up getting caught off guard, I believe, by Ping when he was playing as a solo. Kind of split up the trio, and they weren't able to get a lot of points. So we'll see if that changes this time around at Seaport. Got to have your eyes on, you know, where's Queasy at.
But at the end of the day, all Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer really need to do is maintain that position inside of that top 7 threshold on the leaderboard. They're skirting the line, though, in 6th, heading into this
official. Said.
And with
Yo, my mic on.
teams close behind,
Your mic on? Let me check.
they probably want to have a pretty standout performance to kind of just separate them from the rest of the pack. Mustache and Swizzy, they're gonna have to take a detour all the way back into Storm. Hope that they don't attract too much attention for it. Losing Queasy a pretty big blow
Talk to him here.
to their rotational strategies, and they've been forced out of Seaport entirely.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the amount of trios kind of around Seaport at this point. Normally, Queasy's taking advantage of these trios. You know, he's shooting them now on their base as they're rotating through, even letting them pass in some examples and continuing to take those shots. But after getting eliminated, that's going to, you know, damage a big part of the whole Surge strat. So I'm curious to see how they're going to hold up in terms of damage when you're on this match now, with this being the case.
Well, they made it over to Shining Span, so Queasy will be brought back into the action.
Oh, because they know what them.
But yeah, with so many teams inside of Seaport itself, these guys are certainly in for a bit of a doozy. Launchpad will help them out just a little bit, but one positive I think to keep in mind is it's usually Swizzy and Merstash who are on surge damage duties, so they might not have lost as much as what they could have possibly lost in terms of having to play for Queasy's reboot. It is still annoying though when you lose that prime positional advantage. Twy punishing Savage and Vadil. They were looking for a fringe play themselves, trying to get Reason back into the match, and Twy's team, they had to pounce on the opportunity. They've been playing a huge catch-up game for the entire weekend.
Now, Demus, Pix, and Darm have only made it into the top 10 once. And when they did, you know, get 9 eliminations. They had a good game, but they really are having difficulties. Actually, I'm mistaken. They made it to the top 10 a few times. And when they do, they perform well. They've gotten 4th, 3rd. But a lot of games, they're also getting eliminated around 20th.
When they come to
So they're kind of just lacking that, you know, consistency of constantly making top 10s, but it's balanced out enough to put them in 10th going into this match. Issue is, you got to be top 7 if you want to qualify to the global championship. So they're going to have to do a little better for these last few matches.
And I know in Major 1, these guys were given that, you know, shock the world conclusion because of their 5th place performance with their first time finals appearance as a team. But even if this major doesn't pan out how they would obviously be hoping for, it's really just the tip of the iceberg. Those guys still have such a high skill ceiling that they can keep trying to push towards. I mean, the coach like Sven behind them, wouldn't be surprised to see them reach that threshold at a pretty rapid rate. But teams like Cammy, Hardy, Seti, they already know what it takes to be in those winning positions. And it's going to come a relatively difficult way for them because every other team has the same strategy in mind. We are looking for our surge bases.
There's a lot of them around this side of the map. It's one of those clusters. I mean, we talked about it, minimizing risk, but at the same time, it would be nice to see a little bit more close quarters combat. This is good though for Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. They can keep themselves safe, looking for damage when they, you know, see the openings, and even be on the uncongested side if zone continues pulling up north. Vico Venoflixie's still at the same spot. They dropped that. They did have Island spawn close to them as well, which is pretty nice.
They didn't really have a reason to leave Lone Wolf considering how the zone pool, but Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy possibly in a spot of trouble here, dealing with Trulex and Noah Riley. Health advantage in their favor though. Trulex not wanting to get stuck between Swizzy, but Rock in a hard place. There's nowhere left for him to run. Trulex will be eliminated. Noah Riley could be next. Swizzy certainly hunting for it. Merstash gonna take a moment just to replenish his shields. But with Swizzy and Queasy playing backup, Shark is just forced to retreat. 2 of the fraggers though. That's probably who you'd want to be left in a fighting position out of Trulex's team. They could make something big happen here. They could also pose a huge problem if they do find another knocker elimination onto Queasy's team, and Queasy's team, they know better than to stick around for it. They already got what they were after in terms of damage. They want to just start rotating out now because the lobby has started to take notice of what's going down on this mountainside.
yeah, I mean, we talked about it. They weren't able to do their normal surge route, so opting to kind of needing to take a fight. It's a good idea to do now before you're in desperation being low on surge. Pablo, Fred, and Chino now in zone. We saw they got those 6 eliminations early on, so they're more than comfortable enough here to not do anything too crazy. 832 above.
It's exactly where they want to be, and they're not caught in the heart of some of the congestion that's actually building inside of Flooded Frogs. So many teams just looking to try and leverage some of the natural landscape. Thomas up on Panzer, also a little bit on the outskirts. And Thomas, Panzer, Uppel, they're just going to continue trying to find their own position. It's away from most of the commotion. Unfortunately, Thomas realizing that there are teams that have a slightly elevated point of view and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, they don't really mind to kind of stay in zone here. They know it's very likely that people rotate through, especially the Magic Mosses area. You can see with the drone shot, the trios that are going to be choosing to do so as well. It is kind of a waiting game for now, though. They even pulled zone. Not bad at all. See them moving around. They're like, hold on a minute. Wait, we already got a base here. We can just kind of take it over, make it ours. Little surprised with the RNG from that pull, but this is good.
No complaints, though, either. Definitely a nice spot to be in. Just repurposing some of these pre-existing builds, but some real big powerhouse teams off in the distance that could definitely be held here by Thomas's trio. And Queasy, though, everybody always commends his IGLing, and for good reason. He knows better. He knows that if they try to just white line into zone, they're only going to be picked off for it. They're going to do a complete wraparound through Magic Mosses. Swizzy does have a couple of med kits on top of the med miss grenade, so the white heals might be enough to sustain them through, and they are just holding out with the damage threshold too. So waiting things out could end up saving them from being eliminated too soon.
This is the last zone that can kind of do that, though. It goes from 1 tick to 2 tick in this zone, and after it, it's going to be 5 tick, the damage that they receive from being inside the storm. So kind of want to start making their way closer and closer to the zone to prepare for that 7th zone when it does start doing 5 damage per second. Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer, though, great job holding on to the base. As it looks like Vico, Veno, Flixie opting to a similar strat.
Yeah, just such a tough spot for Queasy's team because of what looked like it was going to be a nice wraparound. They realized too much commotion still coming through Flooded Frogs. We're not going to be able to go that way either. But Veno's team also, in the benefits, Pixie trying to get the revive off now onto Marius. Other teams, though, looking in, trying to see if they can claim Marius's life, but Chino, Prodoxy, Pablo, no success. No success either for Pink's team. And this could be an outright brawl between these 3 trios. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they just don't want to be sandwiched. They're not interested in being the middleman for this conversation. They don't necessarily need to fight right now either.
It's quite unfortunate because they literally pulled zone all the way in Flooded, their drop spot. So getting the focus on them is not what you want happening. But they aren't going to choose to kind of elevate themselves yet. They're just going to stay in the builds they already had. Surprised Marius is at 0 metal at this point, having, you know, to not rotate that much throughout the match, but it is the most scarce resource. Just kind of camping to see in case someone goes through the porta potty, but for now they're good.
Marius is just waiting for the green light, holding out that splash. He knows they've got to move ahead of the lobby. And Thomas just doing what Thomas does best with that mythic drum gun, spraying and controlling the flow of the teams outside of where they're currently based up. But Panzer, just sliver of HP, somehow manages to finagle his way back to his team. But this is a troublesome spot. Everybody that was shooting this direction bound to know how incredibly hurt Panzer is. And sure enough, they're not letting up the pressure. Panzer completely dropped now. Seti, Hari, Cammy overtaking the high position that Thomas once held moments ago. But the double revive will at least work out. They've got to get out of this spot, though. They don't want to get caught waiting just one step too long. They're trying to clear out a path forward. They're trying to force some of the other teams ahead of them to move to a separate spot. But everybody just trapped right now in edge of zone.
Yeah, I mean, not only did they lose a good opportunity for or a good position, but also just the opportunity for those tags. For Doxy, Pablo, and Chino, though, luckily enough, don't have to worry as much about that, and even have pulled 8th zone here. This is massive for them, as they're going to conserve so many materials and have free shots on the players around them. As you can see, already pre-building out with those hard builds, getting ready for what's to come. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, though, are below, getting ticked by Surge. Put them into panic, as now all they need to do is connect one shot. Obviously, they want to be above as much as possible, but come on, one bullet is all it's going to take to stop losing HP here.
A literal single shot. It does seem like they finally managed to find it, but still only 8 above. Blubshy's team now trying to barrel into their builds, but that's the hits that we need, and Merstash gonna find 2 back-to-back eliminations. Couldn't have come at a better time. The Siphon also going to make it easy for him to reunite with Queasy and Swizzy, but still a lot of congestion towards this backside of the zone. But with that additional damage, they now feel confident to be able to just kind of scale their way, elevate a little bit from that total low ground, and try to find their next position. Not an easy task, though, by any means.
Up above, it's gonna be Shaftsky. Luckily enough, did not take fall damage, which is good. Vico, Veno, Flixi, on the other hand, trying to be the first ones here to rotate towards this side. Will they see it as an option to build up, or will they just play it safe here and keep on building into zone? We've seen them do height takes quite later on in these matches. They're not so focused on doing it early if the zones aren't in their favor. But Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy are going to be the ones that are looking to hold it.
Okay, Merstash on a bit of a roll now. 4 eliminations, and he has found all of them in the past couple of minutes. Trying to get to this front side, and it's going to cost Queasy everything. So he gets knocked along the way. Always a bit of a risky maneuver, but Merstash, he doesn't care. He knows it's just time to frag out. Swizzy, too, finds Seti on the rotate. That's going to sabotage Poland just a bit here, but Swizzy, if he's not careful, he'll find himself in a similar route. He's just going to break through the builds, tag along with Merstash now. He at least has that lawless slap jug, but how much more do they have to do? There's so many other teams on the low ground, and for Doxy's team, they are based in a pretty set mid-layer. Looking down at the front side low, Chicho and Tayson, they might have to deal with Doxy's team shortly.
Banya, Marius, Pixie with the zone pull were able to claim height. Vico, Venom, Flixi down below, trying to see if they can claim low for now. A lot of full trios that are up and ready to go. Cringe Volko on the side, doing what they can to get into zone. Right now, just anything possible to stay up.
This is home field, though, for Vico, Flixi, and Veno. This is where they found success in Major 1 finals. So for it to be running back now, Vico, Flixi, Veno, they are just trailing through this front side low. Chino on the other end of the wall. Chino will manage to escape, but Vico, he is looking for the Elans wherever he can find them. Uphold just trying to remain concealed. Out of sight, out of mind type mentality. Gonna try and even utilize a team's madness grenade, but doesn't even make it in. Gets eaten alive. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, though, this is a nice spot to be. They've got the high ground control, but they are low on mats. They're just trying to spray and prevent any teams from challenging the height takeover. But they need to be careful. They don't want to overexpose themselves. And with these wood builds, teams are going to be looking to chop them out.
Chops are coming through. They're doing a good job maintaining. The issue is, you got the #1 trio for Doxy, Pablo, Chino. All 3 players are still up. They're playing this perfectly in terms of securing as much placement as possible. They have not even had to look for a single refresh for a majority of this endgame, but now's the time. They're starting to run through. Their aggression's onto them. Pink knocking on the door.
is going to get knocked down. Nebs falls shortly after. Pablo, Chino for Doxy now continuing to build on towards zone.
From teammates to enemies, Pablo, Chino for Doxy. The fact that they get that wipe hunt to pink as a tough blow. But Veno, he's still a part of the conversation. He already found a victory royale in the day in match 7, and you can tell that he's after it yet again. Pablo just trying to maintain a little bit of composure in that mid ground, but Veno, Flixie, Vico, they are just steadily so tightly knit. And for Doxy, could be in a world of trouble here, but Veno, he's just trying to break through. Darm, Demas, Pix, they are still a trio, but for how much longer? Because Vico, Flixie, Veno, they've chopped them down. And that's going to be the first elimination onto Darm. Flixie having been return fire, though. This is a big casualty, though, for Doxy's team. Mayday situation, and they are out of the running here.
With 7 eliminations, there's a reason he's leading the pack in the lobby, but I might have spoken too soon. Marius shuts him down. This is perfect for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius. They had all the trios down below face off against each other. Now, giving them that player advantage, 2 trios left. 6 players, all they need to do is close this off, but Pixie has been knocked down. Chug Chug in hand, 6 splashes. Med missed. Is it going to be enough to win the heal off?
That's going to be the only intention here, but Vanya is getting completely chased out. Atris hot on his heels. Atris knows, if I don't find this final shot, that's going to leave it down to Tayson to try and see if he can battle it out for the heal off. But Vanya, he's managed to find a plethora of whites, another Menmis grenade, another Chug Jug even. Sure, they're just remnants, but it could be the difference maker here. Tayson now on the move. Tayson doesn't have any whites remaining. He's just trying to find Vanya. He breaks out his touch, but Tayson can't get the final shot. Vanya manages to hold on here, and that
on into this drop spot. They just seem
Vico, you know, they actually passed Malabuka level 519. They lost to
to know it
Legacy.
inside and out.
You can see them beside.
continue to try and brute force Lone Wolf Flare away from Malabuka's trio. And if they have the same success that they did in Game 9, Takata, it would mean disastrous results potentially for Malabuka's team, because everyone else on the leaderboard also starting to play catch-up.
It's like, once again, perfect drop for Vico. Looks like the same for his teammates once again. Last time they were able to finish this fight up quickly. You were mentioning it, but it's easier said than done. That Sentinel shotgun is going to help. Double shotgun, actually, alongside shields. This could be huge for Vico, Veno, Flixie. All they have to do is start aggressing.
Vico wants to be careful, though. Infiltrator, not necessarily as optimal as the Sentinel can be, but Malabuka, he wants revenge. He's sick and tired of what Veno has been doing to his team's odds for wielding that blade of champions. They want to actually get the ball rolling here at Lone Wolf, but if they don't find a conclusion to this fight, it could also mean a third party. Flixie overhead. Even exchange so far. Vico trying to use the Thermite now to break open some builds. Both of these teams incredibly low on materials, haven't really had a chance to farm, but Wax, he might be the first one counted out. Ping, Malabuka, they've got to do something to try and play some supportive measures here for Wax.
They're taking too long, Taco. They're taking too long once again. Not a single knock has been made. You can see the trio's kind of creeping on in. I wonder if they're ever going to make that decision after this fight. You know, is it too late? Once the third parties actually arrive and you can see them beside you, you get to the point where, you know, we might not even be able to take this fight, and both trios have to kind of disengage with not a good amount of loot. And so far, it's looking like it's going to be a slow one.
The third party would probably be more of a concern if it wasn't for the fact that Veno, Vico, Flixie, Malabuka's team, there haven't been any knocks from either direction. So you have to be a little bit hesitant if you are that third party, because you don't know the state of affairs for either of these teams currently. So the third party, sure, they're hovering the vicinity, but they don't feel quite confident to strike just yet, and for good reason. But Malabuka just continuing to play the stealth game, continuing to try and gather whatever builds he can. Flixie, heavy duress, he's got to bail out. Malabuka trying to cut him off, but Veno, he'll be the supportive overlook for Flixie. Try to keep Malabuka's team at bay, and Veno also keeping tabs on the surrounding area, fully aware of the fact that this is an open invitation for third parties with how drawn out it's been so far.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on the minimap, though, there aren't any players incredibly close. You have a really glove shoots trio who's kind of like looking, but they're not fully scouting beside Lone Wolf yet. If this continues taking longer, though, it might get to that point. As so far it is just that back and forth, playing the vault game. Looking to see who can get the bigger trade. Shots come through, nothing connecting.
The problem, though, is that Veno's team has funneled everybody from Malabuka's into that vault, and with the loot differences, Veno, Vico, Flixie probably gonna have to back off temporarily. Malabuka, Ping, Walk still trying to see if there's a clear opening for them to try and find the upper hand at last. It's also, like Minnie mentioned, a matter of pride and confidence. You don't want your confidence to start to waver, and if Malabuka's team can't find some kind of winning conversion factor here, it's always going to be a little bit of a mental game on the players.
They've kind of let them out of the vault now, as they don't want to take that kind of back and forth right on the borderline on the doorway. Both teams just getting as many materials as they can. You can see when you reach this level, these players are constantly doing something. Even if you're waiting for a team, you're constantly farming, you're constantly doing what you can to give yourself that upper hand. Even scouting around the surroundings, you know, is there any other trio creeping up on us? Are we good to take this fight? Are we safe? And I feel like it's coming soon.
The Lone Wolf Mansion has been absolutely gutted, though. Holes everywhere, floors just missing all over the place. But that's providing some decent angles that Veno was clearly trying to make use of. Malabuka, Ping, Walks, they know better than to separate. They know that could be the differentiating factor between being knocked or eliminated versus a winning conclusion here. Vico just continuing to pressure. Veno clearing out even more floor space. They want as many angles as possible before they make this approach. But this fight has been going on forever, Takata, and neither side really getting enough damage. Other teams, even if they don't third party, they're still handling their search strategy. But these guys are going to be one step behind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken that long. The zone can pull far, or even it can stay here. Either option, they're going to be behind. Veno, Vico, Flixie have decided, okay, we got to, you know, we already farmed up all we can here. We've done what we could. I guess we got to start, you know, moving around, doing more productive things. So we'll see how it plays out overall. The fight isn't finished yet, I'm sure. But for Doxy, Chino, and Pablo, though, they have been kind of leaning towards third partying, hopeful when it gets stuck in zone and finding those fights around there. But this time around, it is going to be a surge base.
One of just 3 teams that haven't had to deal with those surge damage ticks. It was a big part of the reason why, too. Their surge-based methods, on top of their challenges at Hopeful Heights. When they don't feel like they've acquired enough surge from inside the base, they take matters into their own hands. They're willing to go that extra mile and find a more direct fight if necessary. Thomas, Panzer, and Uppel, though, definitely being wary as they make their way around Hopeful. And they're also trying to nestle themselves inside of that top center of the leaderboard. When you know that Vico and Malabuka's teams are inside of the top 5, obviously it's going to drop an extra couple of spots for the leaderboard, but Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer, they don't want it to be close. They want to confidently be inside of that threshold.
Yeah, and I mean, literally being the cutoff at 7th place. I mean, it's not going to feel bad, but it's not going to feel great, right? Like you said, you want to be a bit more comfortable at this point. All it takes is one good game. Vico, Veno, and Flixie. Vico has been popping off, as always, in terms of eliminations. I mean, he's literally leading the pack in the lobby at 38 elims, and 2nd place has 23. So it's not even close for this trio. I mean, it can consider the fact that they have just been playing around fighting throughout this whole weekend, different drop spots, constantly looking for third parties and obviously popping off in those end games. But it is impressive. They want to go 4 for 4 this year. They want to not just take home the majors. They want to take home the global championship. They already booked their tickets in Major 1. And to continue that trend, they're going to have to win this major as well.
But any top team would want to assume that they're going to be capable of winning out every single event. You have to have that confidence as a player, because there are going to be moments where you can't look to cruise. And this is one of them for sure, because Veno, he wasn't content with how day one worked out for them. Obviously, they were able to get some nice upsets, but they weren't willing to just let Malibuca have his way. And looking for those high risk, looking for those immediate challenges, it's something that a lot of these other teams are probably going to start setting up for Takada, because they know if they are outside of that top 7 cutoff, they only have, you know, we are past the halfway point. Only this lobby and a couple more to go, and after that, if you're out, you're out.
And it looks like Grippe is going to land a good amount of shots here on Marius. You don't want to be going out this early. Venya, Pixie, Marius instantly going to box up, take some shots back and forth. Looks like Grippe, Glepshi, and Prax, though, they want more than just a few tags. So we don't want to do the AR shots from afar. We want to get up close and personal. Take these fights for Surge. They see the shots come from afar. They see the danger potential. They decide, okay, we got enough for now.
Grippe getting lit up from Lone Wolf Lair because Malibuca's team is still in control of that position. And them being forced to reconsider their approach. That's definitely a pretty tough spot to be in. But it's not like they can't circle back through. Swizzy, Merstache, and Queasy, on the other hand. It's been a relatively volatile day 2. Certainly not the kind of day 2 that we might have anticipated based off how day 1 went for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache. But the way that some of these teams have made their adjustments, it's been very difficult for these guys to kind of maintain their position at Seaport.
To be fair, they've played quite similar to yesterday. If you just take out the win, they never won that match. Their placements aren't too bad. 8th, a 5th, a 15th. They're getting to those late games, but they're missing that big game. We know how often they kind of play for those big matches with the height. So I'm sure, you know, we've got this match, another 2 after it. At least one of them, we can hopefully see them take home a VR, which would put them in kind of that range of potentially being able to win. But they're still in qualifying range for the global championship, so you got to be happy about that at least.
There's so much pressure on Pink and Nebs, though, especially when they're witnessing their former teammate Chino holding down that first place position on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, they are just outside of that leaderboard range, 8th. And obviously, I'm with 11. I love to see a little bit of turmoil between teams, because it just makes for a good storyline, and that's something that Pink and Nebs,
exactly. So I wonder why she get the consistent easy level she playing so long. It's very weird.
They really don't. But hey, it's all about that friendly competition. That's an insane stat from Tayson, Atris, and Chicho. I mean, yesterday they had some rough matches.
Yes, but we don't even Palm Bills, but we don't play Bills. Me, we get the hardest from the Palm Bills.
Why? Now that they've switched up their drop spot, you see top 3 in every game. That's no easy task.
Well, we don't play them. We don't play Bills.
They found their next targets. Moneymaker.
Well, let's try to go to keyboard and once.
Struggling a little bit here. Another team potentially going into the mix, but Vico, Flixie from overhead, just steadily cornering Moneymaker's trio. Veno now holding down another angle. With Vico and Flixie pressuring the front side. Moneymaker might get a little bit isolated, and that's what Vico's waiting for. He's trying to get the advantageous position, but Flixie actually going to get turned and burned, faded and benign.
Oh no.
While Moneymaker had them distracted.
Let's go down.
And what once looked like such a promising situation is now completely
Oh, Mr.
turning.
Savage,
That's
money
that
maker for
savage
them.
deal, and
Jesus
Reason
Christ,
now
I've
gonna
heard
enter the fray. Veno and
Yeah, should we
Vico
honor-
forced to just try and escape here, but Moneymaker faded for 9.
Yeah, we just see-
what
we just
a
see-
bite back.
When you thought it couldn't get any worse, a
You know,
whole other
there's all
trio
creative
after your
thing.
teamate goes down.
What a shot,
I mean, I can see them
boy!
getting out of this situation.
Bro, you just turn, you know,
Especially,
look at that for
as you
you.
can see now,
Me, I
it's
keep that
first person to
Ricardo.
fight
Ricardo, they fit them wicked,
with,
bro.
I don't know. They're just
Rico,
going to be in such
you just
shambles
turn
after
us
this, even if
zero,
they get
man,
out.
so?
Another duo, potentially full trio, also rolling in from the sideline.
Ricardo's flicking with
This is
this
just going to be
pussy.
so tough to get out of.
Said.
I mean, we saw what Malabuka did in the last
Bro, you're
match.
flicking around now,
As a
witty man.
solo,
Man, we get a
even
chance,
more
bro.
shambles than Veno and Vico here.
Man,
so
what's the score we said,
definitely
bro?
possible, but this is going to be incredibly tough.
I say, well, there's Debbie does do it. She say, Ricardo's do to the guy, Debbie.
For that to
Man, just flicking around now, waiting,
to
man.
kind of disperse. Walks Malabuka, ping.
God, we use a reset. We had that pass. We use a reset.
Forseti and Cammy. Hari trying to see.
I was supposed to edit it. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to
Chase
over the guys to put edit on
down
my
by
keyboard.
Malabuka's trio.
Probably
So
should.
where Veno is struggling, Malabuka certainly on the come up. Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. They could also be in a spot.
Looking like this
of
just up myself
trouble,
on keyboard. I'm most right now.
but Foxy Floodgate kind of set and waiting, making sure that they're healthy before they move out of here. I want to
Oh, we've been
reference
dead,
the fact that
Them,
Vico
how
and
is Jay?
Veno, as a duo now, sure, it's possibly still a fight that they can take, but even if they get a knock onto somebody from Moneymaker's team,
When last time you talked to her?
Savage or Dylan
When you know Jay over from Mario? When you know Jay lives?
Reason's trio is waiting for. They're just waiting for this fight to pick up again before they jump in and cause even more chaos.
Hey, Savage finally pulled
Oh,
his own,
no.
though. Let's see what they can do
Sports
with it.
power?
Wouldn't be surprised if they get a big game here.
Wait, you can't see
What
Jay
they're
status
looking
on what's
for,
up?
They need to push themselves back up the leaderboard, so as Veno and Vico hold on. Moneymaker,
When last time you talked to Jay, Debbie?
the 9, doing what they can to kind of continue with this fight.
Oh, I saw it on
But,
Insta.
Yeah, either
That cheats
trio
talking to you
here,
that 2
you got
years
the
ago.
team
You
up
got
and
me
Outlaw
asked
kind
to
of looking
cheat.
back at you after this. It's gonna be tough.
I was wondering why you go. We go check too.
Moneymaker's team's just
We go
crouching
check too. I'm gonna
around.
talk to Jay.
Veno
We go talk to Jay that 2
hasn't
years
been
ago.
spotted
December
just yet,
2023.
but Moneymaker's gotta be careful for 9.
The
And then the first one was a bit of his shields. Vico and Veno, though, they're gonna have to convert some of these shield attempts into full knocks and eliminations.
I saw this. I
They
saw the
wanna
marketing
extend
for
things
WhatsApp.
much longer
No,
because
WhatsApp,
they are below the search
what do they call
threshold.
it?
That early hiccup at Lone Wolf
Instagram,
Lair
that thing.
now coming back to haunt them, forcing them into such an awkward situation,
Who
an
cares?
awkward
Yeah,
fight
I think they
here
get rid
against
of-
Moneymaker's
Is it Mars
team,
Dyson?
and they are on the losing end of it. Veno
That's
will
great.
fall.
We
It's only
no
Vico
bar
left
Jamaican
standing,
license.
and this
No,
leaderboard,
Granville
that's going
license.
to put a big smile onto Malabuka's face if he's watching that elimination
Yeah,
feed.
bad
And
missing name.
Vico, sure enough, can't withstand. Reason's team has re-entered
So
the
the difference between Jay
conversation
face.
and closed up on Moneymakers that
What
started.
Jay face on the phone?
Yeah,
What Jay?
you called it. They were just waiting for them
that's
to
what I
take
said.
that fight. Capitalized on the situation. Now our second place trio is out of the game.
Upright.
And the whole other top 5 are still up. I might have spoken too soon. Pablo Ferdoxy Chino in a fight. Looks like it was up against Thomas and his team. Are they just going for back and forths? Do they want to fully commit to this? They are kind of far
They
away
have
from
to.
the zone. So yeah, it looks like they need to. 190 below 215 now. Upwell goes down. Thomas and Panzer have to get in here.
But who is the superior Dane when it comes to the box fight?
Is
Ferdoxy managing to hold on. Thomas HD eliminated. Panzer follows with him. And Upwell cleaned up in the fight. Another big 3 eliminations, only furthering the elimination point lead. Gino, Pablo, Ferdoxy, they've had their work cut out for them here in day 2, but they are delivering in these lobbies.
That's a tough one. Being on the borderline of qualifying to the global championship, Thomas HD, Panzer, and Upwell literally 7th place now. Getting forced to fight, taken out of the game to the #1 trio. Gotta give props to Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo, though. They have been doing an amazing
Look how the
job
jump on me
getting
is shot.
eliminations leading up
You're
to
supposed to
these
just
games.
pump. You
Not
jump
just
it,
looking
go
to
by
focus on the
headshot,
score,
you
but
go
actually
right
being
over
able to
head.
convert these
You
fights
know.
into good amount of damage, full refreshes, and those extra elimination points. This is what they need to do if they want to hold on to first place.
Just wasn't any other options, though, for Thomas. They were going to fight whoever it was, whether it was Frodoxy or anybody else. It's just what happens when you find yourself underneath Surge. Radius, Venya, Pixie, they're based. They're trying to cut off Chap's team. They recognize the fact Teeny so low. They heard the shields crack, but they want to stay ahead. They don't want to get caught in this swarm of players approaching on the backside of zone. Radius managed to get some decent tags along the way, but
just
not going to lose sight the fact that they want to make sure that they are maintaining a strong position, leading the way.
You can see just how many players are rotating from this side of the zone. Malabuka walks and Ping. They had a tough start, not having a huge opportunity to, you know, take the original route, get all the loot they're used to, but you can see from the 6 eliminations they've racked up, that insane refresh that they just picked up now as well. They are more back than ever, and based on the consistency from yesterday, I mean, when they were actually making it to those late games, they were getting top 3 almost every single game, so they need that big game today.
You're behind.
Also have to remember how dominant they looked in the low ground while doing so. Sure, their early game plan was all about surge basing and how accurate they could be with those assault rifles, but the way that they controlled front side low so consistently throughout yesterday's lobbies is definitely impressive. Pink opened up for a peek and instead has to wait for the double revive. Thankfully, Yasin not close enough to be able to actually break through that wall, but it is going to force them to pause for a moment. Frodoxy now with that mythic drum gun. He's trying to make something big happen here on the low ground. And with the way that his team's been playing all day, it's got to be a massive momentum swing after that last fight, and Savage just added to the tally. One more elimination, another one possibly here in Reason. And Vadil left just trying to figure out where to go next. Pablo, Gina, and Frodoxy, they've got things completely figured out though. Just hold this control of the low ground.
8th zone is going to pull towards the shore as well. You got to think to yourself, can it even double pull towards the zone? Or towards the water, sorry. Is it worth it to kind of play on the land side here of the zone? Demon Storm picks though. See that as a perfect opportunity. Malabuka elevating themselves. Pink needs to have a good performance here. With Thomas HD having gotten eliminated, the one trio that's above them, they cannot afford to go down here. It's their shot to put themselves back in qualifying range for the global championship. As Malabuka's forced to drop down, gets cracked, but he makes it out alive. Just 32 above though, they need to find damage.
Pink following suit though, and Pink is incredibly low, just behind Wax, Malabuka, and Ping. He's not careful. Wax could be looking for the closing blow, but it won't come to fruition just yet. Malabuka, Ping, and Wax now gonna just try to run forward. Stay out of eyesight. Vanya, Pixie, they've been spotted and focused by the lobby. Cruel as ever for Doxy, Gina, and Pablo on the other hand. Very nice position. Just looking back and spraying other teams on low ground. Trying to wait for a pre-edit opportunity possibly, and Wax, Malabuka, they've been so pressured since the start of this 8th zone here in Takata because they're just barely above the damage threshold, and the lobby isn't thinning out as quickly as it needs to be for them to stop being threatened by it, but it's not gonna net anything just yet though.
Queasy, Swizzy Mustache up above. We said they needed that big match. Can they make it a reality here? Pixie Vanya left as a duo, one of the top contending teams to take home this whole tournament. They need to get at least a decent amount of points. They don't need to win this match. They just need to stay up as long as possible. At least use up all their materials, but a refresher is truly what they're looking for.
The bush wasn't enough to fully conceal, and Vanya pays the price. Pixie forced to separate now, maybe hoping, optimistic for a drop from either Gian or Robin that he might be able to get a straight tag onto someone for a refresh, but as a solo in the low ground. It's always going to get messy. Pablo, Chino, and Prodoxy, though, they've started to elevate themselves just slightly higher. Still not in control of height, so that's going to belong to Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy. But if they can work their way through this mid-ground, and they might be able to just take over.
Ah, boy.
Make something big happen.
Great job. This is what we love to see from Pingwox and Malabuka. The chemistry was at an all-time high yesterday. Can they continue that forwards? As Pablo is running into a bit of a panic here. He's lost for Doxy, left as a duo with Chino.
There's a guy coming in on you, by the way. There's a guy coming in.
Although Vanya's trio is incredibly low, they still...
Why can't get another infantry?
Zangy could be that refresh that they need. The chase goes into zone. The shot is not able to connect. Pablo, he might have just trapped himself. He goes down.
That's what we're kind of just
leaving Chino alone. There weren't many other options, though. He just needed to break through. But Chino now is a solo. Every placement counts. You're just trying to build as much of a lead as possible, but he knows there's so many teams kind of just swarming around his current location. And Chino down to his final build. He's just trying to play backside. He's just praying that somebody runs out in front of him who's incredibly low. And Zangy, he picks up where he last left off. Zangy will finally be eliminated here, but Chino, he has to just keep it pushing. He doesn't have a chance to really sit back and wait. Finally going to be able to utilize that water sprite, but coned up and just trying to stay hidden for as long as possible.
Did a great job elevating himself, though. It went up a ridge. Malabuka's left alone. He sees Janice. Doesn't fully take the fight yet. Just 4 builds remaining. As he runs lower and lower, he has to look back now. Find these players that are staggered, but a player right into his box. He takes him out. His focus. That is a huge refresh. Now with the Siphon mats, he can get a little further.
Oh
but
my
with the
God.
full trio's looking back. It's just making it that much more difficult.
But we're looking at some of our leading teams in absolute shambles on the low ground. All the while, Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, they are causing absolute mayhem. Just spraying from above. Malabuka gonna fall at a similar time. And Queasy, Mustache, Swizzy, this could be the game that they've been chasing all day long here. Seeing the chaos unfolding underneath them, not even having to apply the damage just yet. Clearing out the low ground for them. They're doing so much of the heavy lifting, but Swizzy, that he drops, he's trying to get some final
one shot, you got it.
Mustache,
you're not kidding me yet? Oh, we fucking see no bill. Oh, we fucking see no 0 bills.
Eliminated here for Mustache. 6, make that
100, we got win there.
Trio, Demas still scrambling, but Mustache, too much damage.
Aren't you supposed to be the bill player?
It's up to Queasy.
Who in here?
From behind.
Send you one back. We need it, definitely need
Mustache
it.
loses track of what's in front of him.
Let's kill 2.
Queasy up above. He's made sure
I'm gonna try one more.
down to his final 2 builds. He'll be forced to
In back the wall, if you pick. In can't shoot no. Them big players can't shoot. Me extend my box.
Final shot, but the Siphon won't save him. Pixarm and Demas hold
One shot.
just long enough.
Me go my wall. Me only the backside. Tap. Oh my God, bro.
So close. So incredibly close. Queasy has been playing so well, to be honest, throughout the day. They've been getting to those top 10s, but they haven't got a match big enough to put themselves in contesting range of that first place spot, and he almost gets the 1v3. But congratulations to Pixarm and Demas. Not only were they able to revive their teammate in those last moments of the end game, they've gotten 4th twice today. They've gotten 3rd place, and now they've secured that victory. Now, they were not in qualifying range to the global championship going into this match, but now I can almost guarantee that they put themselves in a spot to do so. Frankie, that was insane.
Where are you?
That was absolutely insane. Pixarm and Demas, listen, we love having them in a major final. I've been slightly disappointed to not see them on form so far, but now they come and make a moment we won't forget. Queasy in that 1v3 tried his hardest. So close, but you've got to give it to the Polish boys. Many minded, they delivered.
Yeah, really nice day for these guys so far. I mean, going into this FNCS, so much expectation on their shoulders.
29 white, one shot.
We're talking about wins. wins, but they're clawing
Because
back into
man,
it
that's-
after a really
you
rough
see
start,
there-
and that's what
see
a
there-
great team
Man, I
will
shoot me,
do.
man.
Now they're going to be higher up in the standings. Of course, now their scope's going to be more focused on that global championship spot, but this is a team that we haven't really seen too much of over the weekend 11. But for
Alright,
today,
man,
everything
chat me
really-
with this. I duplicate, them
They've
them
been
go
sort
there.
of petering
No,
around that line of the top 10,
Kill him.
right? And so, like the casters rightfully
You win
mentioned,
that, though. You win that.
catapults
Wait,
you
shoot
into
the
a
final.
position
Let's
to
start
now
killing
compete
now.
for a global spot, which I think many people expected them
Oh
to
yeah,
be
this is
doing
shot them.
for
You
more
game
this
supposed to better
weekend.
than anyone
And
else.
it's better late than never, I guess. Those final moments, though, very, very
Yeah,
eerie.
even support me, I come back now, we can
So
no
get
too
that
far.
revival,
If we
right?
kill him,
Because had
because
they
he's
not,
weak.
they probably do just lose this game. Queasy.
Oh,
You know,
you
he
should have
was
a long
turning
time.
into
We have
an
a
absolute
free
animal
game.
towards the end of
You
that
had a
flip
free game.
that he hit.
Boxer, look at
That
what
was
I'm
just mental. Like I was not expecting that off of Queasy.
Kind of into that jumping back. Remember, you're playing bills. You make a box.
Gets the job
Instead of
done.
box, you make a box.
Finally
And
good
you
to see
move
this
in.
team making more of an impact in this lobby for sure.
It was absolutely crazy to watch. I nearly fell over my green screen. My background nearly looked very, very different. I could have broken the setup. I think Levin was the same, and Mini Miner, he was cool as a cucumber, as always. We're going to head to the break. When we come back, we've just got 2 more games remaining. I can't believe it.
Yeah. So much. Finish up on that. Remember, my person just make 2 boxes. Whatever the fancy is. Make 2 full boxes and make space here, so. Up where? Up where? No, me do the rest. Me want to jump out to me get there soon. Get out. Oh my god, we got to this, we got to this. You have minutes, you have heals? Okay. You need bandage or you need minutes? Say good? Alright, I don't have to call. We come here there. You need mats still. Oh boy. Did you make the box? So why you not make sure why you not have no mats? Because I apologize still. When the man play bush me ask him why you not dead yet. Because before you say I'm deal. So let me there. If I'm dead. Oh, should we there? So should we not be build? So should we build up and do whatever he wants to do that way. Oh my god, blue pump. Yo, don't tell them come here on blue pump by yourself. Blue come down, come by yourself upstairs. I want jetpack. Yeah, I'm sure we can have a sticky face that again from that. I'm gonna see it too. Well, go. Where are you? You're near to me. See here to say, Bill up. Bill up, come and see here, come. See that there's been a couple of boxes. See here, so I want to connect it to you, see it? Now go up, it's up here, so. We're not here properly, maybe I might get to that. I'm already at ARs up here, so. Travel come, go on. Inside the circle. Right here, sir. Stop moving up. 14. Boy, make it bills. White. This is white. 1 white. Let me up here for you. Crack. Oh my god, people on the right too. Oh my god, you crack them, be careful. We can't cover you, be careful. Oh, Adio. Me I come pressure, let me go on. Jump off, me pressure. Jump off, because of the audio. Box any me. Guys, jump off.
2 games remain in the FNCS
Box.
Europe Major 2
Good one,
finals, and we know they're going to be absolute bangers. So
Somebody nice
stay
down for the right,
tuned
listen.
as we discuss what happened
You know some launch?
Game 10. We've got to
Yeah,
look
see
at
what
the
I mean?
boys. Things keep chopping.
Why? Knock. Let me go there. See that.
I imagine
Let me go
are
there.
still at the top, and
Me I come over there now.
it's crazy.
Oh
to
shit, me
imagine
just drop myself, guy. Me know
great
it's
performance
right
we've seen
beside
from
him.
these guys. I have
We
to
drop
keep
down there.
reminding
We drop
everyone
down.
these
See me?
guys qualified through
Full
the
box, full
last
box.
chance qualifiers,
Double race.
and now they're terrifying everyone in the lobby.
SMG bullets is what they can drop
crazy.
This fight here was crazy. I talked about how it doesn't feel like anybody can really stop these guys from getting to endgame. Thomas HD's team tried and failed because these guys just would not give up on this game. Even towards the end here, right, we see Fredoxy and Pablo go down, and it was all up to Chino to try clutch it up. He was in 12th place at that point. He clutches a top 5 mini. These guys want the FNCS win, and they want it bad. They're playing out their minds right now.
So good. I mean,
Max
as well. Every single time these guys get into a fight, it's almost like when Vico Venom Flix get into a fight, you're like, yeah, they're gonna win this. Yeah, they'll roll through this team, and they do more often than not. And it's just working out so well for them. You mentioned it, the Chino clutch, absolutely fantastic. And that's what you need from your fraggers in the tree. You need them to be making those plays and keeping yourselves afloat at the top of the leaderboard. It's now just about whether they will stay uncontested. That's got to be the question.
So dumb.
I wonder if Vico, Vanny, and Flixie are going to come their way, but I mean the fact that those two trios that are currently heading to level are constantly contesting each other and kind of getting 1-1 apiece each time we see them, or every other game I should say that we see them. It will be interesting to see if they decide to change track. We've got to talk about Marius, Pixie, and Vanny though, because this is a trio that really need to kind of, I guess, try and maintain their consistency in their end game to try and maintain as high a place.
Here, you know, it's something about so we are saying, you know.
13th space, the 13th spot, I should say.
Oh my God, that was
getting to me. I don't know about these guys.
Let me heal.
Do you think that they can have another great game? Is it in them?
I mean, yeah, for sure. This wasn't their greatest game, though, right? As you know, we've seen them have plenty of better games. They've won so many games this weekend. But this one wasn't their strongest, and it wasn't their strongest because their biggest competitors now sort of came out and
you are foraging. I saw you. You're foraging.
This is the team that we sort of have to look at. If you're not supporting, you know, Chino's trio to go and win the whole thing, right? Like you're looking at Vanya, Vixie, and Marius as the ones because yes, Malibuca's trio is above them, and yes, Vico's trio is right behind. But we know those two teams are fighting against each other. Really and truly, when you're looking at the two teams who, like, you know, have a more clear path to competing against Chino's trio, it's going to be Vanya, it's going to be Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache. But they're both, you know, near about 100 points away, right? Slightly less for Vanya's trio mini. So with 2 games left, it's not impossible to close that gap, but you know, it's starting to look like, you know, another good game for Chino, and they might just wrap this thing up.
Yeah, it's also looking like many minors. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to discuss Malibuca with you quickly. I just mentioned it's kind of back and forth between him and Veno's trio on the leaderboard right now, and currently Malibuca's looking like he's finding that consistency from yesterday potentially as we head into these last 2 games.
Yeah, much different complexion to this off spawn as well. We saw a little bit more of a stalemate. We saw both teams sort of disengage, or at least Vico and Flixie disengage, leaving the drop spot for Wox, Malibuca, and Ping. And that's kind of playing into their favor. They're not going to want those sort of quick fights off spawn. It's not going to work out for them. And they have the capability in endgame. We saw it.
Holy shit!
Yesterday, 11. So there's no reason why they
holy shit! We dropped down video
about it all day. It's just making that off spawn.
Yeah, but we had he take height, then take height, because we dropped down material. So that's holy shit.
Question 11: if
we're
not contesting Malibuca at Lone Wolf Lair, would Malibuca still be in the #1 spot?
Got one.
Ooh, I think you have to say so, right?
We got it. Wait, come on.
And how they've
let me see here. Come show me there. Go there. See all the match here.
Things haven't quite.
Me not one, bro. What you want? Oh my God!
With everything that they've gone through today, it's still close at the top.
I don't want to come over here, I might part still.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 30 second.
Because the drop
not that far away from first place. So, you know, if it wasn't for the consistency of Fredoxy's team, we'd be saying this is a team that definitely can pull back that lead. But, you know, can they do it? Will they switch drop spots? Will they keep going there?
Stop, brother, you have enough match. Stop.
We don't have to wait much longer because it's time for game number 11.
We are right here on the cusp of determining who's actually going to be the team
one more
Plate of Champions, Takada, and with game 11 on the horizon, so many of these teams are just trying to last-minute scramble their way up that leaderboard.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. There's a few things to keep your eyes on, right? It's who's going to end up getting first and who's in that currently top 7, which will qualify you to the Global Championships. Now, I'm also thinking, okay, they've been landing on Malibuca all day. Now for Dogs by a bit. Will they change it up? Well, let's see.
Watch out, 1 to 2. Oh my God!
And Veno's
Go again, grapple up and build overhead. Take height, grapple up, take height. Because you have to build as your grapple, bro.
If they want to challenge Mass Meadows and try to shut down,
brother, you have mats
going so well for Doxy's team. They leave open lane with Flare for Malibu
you
to then prosper
have mats. Why are you open?
They're likely just going to commit to that off-spawn contest, but they know without a shadow of a doubt in their mind now, if they don't confirm those early E-lanes when they do go for that 50-50 contest, it's typically been more so in Malibu's team's favor.
That was just so funny because you have mats now.
It's just not where you want to be, but it looks like they're going for an all-out pickaxe battle. Vico is going to be the loser in this case. Veno Flixie now left to play it out as a duo. Could this be the first match that Malibu and his trio clean this one up quickly?
Veno and Flixie immediately fall back though to try and provide a little bit of cover support, but Ping doing what he can to prevent this double revive. Still, it won't be enough. And Vico actually did get some of the goods before he was pickaxed down. Veno, Flixie, Vico.
Ready up, guys.
Now a steady trio, but both sides wanting to at least get a little bit of shield going. And Flixie, it's the fact that they had to forfeit the high ground though inside of the mansion. Walk's gonna drop to Flixie's level, but won't be able to find a knock. Veno kind of lurking on Walks, creeping up the stairs, opens with the shot. The infiltrator doesn't bring him knock damage he needs. Walks just hidden inside the bathroom. Will be forced to use Meadows' grenade, take advantage of the slip barrel, but this is still very awkward approach here for Ping. Doesn't want to get double teamed, so he's opting to just fall back.
Interesting start.
Chewy but official.
Looks quite even now once again, but
I'm on my bed.
saw what happened when the match took a while to kind of, well, I guess the battle took a while to conclude. Both trios were able to make it close to the end game.
Chewy but official.
Getting fourth, so
it good.
they could just try and play it out.
Chewy but official.
So please just can use Bluetooth headphones.
Wait on the game.
Veno, Vico, and Flixie might be the ones, will be the ones to actually get the vault this time around.
Vault control is just going to be a nice swing of resources for Flixie, Veno, and Vico, but Malibuca and them might decide to just hold them inside of the vault. No, they have other intentions. They're just going to leave. They don't want a part of Lone Wolf any longer. They're going to give up their POI and try to find success elsewhere. And we've seen them do it in the two lobbies that they have made it from the off-spawn. So can never really count them out. Chicho, Atris, Tayson probably regretting taking that launch pad just now. They were trying to bail out of Kappa, but now they're just going to be chased down. Chicho doesn't even have any materials really, so these teams just focusing him.
They started off so strong too. Fourth place in all three of the first matches, not fourth place, but top four at least. And their first match where they didn't get a top four was this most recent match, and now if they fall once again, that whole comeback that they started doing might fall. But Ivan, how do you not win those? Chicho is now left in a 1v2. He's got the chunk, he's got a bit of mats. Is it a possibility though, Taco? Can he make a dream come true?
If you're gonna step to some of the best, you best step correct. And Chicho, that put down onto Ivan. Now seeing if he can have similar luck up against Cade, but 2 versus 1. Surely this goes the way. Cade and Aryan. Still, Chicho not making it easy. Working his way around these moves. He's got both of them in his sights, but doesn't find the immediate knock. Maybe if he'd gotten one of the two from that last shot, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but instead, that's going to be a shutdown for it. Tayson, Chicho, and Atris. They're going to have to wait out for that Gain 12 battle bus to try and build their position on that leaderboard.
I had faith, to be honest. I had faith. After that first dealing, I was like, okay, I see. As we
Use code Dragoncy in the item shop. Drop 3 Amazon Prime
again, so en route to continue with the lead for first place. Savage of a deal and Reason. They were able to pick up a bit of eliminations in the last match, but ended up getting Elam before that late game. So they get snuck up on this time around, it's going to be tough. Savage is completely
No, you did
here.
what? No, you have to do
Gets a beam. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. I hope you make the right decision on where to walk to next here, Savage.
I can't believe. Forget that.
Mr. Savage.
It's so much more money.
Please. You don't want it not
That's
like
what we
this.
getting so much
Not
money.
like
Look at
this. This is not the way
Oh
that we
my
want to see
God.
Savage leave
I'm
this
getting
lobby.
so much more money. We'll
And
forget more
still
than
seemingly unaware of the dangers that are directly
four
next
months
to
of her, so what that
him.
is.
Chino, Pablo, creeping. Slight sprint, then back to creeping up. Onto Savage's current position.
I put out. Oh no, I put out the rate. You have to go on subs.twitch.tv
loses
and then
a good chunk of his shield
champion
instead,
green and prime.
trying to scurry on out of here, but Chino with the cutoff. That Sub-Zero kit doing him a huge favor.
Okay, so
Now
one
jumping
subs.twitch.tv.
immediately on top of Savage's head, and Chino
Let's log in and
is just trying to make sure that he can confirm.
Yeah, let's see prime stuff.
Sure enough, Savage will fall. Reason and the deal
I've
are
lost
now
so
going to be
much money.
forced to disengage
No.
entirely.
Wait,
We'll
what's
have
that?
to play through the reboot too. It's tough scenes.
What?
For Pablo,
Oh,
for Doxy,
fuck
and
that.
Chino, they've done a great job finding these eliminations early. I mean, they're not opting to just kind of go for that surge-based strategy. They have been playing aggressive and looking for those full-on eliminations. Now they've picked off one. They can, choose. Do they want to hunt the duo, or do they just want to continue with their loot path? Also depends on how these zones pull, but Reason, as you can see, is a bit of a statement here. Come on up if you want, but I'll be ready.
But he has to spend so much time
Gotta
waiting,
please farm.
and they will get the reboot off almost immediately. But Savage has to start all over. He had just invested a decent amount of the early game towards looting up that armored van, trying to get some materials from Southern Pines area, and right back to square one from that jump scare. That Pablo.
That's how Savage ended up being Llama there in the end. Have to do it all over.
Rocky, we got the homie, ready?
You know, they're back in the game. Could be a
Where
lot
you
worse
where
than
the
we've
Rocky
seen
trailer
this.
there?
Matches been, come back from, especially what we saw
See,
from
we got the Hulu.
Luka and Vico's battle,
Right.
still being able to make it, so. Vanya Maris and Pixie have been tested throughout this whole weekend, which has benefited them heavily. Also, their north zone's
Let's
really
go.
helped a little bit.
You wanna try raising man?
They're still not in that first
See,
place.
right,
Not only do they want the qualifying spot,
Good
they're
kill.
in third right now.
No, we don't see what we're going
Potentially even,
Rocky
some
Launcher
of
with
them
his guys
out
who
for
need
Doxy,
damage.
but they will need a big
Show me a
game
preview,
before
that's
they
all.
get first. With the amount of points that now for Doxy Pablo Chino
Rocky
are
Launcher
leading
with his
by,
little-
it's going to be a lot more difficult to catch up to them.
Take a look at what's building in Magic Mosses, though. Veno's team likely just trying to get control of this black market. It's located nearby. They'll have to deal with Sandguild first, though. Threatening further north of where Veno's team is boxed. And they're not the only ones either. Plenty of traffic surrounding Magic Mosses right now. Vico trying to keep a lookout as best as possible, but they spend too much time here. They might get caught in congestion that they were not bargaining for, but they love a good fight. They're a strong team, and they're a team that knows how to close those fights too.
Looking over once again at the Pablo Chino for Doxy versus Savage Video and Reason. They're getting up close and personal once again, trying to get the back-to-back, the 2 times. Sneaky play. Be difficult to be successful again. I mean, hopefully Video, Reason, and Savage are kind of looking out for that.
They definitely got their surge bases on top of the mountain span, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be completely safe, especially if they have no idea that Pablo, Chino, for Doxy are just crouch walking all around this tunnel area. Certainly being cautious, though. They really just want to steal the van and go. That seems to be their primary intention. And now, with it being on the move, it does appear like Reason, Savage, and Badil, they don't want to let their ride go, but they don't have a choice. They're just going to have to watch them
in the air.
out.
Truck. That's all.
It's all good though. At least.
Oh, that over white. We got him.
Thomas
Right.
Panzer
I got him.
and Uppel have been having a bit of trouble throughout the day. They've been
Yeah, first off,
managed to
let's go
stay
over.
just on the cutoff, but I
Wanna
don't
get
think
over.
they've even made top 10 once today.
You know what? Farm people.
Although Walks now is gonna pick up
Oh, tree over my head.
an elimination here onto
Why did I stop
Sharp.
being floors? I'm gonna sound that being around this. He's below me right there, so Chewy.
It's actually
Two.
crazy how
You see
easy he
me?
made that look against Shark of all
Missed the
people.
shot.
Just
Chewy's on
missed
him.
a shell. No,
Rocket
right,
to Chewy.
like Shark. They were
100.
not anticipating to have company
In shockwave out, see that?
this early on.
White.
Here at
Could be alright.
Floodgate.
We're very low, shockwave. What kind of way there?
Rocks still lurking
Team left.
though. It's gonna be
Oh, good Chewy knock him.
duo operation, but the 2 versus 2. It's a little bit more even.
Yeah, we can see 84 mark over the head.
Mustache,
Nobody has
Suzy,
more rocket bullets.
Queasy,
Because
trying to take advantage
the
of
4
where
was.
Thomas's team is currently at, fighting
The 4 was
inside the
covered by
storm
the
now.
1.
They
So we
need
got 1 now.
to get
Look at
even more points if they want to
No more rocket
continue
bullets. They're done.
being a threat towards that top side leaderboard. And Panzer,
Let's see if I get
a
the.
chunk of his HP gone.
Chewy, I'm over
now.
here. Take the pressure.
I'll have
Finish
to
them
hope
up.
that Uppel and Thomas can buy him even more time. But
We can't right this side put away.
slow and steady.
Crack,
Might
crack,
have
2 of them
gone
crack right
to
there, so.
Swizzy.
Crack right there, so.
Just
Right here, 2
short.
crack.
Turns it around though, and
Put them
Swizzy
crack. All of them
will
crack
be
right here,
knocked.
so. 2 1 below you, to your
Wasting
right, bottom
absolutely no
right.
time now.
We're
Mustache
going.
heavily threatened.
Let's pray for the
They
back.
got the numbers
What about now?
advantage.
Crack,
Go
crack again.
from being
We gotta go for the one then, crack.
hunters, and this is an ideal situation. We're
More shot
gonna
could have done.
look at
Get ready.
Kappa,
There's a lot.
because
More shot
if
could have
they
done.
Continue playing tag with Queasy's team.
Rocket
looking
in.
for the reboot. They'll know.
Oh, there's
we
more
got
rocket-
this
more shot
trio
could have done.
right behind us. We'll just trail them and continue applying damage to them every step along the way.
I was gonna say not
See
again.
that maneuver? I know,
Thomas Uppel and
right.
Panzer going down early.
Oh, left.
23rd in the last
Missy,
match.
right. That's
Like
not
I
the
said,
right
they haven't
one.
got top
See
10
that?
once today, but
Back side.
they performed so well and they
Yeah, back
were
up, back
able
up.
to kind of
I'm
stay
on my
in
head.
that
Should we
qualifying range
protect
for the
your hand,
global
protect your hand.
championship.
I drop this thing.
They
We
do need
are
a
only
good
one
match
back
here. They're
now.
now in 8th,
See,
so
which
they're
one back
not
over the same?
in that range no more.
Below. Get it for the side of
There's
the
the
wall.
start
See where?
of its
Wait on,
active
actually
play.
that.
They just
Wait
cannot
there.
throw it
I
away.
was in the corner.
They're also gonna have to find some white somewhere.
Guys, what you there in the corner?
Thomas HG only has 90.
He's right here. He's right here. In here, so.
Of this current chug jug. And it seems
I
like they're still
think-
scoping out the vicinity, trying to figure out
Oh,
where
I was there,
Queasy's
I was there.
actually gone off to. Thomas, if he's not careful though,
See there. Don't low on Ricardo. Good kill. Good kill.
Queasy seems a lot
Wait, like,
more
which layer this dude
preoccupied
on?
with just trying to stay alive.
Check
He's
it out,
not
huh?
really interested in taking this immediate fight. Thomas wants a faster means of rotation though.
Over here, so guys, coming right there, so.
Unfortunately,
Itachi Uchiha.
he might have just
They miss
found
every
it
shot,
right at the last
which is
second.
very weird. Itachi right there, so.
It's gonna be tough to come back from. Noah Trulex trying to see if they can catch Walks
Good
thing
shot.
here. Just kind of snuck.
There you miss him?
Corner.
Right, you
Noah
right, no.
go down. From the 2v2 to now Walkson paying with 3
Going in,
items
we're
on
going
the
in.
board. This is a amazing way to put themselves in the
But I'm
game.
hit down the grappler extend.
They
Just-
need this match, Taco, and with odds not in their favor, this
in
is
the
a
air?
good way to set themselves up.
Knock. Below
It'll
us.
just be the two
Going
of
inside.
them, so
We are going
It's
to
gonna
the
be-
chopping through.
a rocky road.
He's man in the
We've
house.
seen
Man,
them
come down
manifested
downstairs.
from similar positions before, even in the last major. For
No, you know,
Pablo
so.
and Chino, though,
Yes, he always up.
they are
What man
elevated
move to be? He
shiny
cut me.
shafts,
You kill him?
just
You
exchanging
kill him?
blows with
He's there?
some teams that are also based up in their
Where was
certain
he?
mountains across the
Why
way.
you go up? I'm over here.
Looks to be Sky and Marius' teams.
Dead.
All
There are
in
two guys. We
certain
kill one. Chop him up.
pieces.
We are going down. We are coming
It's
down. They be on
relatively
top.
quiet right now at Shiny Shafts.
We are below. We are below. There's two of them. Come and say where the other one come from.
All the top 5 trios are still up and
We are
running.
coming. Alright, we are coming now. Which one
It's
do
going
we
to make
choose?
it that much more
Below
difficult
or up?
for the teams trying to push themselves in that cutoff.
Against the
for
Storm.
Top 7.
One in that star. I appreciate my star. Right there, so.
Points going into
Right there, so.
the
Right there, so. Right there, so.
With
In my
Tasty
shop, we
Chicho
have-
and Atris being
look at them.
eliminated, you know, it,
You know, try below the same way.
a chance
Left
for
out,
the
right
other
there.
teams a little
I'm up.
low.
Check out. Me there, Chewy. Oh, Chewy gone? Okay, come in.
And another one.
Fuck yeah, down below.
You
We're there. You know, chuck it into Ricardo, come now.
You gotta make sure that you're staying.
Come, okay. This one, Chewy. Don't let go, Chewy. Go on there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cringing Kid.
Oh, we need yours. We need yours.
Keeping tabs on what
There we go,
Pablo is
Vinny.
up to. Pick Starman Demas,
Yeah,
so
we need yours.
big surge up leaderboard
Oh, yeah, that's it?
after that Victor Royale in the last match, Takata. And they are certainly
right.
trying to confirm their global championship. See,
Let me go
this is
closer.
easily going to be one of their best opportunities.
Oh, we need that?
They're so close
Then
they
yeah.
can taste it.
Now move out.
They really can.
We have to play with Chewy.
I'm excited to see how this one plays out. If you're
I'm
not
on the
familiar
Chewy,
with picks,
careful.
Darman
No,
Demas,
no,
they
hold high,
played the
no,
first
high.
major finals
Pick out one of
last
these.
season,
You have a seat, that's all.
somehow
That's all.
qualifying, and
Put
not
it
only
on.
that, they got
Then jump
5th
down.
place from being
Right, that's all. My wall, me little wall.
underdogs to now top tier.
Good kill,
competitors
Ricardo,
in
good
the EU,
kill.
Going into today and even, you know, these major finals once
Oh,
again.
you get that one?
A lot of people
Purple?
kind of have them on their
Get Chewy,
radar, and
get Chewy,
they're
get
in
Chewy,
that
get Chewy, get
qualifying
Chewy.
range. So seeing them in the global championship would be amazing.
Yep.
Still a bit
Yeah, obviously.
ridiculous
Man,
to
up.
think.
Looking at me.
Back in with Marius's team. And they've got
Man, up me,
3
man, up
victory
me.
royales
Top right.
in total across this weekend, Takata, and yet they are still in that 3rd place
Should we go up for
position
them?
on the leaderboard,
Ain't got one.
heading into this
Nice.
11th lobby, and you just
Thanks,
know
Takata.
that they want the extra 2 spots up ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they were one
We're in there,
spot
though.
off
We're in there.
qualifying in
Right
Major
in front.
1, literally 3rd place when the top 2 qualified.
White.
12% win rate in the Div Cup
Yeah, y'all looking?
finals.
Y'all
They
press it?
know how to win
Look on this
matches.
side,
They
too, man.
can win those matches, but they've been lacking,
No, no, no.
you know, the constant top 10s, the constant top 5s. But those
We are
wins
going,
have
man.
been
Oh, it's 1-3,
helping them,
1
you
team.
know, keep themselves and planting themselves in
Yeah, they move right, that's all.
qualifying
You
range
want team.
to the
Right
global
side, angle.
championship.
Bubble
But, you know, they want more than that. They want to be able to get that first place alongside it.
He touched it white.
Champions,
We have
so
white. That's okay.
hopefully
Then,
with a big
then,
game here, it can kind of push
he want to
themselves
touch it this a while ago too. Yeah.
Of course, they're not going to be the only ones.
Pressure that. He touched it right. That's so white.
Trying
Spray
to
through.
really
You go out there, spray. Crack, in crack.
performance
In crack,
in
go.
these last couple of lobbies.
White, knock. To here.
Flixie
Knock.
just rolling around the outskirts of Outlaw
Wait.
Oasis
Yeah. You need blue.
It's
You
tough for
need blue.
teams
I'm with her.
to really stop their
One minute?
current flow, but
Oh man, poor king.
Veno, he just wants prime positioning.
Come on, bro. We will. Oh, in there, so. Chewy.
A little bit of damage.
100.
They're rolling through.
Crack.
You know, this game, they need to put
Let
themselves
me get
in second.
him!
We know what Vico, Venom, and Flixie truly want. They want to win this major like the rest of them. And to do that, going into this, you know, second to last game,
Oh, shit, so it go.
now, they need
So
to
it
put
go,
themselves
brother.
in
You
at
have
least
to get
second
in
place,
quick.
so they have a good chance of taking first in that last match. If they put themselves into second,
That was an awful. That was that awful. As long as I can play support, you know.
There and then turn tail, looking for the escape. Meanwhile, Higgs clicks in Yamzo front side of zone, sticking true to the strategy. This is probably the most consistent we've seen from any of the trios in the game so far. Now as game 3 starting to heat up, Acorn though, Boyo, Agers are on the front side as well. They know how to do it best too. Meanwhile, on the ultimate load, we haven't seen Booga Threats and Rapid down here, but everyone seems to be adjusting here coming into this 3rd round.
Yeah, even Curly in the backside of the zone taking a cheeky attempt and trying to get damage. Misses that one. The new team is going to be on high ground. That's Rise, that's Yapko, that's Muzz. 9th zone. It might have been too early for their opposition, but now it's theirs for the taking. Looking down all around the front side of the zone, even the back, trying to pressure teams into an altercation. Peterbrock down below finds a quick elimination.
2 minutes, yes. Can't see much more. It's charging. Oh, it's not totally horrible. I guess this game is gonna be worse now because we go through. Got a nice big shotgun in the hand, Ricardo. I hear it clear. Oh man, slurp man. Okay, this should be better with bills actually. Not to go totally against this video. for the recorder. I hear it, that sound a little bit lower than I usually sound. Maybe I need to turn up my lower than I usually do. I can hear you, but it does sound lower than I usually do. I need to turn on your mic or something. Yeah, this, that decent, that decent. Oh, see Jordan, they came on now, Father. Brown shark girl. Brown eyes. From Falcone. Pizza! Give me some of the pizza. We'll jump in corner and take him out quick. You know what I want it. Nope, nobody gets it. Mine. I work for my call, it's mine. I am 60% away from unreal. For some reason, I feel like I aim to top of the bills, which weird. Pump aim on top, but they are aim feel weird. Shit. Me lick him up! 4 damage! Oh, me snake him up at the other day. Oh my god, he worked the same time. You ain't get 20 off 5 psychic. It's like you come up and get this up. Yeah, 24 damage, we don't know. We don't hope for more, but they gotta scam the choosers because he got me up before me. I want that shotgun. Please, shotgun no? These big pots and stuff are nice, but God, please, a shotgun. Shotgun, please. Shotgun. Shotgun, deals with shotgun and death sentence, you know? Still no shotgun. Somebody jump on me, I'm so dead. Chewy, can you save my life? There's a Negro over my head. I got no, still a shotgun, you know? Screw it, my mama, I'm gonna kill him. Chewy, kill him already? Who killed him? Someone. Oh, well. Yep, well, Chewy, I bring trouble. 100! The mama going to me, what a boy have a shotgun? Me a heal, Chewy, me a heal. Me don't have a shotgun or nothing. You can one, okay, come here. Me lick up the mama with the mama, tell the mama, miss. Me even call out the 100 before, I'm happy for the video. You have a shotgun, Chewy? Okay. No, seriously! Me not get one shotgun? So we can't get one shotgun? We can't buy one? Give me anything right now. You kill somebody else? You want the blue mama? Show your Ricardo. Anybody? You know what, mama? Very cute, you know. Ah, that is it. 20. Everything is just
what is going on, Fortnite fam? Okay. Welcome back to the FNCS. Today is day 2 of the Major 2 finals. So much to play for. 3 spots go to the Global Championships, prize money, and of course the Blade of Champions, all on the line while I'm sitting behind this beautiful fountain. This way, there we go, Zeke, good job. It's great to see all of you. Welcome back. Let's get our analysts in here. Vivid Kelly, come on in. Day number 2. After 6 games, we'll now know which trios are moving on to the Global Championships. EU was phenomenal. It was a nail biter. It was crazy. And now it's NA's turn. I am beyond excited after yesterday. I mean, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
I mean, what a story it's been. Honestly, all the way back to when Major 1 ended. So many teams breaking up, so many teams reforming, and then, of course, the start of the play-ins. We all thought that it was going to be Peterbot's trio, and they came out on top, breaking so many records. But then the group stages started to shake things up, Vivid. But if we're talking about shaking things up, Game 6 yesterday was really where things shook up for North America.
Yeah, that will definitely add
He's
some
here.
spice to
Get to the wall, sides all.
Definitely add
Inside,
a little bit of an extra zap. Last night with the trios, right? Talking about what they're gonna do coming into the 6 games today, what they gotta prepare for. Listen, Fortnite fam, all we have to prepare for is 6 good games of Fortnite. We are in for some entertainment today, and I can't wait to kick things off.
We'll get to that first. Just a quick reminder, FNCS Pro on May 10th. We hope to see you there. It's coming up faster than you think. Tickets are available. It's in LA. We'll be there. We hope that you are too. Okay, let's take a look at the standings. Let's kind of remind ourselves where we ended yesterday. At the top, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot with 462 points. You know, Vivid, there was a moment yesterday where I thought, is it possible that Peterbot could end day 1 in 2nd place? Could Clicks come out on top? But as we remember from that last game yesterday, Peterbot decided, look, if we're going to end day 1, I want to be in first. I'm going to chase down Clicks, play spoiler to his game, and make sure that I am in first place.
Yeah, when I was watching that happen, I was like, yes.
Top
5 play of all time. And speaking about top 5 plays of all time, how Peterbot's trio performed yesterday was also one worth noting. They were first in so many different categories that I had to go ahead and inform you guys of a couple of them. Damaged out Peterbot, we're very used to seeing this, right? 7,884, first amongst the lobby. Cold in eliminations and damage ratio was also first amongst the lobby. And a little bit of a caveat here. Ritual with Time Alive, and you guys might be like, oh, Vivid, what are you talking about? Time Alive. 149 total minutes. And the reason why I want to go ahead and bring this up, Nature 1 Flak Ritual was selling, doing this, doing that. Ritual was actually the player on this trio alive the longest over the course of those 6 games yesterday. He was the one staying alive, clutching up, making sure this trio got points.
And that is exactly what we wanted to see from him. And we all knew it to be possible. I mean, going all the way back to the WC where he won the MVP, so many eyes were on Ritual. The reason why, when Peterbot and Hoyo split up, he went to Cold and Ritual, creating the ultimate trio. And we finally see them kind of returning to form like what we see at the start of this season. Of course, it did take just a little bit longer than what we were kind of expecting for day 1. To end it off in first place, if you look at this trio, actually I should say Peterbot specifically, they tend to do better in They've established and now that we see them in first place, I mean, in Major number 1, they were 90 points below Acorn and his trio. And then they were able to make it just a 10-point difference by day 2. Now they're ahead of 50 points. We can only imagine just how much farther that lead can be if everything goes their way.
In that area,
let's hope someone can stop them. Kelly, let's hope someone decides, Peterbot, maybe all the whole lobby, all 32 other trios, just gonna run at you and see how you like it. The trio rather in 2nd place, Clicks, and the Amzo. So again, they were kind of leading the pack for most of yesterday, but then in game number 6, as we mentioned, Peterbot decided that's enough. I want to end the day in first place. So what I'm excited to see is kind of like the adjustments they've made coming into today, because 6 fresh games, right? It's a can happen.
I'm Chewy. Right side, look, right side. Yours are Chewy. Push in there, Chewy. Push. Brother, pardon, taking Ricardo.
But I'm happy that you kind of mentioned how well they actually played yesterday, because
one in Ricardo, look behind. See her? Chewy, first round, better. Yeah, fresh up. She make me.
That's, you know, wow, that's a
Chewy. Good one,
stats for Clicks' trio. just looking at games 5, right? Peterborough placement, they were in first. Average placement in those first 5 games. Trio yesterday to walk away with the most.
Watch out! AR,
14 elimination game.
Oh yeah, he's
biggest point game out of any of the trios yesterday as well. So,
change
anything? I think they did a good job of adapting after games. After that first, second, they played so well. The adaptations that they made on their low ground play worked out perfectly.
And both of those games, they did on the low ground, and here you can see just how dominant they are, staying box to box, hit to hit, as they rotate. They handle the aggression. They do so well because they're so synergized, and I really feel like part of the reason is because they stuck together between Major 1 and 2, building up that rapport, building up that understanding with each other, so that when you do go down to a duo, when you do go down into a potentially shambles situation, you have the confidence, you have the confidence, and you're able to create a positive experience. Again, game number 6 was very tricky. Peterborough, who usually carries the medallion, gave it to Ritual. Peterborough was sticking to where he normally was, and then that's why Peterborough was able to sneak up on Higgs. Don't think we're going to be seeing that again today.
We hope not, because, you know, Clicks would like his first ever FNCS win, and I think that no one else on this cast is biased. No one. Let's talk about the trios. We're actually tied at 363 points. Let's start with third place, Visual Braids and Undiminished. They put on such a fantastic game yesterday, and to think they only had one game that they placed outside of the top 10. Let's just run more of that back, right?
I mean, we're going to end the competition just after actually qualified to global, so they are definitely in a really good spot right now. And honestly, I feel like this is one of the shows that kind of snuck up there, right? We had such a good showing. We're top. Those Braves and Minutes, they've place for was crazy with the zones. For this trip, right? They're landing in the middle of the map, Proxy Floodgate, and you know, listen, there's no room to complain about the zones because you always got an equal run to any of the zones that kind of happen when you're playing in the center like this trio is.
Yeah, you know, they've been around for a while, and really Major 1 when they got into place. And then, of course, they also had a pretty good performance in the group stages. Another team that had a pretty good performance yesterday. Of course, it's one of my favorites. Reek and Curly had some great aggression early on yesterday, Vivid. But for me, it was not only that they took high ground in game number 4, but their ability to let go of it and then still convert it into a pretty successful in-game.
Zeke a little bit here, right? Visuals, Braves. Well, you know, placed outside. Anything placed outside of the top 10. A very, very consistent trio. Yeah, I love the fact that this trio also, you know, kind of forming at the last seconds, everything like that. Cooper kind of finding himself the leaderboard, of course.
I mean, they're performing so well. I'm excited to see how they're going to be doing in game or in day number 2, I should be saying. But a lot of it comes down, of course, to those zones. Are they going to be in their favor? But honestly, I think if we get some south zones, they'll still be doing well.
Let's hope. Let's today. No more North Zone. Let's just take a break. Just a little break. Let's hope. Let's take a break ourselves right now and go hang out with your casters. Jacob PR and Monster D-Face.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, just to fool the audience, the standings are very close. 50 points is nothing. We've seen 100+ point games earned yesterday, without a doubt. So, you know, when you really start to look at the standings, even Peterboro's team in first place right now, not completely safe.
Yeah, it's not completely safe at all. It just takes 2 bad games today out of the 6 for day number 2 to fall into that hole. But on the other side, so kind of what you're talking about, it just takes a couple of good, consistent games. Just sprinkle a little bit of eliminations on top, and now you're cooking.
Yeah, that's what thing I want to think about is how global championship is also on the line. That's one of the prestigious, of course, things these teams are going to be fighting for. So when you're looking at who's in the running right now, if you're developing this story, do you keep it?
nervous monster. Pollo, who's looming. If he were to suddenly jump up to that as low as top 5 finish, that would be enough to qualify a trio for the global championship. Anything can happen. We have 6 games to figure out how it all goes. Now, yesterday we kind of wanted to discuss high ground versus low ground, right, Kelly? Where these trios are winning from. You actually have pulled some numbers for us.
Well, yeah, let's take a quick look for games 1 through 6 yesterday, where exactly our winning team was coming from. And as you can see, 4 out of the 6 games. And Zeke, quick question, games 3 and 5, which team was on low ground? Which team was it? For games 1 and 2, we have ground wins from all over Zone 8, and it's something that we've always noticed how rare it is really to win from Zone 8.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. So that's something that me and Kelly used to talk about all the time. Going up for higher ground zone, hold it, but now we're able to pull it. And I mean, Kelly,
of course, it's Booga, and something that actually these games was the team to first go all these trials kind of around the edge, but whoever is closest to that zone that moves immediately establishes a tower to establish height for the rest of the game. Immediately build a tower up when they ramp, but the reason that they were able to control high ground for all zones is what you can see right here. Rapid all the way in the back, paying attention to anyone that is trying to that you can see there. And Booga establishes these connections throughout high ground so that they're able to chop between their positioning and just massive high ground control was. They were able to go all the way from zone 8 to zone 12.
I mean, it was an incredible gameplay for them. I'm not gonna lie, though. Right, this game 1, I was like, oh man, this is how everyone's gonna play for all 12 games. Everyone's gonna kind of look up, but I think that changed pretty quickly.
Yeah, number 2, a similar team gets the global pole and zone 3 established. Had someone try to contest height. Fully carried. Can be coming from people being chopped. See a trio just but if you're egoing Ego Master Peterbot, you are going to lose every single time. Peterbot was able to push Reed's trio away, and actually Peterbot just kind of switched on right there, goes on the aggressive, stays in Storm to get eliminations, and actually goes down. But when it's this trio right here, Ritual and Cold from Zone 10, able to
That was an incredible clutch win from that duo in the end there. And I mean, talk about clutches. That trio was clutching all day yesterday.
That's what I want to see more of, right, Vivid? I want to see champions. 3 spots. Prize money, even just going up a single placement is enough to earn amounts of money. With 30 seconds left to go before we jump in, how are you guys feeling? Where are your vibes at right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited. There was some drama going on in social media between Clicks and Peterbot, and I am here for it. I want to
hype in the competition of even more. I'm here for a day 2 awesome ending between those top 2 teams. I also want to see Acorn Trio make a resurgence. I feel like we're going to be seeing them. I don't know. It's just like a vivid prediction. No real reason.
Okay. I'm here for obviously some Fortnite, some memes, and leaving Kelly hanging like she left me hanging yesterday. So Bing Bang Bosh. I know who won those games, but I got to be Zeke about it. Okay, anyway. It's that time. We're going to find our seats on the battle bus. How will game 7 will it be a bang? Will it be anticlimactic? Will Peterbot push someone else? Let's find out together. Casters, take it away.
Gotta love Zeke's energy. You can see he's drinking from the gold fountain behind us. He's having a great time on the front desk of Jacob. 4 first place had near perfect games yesterday. Are we gonna see it happen once again?
I think it's almost gonna be impossible to think anybody today with how destructive yesterday was to think they are going to play perfect. Because even our top 2 teams had a couple of speed bumps in their road, and those point gaps, you're talking about 50 points out of the top 4, another 50 points from the top 7. Another 50 points to the top 11. It's going to take you as a trio to have a phenomenal performance today, and at the same time, you might hope for mistakes happening on your opponents.
Well, sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's go.
You're not very good at it. Man inside that circle. Why?
This is it, Monster. The first game of day 2, and this is where I would like to say the tournament really begins. We know there's a 40+ point gap between first and second. 65 points for a victory.
Get so sad for
points per elimination. All you need to do
is
keep things.
Oh my God, we kill my room because my box, my chest. Do not dare. Do not dare. I'm gonna kill all them and I know you're just coming in. After me dead, you can't take it.
Has hit the drawing board. Who's gonna
give us shit? You know that me upsell
mentality and
man, I cover
today to
kill it too by the way that will help me.
Your placement to the global championship.
What
I say that is what is truly on the line here. Put the money aside, right? Money can be earned any day of the week. This global championship spot.
Show me there. Oh man, we're gonna bounce spot. Let's go
major 2. Well, game 7 here looks like Bryce, G Monster, and Osid are continuing the action from yesterday. Once again here at the drop spot as we start to highlight who's changing.
Wait, we have the number here. Oh, Boney. Oh, that's why. Oh, Boney.
You know, with the way Search Debbie. Playing in
kind of weird. Like chop out the here too. Chui, most from behind.
Back and forth, 1-1. Game 3.
Oh, we can go over that side. Chui, come to my side. This side, come to the water. Go, maybe on
damage. So they're probably changing their game
plan.
Confidence in their self that they're being able to.
We know saying we can't.
Number 1 was over. And coming out with a huge. Getting some
Why? Glasses, we are coming in. We are coming. More than 30 minutes, but I'm trying.
And Veer are going to go ahead and try to test this.
We are coming.
King, that was a team that we watched through the group. Qualified through consistently dominating those games.
Watch out!
Time again, and then picking up a good number of eliminations.
They don't raise my try. Shoot them all. Four of them there. Keep running.
Was change his name to barbecue chicken. This will never ever pass me by. I don't get it. But here they are, contested at the captain. Think about it. Before they even touched it down, the team was already eliminated. It really shows you the influence.
They can't have that much heat.
Ricardo! Quickly the landscape.
Wait, not one.
Form here.
You know what about?
Over to the other
side. Shit, they're gonna try to raise it. Reboot.
They're continuing the.
We don't want to go in. 4 seconds to
move. We're not quarter. Is going to be hearing them here shortly.
We get the move.
It's action at the crime city right now. We all know this is one of the
we don't know why they're gonna kill ourselves.
Spots, of course. Peterbot has
seemed to
continue to fight for the best for years now. And rightfully so, he's earned it.
We won't really try. We won't really fight.
Mechanically skilled players. And something that we noticed yesterday, even though he made that sneak play in the decision, he did it all by himself. Even when Clicks and Yamzo were able to kind of converge over and try to get the instead of taking a 3v1 or 3v2, they tried to try to disengage.
No!
The full setup that
them
to lose the fight and play the rest of the game out on the back foot. But no changes this time around, sticking to their strategy, building multiple surge bases outside of global flare. I just think he's going to have his eyes peeled for that porta potty, so no sneaky play is going to happen.
Come on now.
Nothing yet, but you know what? I think game 6
yesterday was
water. Guard down, and they're going to remain on high alert now moving forward.
Good water.
And they really that quickly. Your entire tour.
See there, right side. Back on the window.
It almost makes you wonder.
Good killer.
Because one of the things a lot of players if you have that signature.
Good catch.
Whether if it's with a black bling or not, the pick out. That's one thing I want to see.
Switch
it up every single
game.
Which outfit you actually have a little bit more plans going at it. Especially with third parties starting to come in. There's a jump on board fuse. Just outside of
This
is where we need to
position
lower.
Those zones playing a huge factor. And the community's letting it down.
Okay. One of them
seen all the theories start to float about, but you know the truth is, I did come across that one post where folks ran the simulations. It's so unlikely for you to see the same type of zones.
No, because he just did me. That's why the kid said, show me my help again, sir. He just did me for the not
a quick little update there of Peterbot's elimination. Those are going to be some important damage tags, as we all know. Usually the first game of the day is going to be the slowest one, the most...
At least we want the Osman.
Right? The one where teams are...
Oh, then we want the blue tack? Then we want the blue tack? Yeah.
Passive.
Because me and Chewy and Merc 5 have.
For the most part, 90 players still left alive, 31 teams, even with a couple eliminations going down in the
really, explosive AR?
Going right back.
They be explosive AR.
Are going off.
They be explosive AR. That's why they
taking down a minister.
Chewy no yes, One 4-man team. I'll put pressure on top.
And that's kind of the nature of it all.
This one.
Slow and steady at the start, try to minimize the amount of mistakes, and you gotta start with a team like that. Going down, being forced to reboot, having to reaccumulate some of that.
Yeah, we had the tree.
Jump on board. Cooper.
He's here, David.
Taking full control over.
Yes, David.
But this time around, it does look like he's already moving to the east outside of their POI.
We will never lie to you, them.
So far, they're sticking to the game plan here. But Curly and Cooper really one of the surprise performers coming out of nowhere. Really showcasing creation and cohesion that's come together for this trio here. Active right now, but leaves a wall open and almost gets sent right back to the lobby.
You know, we see man look up, we see man life just evaporate to one side.
Go ahead and buy himself some time. Still trying to see now where those shots come from. Can he push them out?
Some guy jump, some guy jump.
Cyrus, who's kind of
they're going to my one.
Here's what it's looking like from Muzz's perspective.
You don't know rotation, you know. He don't know much, no much. Crack in got rotation though, you don't know much. What's the put pressure?
Yeah, a lot of extra loot they can kind of relay outside of shiny shafts.
Recording powder.
You kind of see the mountain that they already built their surge base on top of, so they got natural elevation plus their built elevation. They get a wide view of trying to accumulate monster. But now you see the zone pulling.
Why knock him. My
boxed up.
Look at me.
Too, so that way they can try to have a smoother rotation and not running.
We see. If you come in there, more pump tonight. Put it right side, wide.
Well, let's see what's gonna
happen. Behind you coming back. No, come here, good. Come on. We have pressure. We are going. We are shooting wall. Come. Reload. Crack. We got your wall. Come on.
From Seek's perspective,
then your one good one.
Resting to keep the distance here. Both sides on goal splash effects.
Yeah, we're 30 seconds. We are going to kill.
Ooh, I like the decision right here. Seek making sure to destroy the scanner, trying to give less and less information. That would have been a good tool in their arsenal, and being able to know where they're Dash being forced down to
somebody at third party for the back,
chance right now. Him sneaking around, landing some shots on the king, making sure that he knows there's no
pressure on the top. Back wall. Pressure on the top.
But he backtracked into Silic, who's trying to hold
Crack, 45, 30, this box.
On the Veer if he doesn't expect him.
We are coming, which one the urgent? We are coming in.
Boxes up chicken, back-to-back shots.
We are over the wall.
From Silic, Seek.
David, remove me, I'm going to try anyway.
I gotta give a lot of respect to that one. I was gonna make the call a little early. They clearly have a disadvantage with the overall loot, but when you put man up now, talk about a game changer here.
One a third party.
Not looking to let it up. He's gonna trade one off as well. Both sides, all sides. Jargu's only the healthiest one here in the battle. However,
listen, time to his position. Outside, no, pressing for me, back boy, suck him on. You know what? Good there. We can't edit wall to behind you. Edit wall behind you.
Neither one of them really able to farm up because they
come on. You know, reboot.
Almost.
So edit wall behind you. It will go behind you. Full box. Good space.
In their favor, and Veer falls as well.
Wait,
that's a full wipe right there. One that I thought was going to go the other way. Forgetting that opened up elimination.
Pull the wall. They need help.
Back, you say, man, we should have won that.
They are swatching. Flip the round here. We can't grab that way. Flip the round here. We can't grab good. Flip around here. Okay.
Silic with the one big play turns the entire momentum right back around. Well, look, now they have all the time in the world to refarm their way back into this game.
Back away.
That huge
box
performance.
Yeah, okay. Might be able to yeah, that's fine. It's a full team here. Been doing to it. Bit bottom right. Come to it. 100. Dummy skin 100. In below. Dummy skin 100.
Right now, it seems like if you look at the bubble for global spots, almost 100 or so points down. Noah Plays is already down as well. Taki, he's trying to get distracted down below. Isho uses that to his advantage, able to jump on the Chaos Game and get another elimination. Now Kaz is left by himself, but at least for now, Monster, there's a little bit of distance between him and those two opponents still looking around to figure out where he's at.
Yeah, they don't know exactly where he is just yet, and there's another trio moving in extremely quickly. Would that be Peterbot's team?
Man, get blessed. Me a join up on you. Yeah, me a join up on you, Connor.
On the way.
Me a join up on you.
Over there.
Me a join up on you right now.
Now looking at the good. Pair up with one another.
And this is my first right now. Me a edit one. Reset that.
Trio wasting no time.
Wait, that's all. Chuck another. Get going. Look at shotgun bullets, please.
Uh-oh.
Shotgun bullets. Civilians here. Now
enters into the mix. Probably an additional team coming from
Alright, come here, guys.
But see it, Monster, it's just outside of Magic Mosses. So a lot of these teams that do land up here, instead of kind of cutting towards the side, beelining it to zone, they could go all the way towards the north. One tick zone damage isn't going to be much. And then they could try to get into where it isn't as congested, maybe above Demon's Dojo, maybe above Pump Power. Those are going to be some of the pivotal spots for any of these teams. Rotating Isha, the longer you stay here in this position, you're closing off opportunities. You're closing off options off for a single elimination, which might not necessarily mean much. It's only 4 points.
It was Amplify and Shiny Cat. Take a look at the replay here.
Oh no.
Clicks.
Yeah,
a little bit of full damage. Just giving you guys the full picture here.
Oh shit.
Off to a rocky game 7 right now.
That might not be enough.
Seems like they're just rolling up to the Flutter Frogs here shortly.
You want focus on us there? Listen.
Determined to play deep in the storm. There's also 3 trees.
No, look at them back there. So easy.
They cut this.
Give me a tree here. Look at tree.
They go.
Tree. Look.
Cut them off. They get a knock. So far away from the rest of the
team. Oh shit! That was a mama shot.
The zone plays a huge role.
They'll come back towards you.
They'll come back towards you. Overall. But now Click Sion's if there's anything left in the black market, they have an abundance of gold from the Wolf POI they could finally use. And this is something they were not able to do yesterday because of where the zones were pulling. It would have been way too risky for them to go into the black market, possibly get stuck there, possibly get stuck overall. A lot of risk associated with that. And now they're going above and around, so that way they can go ahead and be behind these teams rotating in and give them the option to visit that black market because they do have some extra splashes and men miss smoke, so they can stagger as long as they want.
That's a really good point. Take a look at the key, though. Clicks jumping right on into the mix of things here. Makes you wonder, why was this team sitting around this long? This hurt. They saw that there was a trio but neither here nor there. It's going to bring Click's trio up to 3 eliminations. Elam's extremely important in allowing them to start closing that point gap for Elam so early in the game. Is a massive come up. Remember, each elimination is worth 4 points.
I think it was about 41 points. Peterbot Cole, the Ritual, did have a lead. Those 4 eliminations, just like you said, is doing a good job of cutting down that lead before placement points even begin to set in. 27 teams still left alive, 77 players. Zone covered over Pump Power, and that's where you saw a lot of those to rotate into. So if it continues in this trend, it could end up being one of the stack parts of the zone. Even more so stacked if it continues to pull towards the north. So I think a lot of these teams are hoping just a little bit for South Pool.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
Okay, that's nice.
Right now on our 3rd place.
Me dead, because me are lucky. Me are try lucky. Me are try lucky. Wally wall. Because me are try lucky. Say you come open me back. You open me back. You're not a backside. No, you're not crying. Me dead.
Opting to go ultimate low. Cam's got another side angle here.
Me open me as a lucky back.
Right now for this trio.
Yeah, even though Okus is down with that elimination, it's only gonna be Braids. And Cam still left.
I'm over here. Man, shoot it out. Shoot it out.
Very, very
careful. And
I think that's why a Minish Braids visuals.
Oh shit! You put me in this rubber. Shit!
Out of this position, run towards the back. It's relatively early in the game, so not too chaotic. Of Storm damage is going to go off. Plus, you see some extra heals there. But Braids is hiding towards the top. So you got to wonder if you're Bucky and Cam, do you think they disengaged all together? He's able to land some free damage on the Cam. You got to hope he has HP now because he could go down in the zone.
Oh, yeah, the med mist starts to come out. They're actually forced now to kind of double up here, and this is going to buy time for the reboot.
Yeah,
They can't even go ahead and target him. So honestly, a very successful reboot and just a small play that's going to make the difference here.
Come on, come on, me cut you down, brother. Hey, I tell you when you're shooting, say 1, 2, 3, you know, if it's this man say 1, 2, 3, you start shooting, I would have to go say, go shoot, and knock him out there.
Into the game, and just think about this. Braids and Minish and
Come on, you shoot over there, so we start shooting for
11th place yesterday. The difference maker between them and the teams up in first and second was the fact that the eliminations that Peterbot's trio, Clix's trio, were able to accumulate far outweighed the placement points.
Man, pump me a couple of the way now, boy, man. It's wet pump. I mean, I edit to walk close your corner. Close, you see it have to close, they say open by edit, but simple edit, I'm in dead.
Right now, he takes a big shot, but Cam is now running his way in. He's moving.
I was on, first of all, I came around to, I'm the only reason I came around to go trouble. And then man wet me up. So we turn back around, and try lucky. And then you go open, when you're lucky before me, so you can open.
Another elimination on the visuals. They need the surge.
Then we take you, and then we dead.
Coming from the other angle right now, sacrifice. Cam here, right in the mix, and then they get the down body as well. So a perfect amount of damage swinging in their favor here. Bucky just left wondering what went wrong. How did his teammate get left behind right there, caught out of position?
Yeah, this is just turning into a nightmare. Yeah, he's below. He can't go back into the zone and reboot his teammates. Otherwise, he's going to fall further and further below. Ritual all the way to Seaport from Crime City. 500 plus damage above the threshold. I feel bad for Polis and his trio.
Helps a lot.
Not the most experienced, make it into a grand finals, and then in game 1 to start day 2, you're running into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
They hold their own. Pushing off Cold and Ritual here for a moment's time. And it makes you wonder if Peterbot plays any better. If we see that game 6 Peterbot come out yesterday, with how good Ritual and Cold were performing all throughout the 6 games, they could really find a breakaway moment. But so far, this completely eastern pool here for the zone is still going to end up veering slightly towards the north. But again, a little different than the games that we saw yesterday for the most part.
Yeah, and they're just using this to their advantage, not even going towards the zone or where it was. They're just beelining straight towards the zone. They know not too many players are going to be on top of that mountain on the outside. If they have enough heals, maybe even get eliminations to utilize that siphon, this could be the play that wins them or puts them in the best position here.
Let's see your card.
Couple knocks going down. Bucky actually going down to the Storm overall. Storm surge and him being a solo just didn't work out for him as a Minish still down, stuck between 2 different teams.
Yeah, brother, watch out, go. People there, watch out. Come in the house. Come in the house. Anybody in the house? Flash is going on. We got no flash going on.
Potentially. And if your visuals diminish and braids, you gotta put up a further, you gotta put up a defensive hold here.
Alright.
Not only for the damage, but because you got
splashes, guys.
Peterbot's trio inching up on your positioning right now for this prime real estate.
One which is they're
going towards the mountain.
It's a bit of a risky play. You see
there's
chunks,
big
chunks of HP missing. They don't have any resources to make that up, and they're just pushing straight in. He's already down. Aoxy's there. They get the elimination onto 1. Even if it's not the points, they're still able to get the loot that they need. Damage for Storm Surge, 51 above, feeling a little bit more comfortable. And that's an understatement, because a minute just goes in and trio back to the lobby.
I'm trying to figure out, like, how did they know? Like, they catch him.
We're all people, you know. We can't move so fast.
Low HP out in the open, but he's up the mountain and down even with the team. They must have been taking a small fight there just before Peterbot kind of into the mix.
You're good.
Either way, phenomenal play to keep him in the game right there. Meanwhile, complete other side of the zone.
So you know, sweat back.
Also got to be happy that they're rotating to the dead side northern area here. Opposite side of Peterbot, right? Just staying away from the juggernauts that toppled them over. Right? Kind of.
Don't go.
In game number
6. See that? Down. See that tree right there.
You see, they were the only team yesterday, and honestly, I like this positioning on the zone. If it pulls anywhere but south, they are in one of the best spots. in the zone so far, getting ready for these zones. But if it does pull south, not just them, but everybody else on this side of the zone is going to have some trouble trying to make it up over with that elevation. Land a shot on the Creon. Who seems like he might be by himself. I don't see his teammates anywhere. That might be a few solos left in this lobby.
I wouldn't put it past the Yamzo's team to get this refresh right here, given how weak that team below them is. Rise. You talk about the double VRs yesterday. You have to put this team in the conversation. The squad fighting for first and second in those back-to-back games. Just incredible performance, particularly from Japco. But hold up. Back to Minish, Braids, and Visuals. That elimination, not enough, but it buys them a little bit of time. They have to fight for damage here. Only 2 minis here. We knew that they didn't have much to work with before. Visuals kind of caught out of position there. Taking way too much damage here.
Right side, you shoot out the way. Okay,
the elimination on the tail end.
Wait there. Where's he exactly? Oh, video. Right now on the standings, but no. Balls man. Come in. See that over here, sir. Right the wall and
they can't catch up.
Box, I miss a shotgun shot.
Yeah, slow to rotate. Max pull all the way towards the western side of this mountain. Everything's stacked against him now because they don't have any material either. At least the Minish does not. No extra shields. And there's a team waiting right next to him, and you really just at their mercy. It doesn't even know about the full trio right behind him. So as soon as he begins this rotation, if he doesn't watch out, that could be his demise. But he's trying to land some shots because he knows Monster. Even though Storm Surge did deactivate, he knows once it turns on yet again, they are going to be below that threshold.
Watch it! Oh, so weak!
Oh, I was just about to say, the way Braze sets up the...
Top.
Nearly had a full...
Nah, brother, you're dead, boy. You're dead.
To go ahead and heal a little bit more passively.
Fully pushing.
Limited material. Notice that.
Goal infantry.
Visuals here. Sorry, with a minute just to keep them in the game right now.
Goal infantry.
And they are desperately holding on. But look, we're already at a 13 trios remaining in the lobby. Just ahead of Braids here. Yeah, Peter Boss trio on high ground. Acorn Boy, your Angels trying to make a comeback.
I'm sure we're more shot. We all go the far right. How many are you all go there? Y'all go there left side, right? Let's go. Well, I'm already gone. No shot you though, Chewy. Get ready to expose them. Expose.
It's a big pickup for them because they even just now found that medallion. Something that we do see Yams time again, but now they get another foreign pull with the lobby, and there's nobody down there but that one team in front of them. Everybody else stacked at the side of the mountain, leaving the south part of the zone overall. And Cold Ritual, Peterbot using that to their advantage with everybody trying to rotate too early, forced to box up because of damage. They're using that as an opportunity to smoothly move through the zone as Peterbot lands a good shot onto a full trio up above, and now they're the ones getting focused.
And Peterbot sets that up for G-Monster to jump in and actually take down Japco.
This guy's
going to be a difference maker for Muzz's trio, but Muzz back up top, and then Peterbot's team turns around, catches a whiff of the chaos, and finishes up the job here. Look at the upgrade going through for the loadout. On Peterbot's
oh boy, really? One for me. 100. Dead.
And Agers from up top, they sandwich down the
oh shit! Me dead. Let's shock remote. 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 Let me shock remote. Me shock remote. Me shock remote. Yo, we're gone.
Who now have a chance to earn more placement points and close the gap.
Yeah, 30 plus points left into the top 8 if they can secure that victory. They have 8 eliminations as well. This is a recipe for success, especially since they're now taking the front side of the zone. There is nobody down there, even next to them. Up in the clouds, there's only one team close to them, and they're immediately going to drop down low.
Yeah, right there. You can't get to them. That pressure on the inside. That pressure on the inside. Touch him them. In Ghana, to left. You're boxing there, box. Box set.
Stay to the mid, stay to the high ground, trusting that the zone was going to bounce back up. However,
that shoot.
It doesn't matter. All day.
No. We're not kidding. Not going. Shoot the steal. More currency.
Well,
oh, you're dead? Oh, you're falling.
Look at what's happening here. Finally now, pressure are starting to come in. Clicks will be the first to fall. They box him up. Try to go for the save. It's blue this trio.
We catch it over. We catch it over. No worries, man.
And they are starting to
come in. No whites. Oh, see,
that's because of their game plan. They got so much space in the front side of zone. They just immediately grabbed the body, tossed it to the front, got the revive. Now they have a chance to look behind. This is something I feel like Kelly and Vivid talked about. They did not do enough on looking to the backside of the zone, trying to get those eliminations. They already reached double digits in this game, and a final four spot, but everybody alive is going to be for the trio. Some might be stronger than others. From the low ground. Quick to take a big shot with the shields. He has to figure out a way to stagger back, get the HP up. The medallion proven to be useful in this situation, but only for so long. He also goes down. Tries to make a miracle play, but the full trio goes out.
They tried to kneecap. Not enough charge in the swing here. Meanwhile, Adrian, Foyo, Acorn started bringing the ground down. Just free. Repositioning here is what matters most. But will the veteran trio close this one out is the real question. Shadow's team starting to turn online here. Curve, Tyler staying at the front side of zone here. Foyo halfway through the maps here. There's that one wild card factor. Finally, they find him and Sphinx in the mix here now. Jacob, we're looking at 3v3.
Yep, and already
down
on the one side.
Gonna
clean that one up. Even with Angels going down, Foyo has his back, and the Major 1 champion starting in 7th. They cook up a victory royale and rise to the top.
It's crazy because yesterday we called it Acorn. Typically that day 2 Acorn comes out and he doesn't look back and start things off with a game 7 victory royale. It's gotta feel nice for them to put them back in the conversation.
Why? Oh, two.
Best of Agers and Foyo.
Yeah,
things off and Agers was able to kind of from the sidelines was so perfect. You gotta give respect to
inside,
Shadow and Curve and Tyler. They're coming.
Right side. What? No, bitch. You be trying to. What you trying to? Where's that Chewy? Just sit down right there.
Start a show. If Foyo come out, can't win a game.
Chewy, 100.
In a top 5 situation.
Chewy, watch out, nothing that boy, Chewy, we're crying. Kill him.
We'll do that for you. I couldn't
recommend. We're crying up, boy.
I just cannot believe, Kelly, they were able to walk away the game the way they did. They just had high ground and just no one cared. And like that's not the situation to allow Polio to be in.
Well, someone cared, Muzz cared, but then he got punished for it, so it's a little bit understanding when the rest of the lobby kind of understands what happens when you try and focus on height instead of Peterbus trio on the low ground. But Acorn, Aders, and Pollo did an incredible job. And Zeke, I know you're trying to take credit for it, but Vivid around Zone 5 said, watch Acorn and Pollo win this game from height.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually what I was calling towards the, earlier on before we even started this game. I was like, listen, that's what I want to see. I think we're going to see the higher gun and make a little bit of see them on the higher ground in game number 1 of the game. This actually started yesterday, right? A lot of people they might have been cooking through
guys, go last again.
They were teetering around with going for high ground. They were trying. They actually
I am liking what I'm seeing. 5.
Where?
Before we go to break, I just want to shout out Courage, JJ, and the Courageous. I really hope that you have a nice party, man. When we return after this short break, more action from the FNCS. So stay tuned.
Shots. We are go. Kill one of this and not know about me to get the tourist boy. What is that? What is that? Oh, up front. 50 white front. Right, that's all 50 white. But you know, 50 shambles. Watch him out though. No way. Abo bile na çoğu. Abo bile na. Hadi sana yapma canım. Bro, please tell me. Wait, what happened? Welcome here. You catch up? What is it? We can't make it on the hill, people. Play on the hill, please. Look. See that? Pressure on the side. No, man, I don't want to get shot. Maybe right so, shoot it on the other side again. Below. Slash it below. So I think these open slash shoot over there, we are shooting right so. One attack. Right so. There. Now we are pretty tree. Which side? Left side? Oh, we see the same. True left side. You have hunger. Back side! Over there! I'm over here, true. Please, what the whites? Wait. Where the song? Right, which way? Why so there, so too? Why am I not eating? Yeah, I try to run color, so my left shop is at the sun. There we did, brother. There we did. One pop, yeah, true, really. Oh, fuck. Very good. You know, yeah. You never push me. I never put that up. Dear moment! Dear moment!
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS game number 1 of the day. 7 overall starts with a bang. So you decide we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a victory royale. The standings, as you know it, Zeke, will be shaken, just like you to your very core. And I am. Let's start talking about some of the things we saw from this last game.
Why? What the freak?
Definitely been some developments. We kind of talked about the fact that maybe at the end of the competition we could see maybe top 5 being enough to qualify through the globals. Well, with Pollo suddenly jumping into 4th place and tying Kelly, it's looking like that might be the case.
We have a tie for 4th and 5th place, and then it's only a 6-point difference versus Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo. And that game 7 for Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo was a bit of a question mark, as we like to say. You see here, we saw Clicks go down a little early, had a little bit of a misstep, but then the recovery that they made for that team and scoring, getting that little bit of health back, so that once they finally did rotate to the end game, they were able to control the low ground. But we know that they do. But we heard our casters Iamzo and Higgs not necessarily staying to the front of zone like what we've seen them do, playing just a little bit more back to go more for those eliminations, and we saw that kind of pan out. Look at the
Yeah, I love the adjustment from Electra. I mean, they're just playing so good right now. As soon as Peter Brock, Cole, and Richard misstep just a little bit right, go down a little bit early, they're right there. They're playing so consistent when they don't go down in the early game to go ahead and close that gap. That 6-point difference is screaming right if you're Peter Brock, Cole, and Richard, where you got to be feeling the pressure from that one. Like I said, you know, we talked about it earlier. Zeke was like, oh, maybe they gotta change it. I was like, no, anything. Just gotta be a little more aware the first couple of minutes of the game. I promise they will start doing well. The chase.
Oh man, the chase is on 5 more games of this. Let's also talk about Peterbot, right? I mean, again, 6 points really isn't anything, right? We could see either of these trios make a mistake, fall early, or Peterbot deciding to run and clicks again, and we could see him dethroned here on day number 2. But I like from this game, like, yeah, they only placed 9th with 3 eliminations, but clearly this trio has such an impact on the lobby.
Yeah, it's less about what they offer themselves and more so what they take away from everyone else. So we saw Muzz's trio going to kind of tag high ground there. And Peterbot able to catch them out, grab a few eliminations there. But honestly, 3 eliminations, even going down this early, is a bit of a short stop for them. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how they respond to this. We know that anytime something kind of negative or aggressive towards Peterbot happens, he tends to reverse it on that person tenfold. So I believe it was Adri's trio that actually took
The thing for me right there is they usually do so good at getting games in a pretty healthy position, right? But down 0 materials to kind of work with trying to sneak away with a little bit of a kneecap or rotate through the air. Way too good of aimers on the high ground to kind of allow that to happen. 9th place, 3 eliminations for the trio. That's actually their worst game yet in this final, so we'll have to kind of keep an eye on how they're doing. I'm a little mad looking at these things. Canada, right, in the mix, in the end game right there. 3rd place, 4 eliminations. Doesn't move on the leaderboard. How in the heck is that? Right after yesterday, right? It was a little bit of a rough one. Finally, we see him in the mix. Doesn't move up at all. I mean, still holding on, still close to the rest of the competition. But I was like, they're going to jump up.
Come on. Long time to see
and it happens because Shadow, Curve, and Tyler decide to place, where they did this game, right? 2nd place. And I think it's interesting because, to some degree, you kind of want them to move up the standings, right? What you definitely don't want to do. So where they were, the fact that they won, we're starting to shake things up. It's starting to get a little too close for comfort.
Speaking of shaking things up, we've seen Shadow's trio shake things up. And again, another one of those dark horse trios that we watched all the way back from Major 1. But for me, really what stood out about this trio was that incredible 20 elimination game we got from one of the more recent performance evaluations. A majority of that coming from Shadow. So to see this kind of early aggression from this team, it may have taken a day for them to really lock in, but now I'm excited to see if we can get more of that ultra aggression that we saw from Shadow before.
Andy, that was their best game. 2nd place, 9 eliminations. Cool to see that. Maybe they're going to throw their name in the mix right now, but 100 points separating 4th and 9th place. Anything can happen, Zeke. I'm a little nervous.
That's fine. We have 5 more games. Just think, if this was game 11, I would definitely be about to pass out. But we have 5 games. It's fine. Everyone calm down. I'll be nervous for it. Let's jump back into the action, though, with Monster D-Face, Jacob PR. Take us back in the game.
No way, Zeke. There is no time to calm down. Game number 7 was absolutely fantastic, and I expect 5 more games. Monster's been back and forth at the top of that leaderboard.
You know what? When the Major 1 final champions are in the mix as well, getting points, this is great for the rest of the lobby. Let's not forget, the better they do, the more they accumulate, the more likely other teams have a chance for those global spots. What you don't want is for other teams to be earning those points, because then they are surely getting closer and closer to stealing away one of those prestigious positions. But yes, Vivid said it best. The standings are way too close right now. For someone to have a top performing game and then not move, it's insane. So let's jump in for game number 8 now. The Major 2 Finals Game 8 is about to commence, and Jacob, I gotta say, it is starting to cook up to be an iconic Major Finals right now. And once again, we get to watch the dynamic play out. That last game, we got to give a hats off to the servers. We got a completely different end game, right? This is what we're hoping to see, some new dynamic coming into play. And it looks like, for our Lone Wolf Layer team, Clicks and Company, them being able to deploy those other strategies that didn't get to really test out yesterday seem to work in their favor.
Yeah, that rotating towards the north side, they were able to pick up more and more surge on the teams trying to rotate deep into the zone. But again, more switch ups going down. Game 2, it does look like G Money, Osid, and Bryce are going to be uncontested inside of the mountain. But you see in the mini map, there's a full trio at the top of the mountain, so they're going to be splitting as much of this loot as possible. And this is something that we saw go down throughout the course of the day yesterday, and they're just trying to make sure that they don't risk their entire game on that off-spawn fight.
Yeah, off-spawn, always the tricky one, especially when you're going 50-50. We saw a little bit of that yesterday from those teams as well, kind of opting to split it up. One thing was for certain, though, when G-Monster's team got away successfully in the early game without any contestation, they seem to have had really good games come out of it. So a lot of promising hope for a trio like that, but King Silic and Jargu have not let up just yet. They're looking to continue the pace here from the previous game, and King and Silic continue to do just that, but the whip shot, oh, for a second there, the little hiccup, I thought he missed the important tag. He ended up finishing off the full trio.
This is about right about this team. Silic making the plays in game number 1 to kind of lead them to the rest of the game off spawn, and then now it's King's turn. I talked about the aggression. We both did. We saw it through group stages. It's finally great to see it here in back-to-back games for them. Over towards the bridge, though, a fight that we were watching yesterday, another 50-50 for that floor loot. I think both teams kind of switching it up just a little bit. Once again, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. Not just the first place FNCS championship, not just the global spots, but there's still a great amount of money to be won.
Yeah, and your history, right? Especially for these teams that are now starting to consistently make their way to finals. This is their legacy beginning to get developed here in real time. You know, and you got to give credits to Eulogy, Phenom, and Yusuf. I know last game was a little bit of a rough one for them, just given the circumstances, but they turned things into an 11th place game for them, really popping off. And not only that, that jumps them up to 16th place overall on the standings. So a top 10 could be in the conversation here, but they got to make it past the drop first, and Donnie, Craze, and Joji seems to have kind of taken control of the Shining Span this time around.
Yeah, they even got that elimination on Eulogy before he was able to get over that mountain. So they just got to figure out how to get that reboot card. As we try business as usual for our first place team. Just unfortunate going down in 9th place, which left a good amount of placement points still on the board, and obviously elimination. So Clixiamzo Higgs able to close the gap to 6. But heading over towards the server room, getting the train, Peterbot immediately building up, and looking over towards Foxy Floodgates. That's where you have visual braids and a Minish. Just a little bit of early game surge, and Peterbot just takes most of that damage, forced to kind of take a break here, breathe, reassess the situation.
Up on a full chug jug here, I don't blame him. Some prestigious heals getting utilized here. Visuals you can see, looking to potentially play a cheeky little side angle right there. Higgs clicks in the Yamza though. Volt secured. Now time to head out. Start looking for that damage. Higgs, no upgraded rifle. See if he can kind of fish something new here shortly. It clicks Higgs in the Yamza. Pulled off 7 pickups, most of any team so far in the game. Those revives being absolutely clutch. Most of which obviously was accumulated yesterday. We saw in those final games, but still, even now, Clicks got saved in the last round as well. So crucial for their strategy is keeping the entire team up.
Yeah, it's just in part the way they kind of play the low ground, getting the front side of the zone. At times, even taking storm damage just to get deep into the zone with their builds before they backtrack. They found a lot of success in that game. If they can keep this momentum going, we can have this race all day long, but a new horse has entered the mix. Acorn, Pollo, Agers. They won that last game. They climbed up the leaderboard. They got a tying spot on the leaderboard, and they're winning the tiebreaker due to that victory royale in that last game over Reek, Cooper, and Curly. And they're sticking to the strategies. They got access to Mass Meadows uncontested, the vault with an abundance of loot, and they immediately go on over towards that black market, where Acorn's the one that kind of relays a lot of those extra heals on over.
Yeah, what's really nice is they're keeping up the pacing, the momentum that they kind of left themselves off with games 5 and 6 yesterday, really setting them up big time to be in the conversation, and then to, of course, initiate the tournament day 2 with a win. It's going to be the perfect storm here for them right now. And you can arguably say, you know, it's about a 5-way tie between 3rd down to 8th, right? They're all just within a couple of means points away from each other. Really is overall a super close competition, but one thing I wanted to also highlight was this trio right here. Visuals, Braids, and a Minish. My gosh, have they been playing some excellent Fortnite. Really just a sleeper team. And this is one that's been around for a long time, right? This is not a trio that's just new by any means, but they seem to have this season figured out.
Yeah, whether you're, doing the watch parties, Fortnite comp report, or Ozzy himself, this is always a team when I'm looking at their predictions, Monster. They're a dark horse. They're always in the conversation. Even when Visual and Braids were a duo landing at a split drop that they made themselves, they always command that respect. And with the early game that we saw, with a Minish going down, eliminated by Peterbot, we saw Visuals going down over towards Foxy Floodgates, forced to reboot. They were still able to pull off a 6th place with 6 eliminations, which gives them that 24-point lead over 4th place.
Last game, I mean, just play from a Minish. Incredible stuff to make that push and keep his tournament run alive, keep him in the game to even have a little piece of an end game there. It's definitely the difference maker. Ritual Cold and Peterbot, though. It's kind of setting up here. You can see they've already done what they had to do over at the drop. Now they're looking to kind of disperse out. Meanwhile, Kanata Bolts back on the hunt here, continuing to take these Eastern fights and most importantly, take them with no fear of sitting in the zone for a while. I mean, look at the head count here. They found Yusuf and it blocks him up. Oh no. Gotta be doing better than that. Yusuf somehow didn't even have his walls under control before this all kicked off, and then Bolt's getting right to it. Wonderful tags there. That's some big damage for them right now.
Yeah, even though they were able to get Eulogy back, they're not really able to do anything with it. And I like the way Bolts played it, even though they didn't need it, because as you said, they boxed him up. You saw how he went across the entire left side, let Sphinx and cut out and push directly towards his opponent. He was prepared just in case he was trying to disengage, run out. He would have ran into Bolts. But they were just too quick. Bolts didn't really get to do anything. Maybe the next fight, buddy, as he's looking towards the backside of his zone. Sees a full trio back there. And right now, it's essentially up to them how long they want to stay here at this spot on the map, how long they want to try to hold that team out, and how much surge they think is okay for them to rotate out.
Back on over to the Seaport City. Zone still kind of hovering around this general area, so a lot of time bought here. But you notice the markers are out there. Looking to focus on the Eastern teams. Teams like Kanata potentially that are out there.
Knock.
Blocks it off. No. No free damage for you over there, but they're still able to sneak some through. Thresh just looking at that armored vehicle, trying to rotate in towards zones. Definitely hard to land shots, but if that third player, your trio, is in the back and he falls out, you leave him behind. It's almost open season, so you got to be careful for that one as you're rotating through. As Muzz, Rise, Yapko. You can see they're already beginning that rotation out of shiny shafts, slowly but surely, since the zone is rather close.
Why? Blue skin white, blue skin white.
Inside of Lone Wolf Slaver, maybe a little bit of on the side.
It was two. Well,
nice, calm. Right now,
that's a true right side.
Rise positioned up at the surge base right now.
You want to shock him for them? We can shock him for them too, ready?
Already starting to pop here. Like another Eastern draw so far.
See that? Oh, sorry. See where for the youth. Yeah. Dead.
Just looking around, see how many teams are still getting left behind. They have the time and the luxury to do it, but on the other side, they might not. Broken. Liam 20.
Where?
No extra shields for Broken. It does have a med kit, so you can see the possibility of how long this fight is actually been going on. But there is going to be one knock on the other side. 20 goes down, so still a 2v2 breaking out. But at least Broken was able to grab a lot of that extra loot. The Siphon Mats could be the difference maker as the cleanup finally goes through onto JoJo. 2v2 breaking out, but a full third trio, a third party is now moving in to interrupt this fight.
So I'm going to say Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, sitting comfortably on the outskirts, watching it all go down, chipping away at damage here. They have let this middle team kind of wrap things up or break it out, so they can clean up the extra elims that start to scatter away. And one thing's for certain, on the right now. Comes Skips through. Skittles Chimp already putting more shots down. Force the Jug here alongside Liam. Very little time left, but Skittles is on the wall. Viv's on the other side here. It's just a matter of time.
It's a what?
Before they likely pick up these elims right now. And if you're Liam and team, you're thinking about, what went wrong this game, right? They had a couple great moments where they were kind of breaking out of the early game, but things just not really trending in their direction right now.
Yeah, they thought it, since the zone had pulled so far away, maybe they had an isolated fight, but Skittles, Chimp, and
where are you? Oh, see there.
kind of part of their strategy, staggering themselves this far back in the zone. They or just trying to take shots on any team late, trying to get out of the zone. This time around, it does work out for them. The reasons why they feel so comfortable staying so deep into zone on this side of the map is because there's geysers, launch pads, then obviously if they have the kneecappers, there's a lot of different mobility tools they can use to close the distance quick.
To highlight how things end up working there, and I was just looking at the standings. That's going to put them up in 13th place right now. A couple of eliminations away from 12th right now for Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp. We're keeping tabs on them, seeing if they top 10 after this game's over. Super Ray and Curly continuing the action here at the Flooded Frogs. So far, so good for them as far as the overall damage. Zone's gonna land relatively close here.
More for them, with a little bit of a different zone pull, not have magic mosses like yesterday. That was their worst game of the tournament so far. They were still able to get a 10th place with 3 eliminations, but we're kind of seeing them really be put to work here early on here in day 2 in the feed. I did see Silk get it down onto Poyo. Agers does look like he's still alive though. They have a chance to heal up. They have Medmis, Smokes, Water Sprites, a bunch of different utility. And they have the luxury to go back in the zone over towards Mass Meadows to get the reboot back onto Poyo. So it should be not too much hard work for them to be alive. Once more. The biggest thing that I'm really watching is with Poyo going down, getting rebooted, how much damage they actually do.
White, white.
Look at it.
Then that shot was white.
Xander.
Okay, that's all to white then. Man, shoot at me. Man, two behind me. Man, two behind me. You wake me up.
It's the small things, right? The small regrets that end up sending you right back.
Yeah, I
feel like it's happening more and more where you think you have an isolated fight that deep in the zone and then out of nowhere, third team comes out of nowhere. Visuals, braids, and diminished.
He's in the box.
They will quickly move north from Foxy.
Shoot the other side. Shoot the other side.
The brutal box.
Shoot the other side.
And if the trend continues and we have some of the same zones game after game hovering over each other, we're going to see a lot of proactivity come out of some of these teams. This being one of them.
I see you.
Now, depending on where there's... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is where they positioned up last game, right? They seem to be comfortable coming here, taking the fights on this mountain. But this time around, they wanted to get here early so they didn't have to really box out, a team while getting third-partied. So they get the full white, and then look at that. They're fully based up
welcome.
Right there. And this is, I feel like one of the first times we've seen Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs actually fight for this market. They're realizing how close the target is. They're pulling out every single strategy, going back to what they know has worked. In some of those past Divisional Cup tournaments, 341.
Oh my God!
The threshold. The zone is moving over towards this direction.
I'm here, Debbie.
So they may be learning and adapting here as the games go on.
Oh shit, Debbie, right, shit.
Don't call it too early now.
Then we'll get to you. Give me a second.
My jinx it. We get magic Moss's endgame.
Crack.
From Agers though.
That true man on me. That shocking man behind me too.
Damage given that he's playing the zone right now.
Yeah, it's
super sure.
True, actually love me one white, black sea white. They come up. They're powered.
Tower is obviously still in the
zone. Yeah, watch. What kill? I'm coming.
Uh-oh.
What should they want? What keep them busy?
That's what they want. One side, but on this one, Yamza just takes a big shot, maybe the kneecapper on top. Clix as well, drop down to 105 HP and shield, forced to backtrack. He reunites with Higgs, where he knows he has a little bit of extra help, so that way he can finally pop those heals. It's Yamza.
No, brother! Come!
Worry it's likely, though, because he already has a elimination onto Tony.
Yeah, got brother.
With the cycle, to continue to push forward.
There as well. So look at this. Last game they
go give me some.
This time they're finding some mid-game critical fights here. And then they get to secure the market and everything in between right now. This is actually there are other options as well, right? You have to think about those things are like thinking that they need to get as well. But if you're hitting a brief glimpse of how well set up they are right now.
It's just unfortunate. Creon's by himself, and they have some extra
HP
down below, so they can
stay
welcome over there. Rise, Yapko,
below, no pressure wall below. Behind the wall.
pulls further and further. Again, that mountain range that some have invested into early on might have been the fruitful play. 845 damage above the threshold. They really don't have to worry about anything other than making it to zone, and it sounds easier than it actually is because you saw what Trio is waiting at the other side.
No white, some way, miracles are true. They weren't spotted out. They can see Ritual Cult moving their heels out of the base. Look at how quickly they end up boxing down. But hold up. Aegis, Acorn, and Boyo not letting up the pressure here. They ended up killing that team that just got the pickup right off the outskirts on the bridge. And it's G-Monster and Ocean falling down to the hands of Aegis, Acorn, and Boyo. So big set of eliminations here. We talked about them being out of damage. They're only 181 above after picking two eliminations. So it shows
come on. Run that TV, lock the door. Nah.
Oh.
You know stop! Just lock the door.
We're headed right.
Take
the train because we're going to brutal boxcars.
Range
that some invested into.
Knock, bitch.
Jojo Fishy trying to pass Peter Bot. He gets taken down. One player to the next. They actually feel that same pain, and they felt it twice in the same game because remember, they were trying to disengage. He got the reboot tapped on to some of his teammates, but
he's shocking.
Really just have to watch out. That's only their
he's so white. He's gone. Oh my god, he will be dealing with this a while ago.
Team were like, whoa, wait a second. We're not gonna get back to this. That's exactly
one pre-game. That's what they do.
Team they saw for sure. Sphinx Bolts though, 113 damage below the threshold. This is one of the worst positions you could be in here. And they have a decision to make. They're gonna go 5 splash down and then into the box here. So Aviv, Skittles, and Chip are an option. And then you have Cooper's team down low. Ooh, Rhea, Cooper, Curly.
The truck is still there,
they're lucky there because Bolt, Sphinx, and Kanata are on the way, and they're hungry for elimination here. They need damage. Nothing just yet.
No, come right this one. Come right in the middle.
This is not good. Sphinx goes down. Eliminated. Active Storm Surge means you're not going to get knocked. And they're just falling further and further below from a little bit over 100 to now 321 below the threshold. That's close to 2 full eliminations of the players. And it's something that you got to be careful with. They don't have any extra heals, no shields, no HP. Luckily for them,
there's nowhere else.
They might have forgot about him, but they didn't forget about you. They turned into a mad scramble.
To be in here now. And although he has to play defensive, you kind of can't, right? Like you don't have the luxury, you don't have the time.
That makes sense. He wants to create a year. He wants to come in.
Amplify cleans him up.
Box that baby! Behind it, Cooper. Box up.
Advantage of the fight that they hear break off next door. Meanwhile, Muzz, Rise, and Jabko. No.
Who I find this one?
In the world.
Come on,
rotate to try to get to this zone and.
Many whites.
I'm a little curious if this was
the
best way to go.
There's a huge
body of water.
See them. He walks.
On this side.
In gone over. See me? Behind the water.
Just trying to heal up.
Top everybody.
Rise peeking through. And they gotta be careful here because, like you said, they have to go over that open body of water. Now they're one of the last teams to rotate on over. And if anybody is going to be below Surge, they're definitely going to be looking back. And on the other side of that bridge, they're going to run into Clicks. They're going to run into Yamzo and Higgs. And they're just putting pressure on every team that has to rotate through that water.
Jacob, I was asking myself, what team could have put the zone right there? Like, who's set up already on the other side of the water to protect Clicks? Yamzo with the prime positioning. Talk about key real estate right here. This is a perfect position to be in. Not only that, they have the natural elevation and the high ground up above them as well. This is where you want to be right now.
Not too
comfortable. You can see Clicks just kind of staying on his toes right now.
These little kids, Ricardo. These children.
Finding eliminations right now.
Start running that kill everybody.
Those are points, right? Starting to rack up there.
Trying to break everybody. This is crazy.
Trying to close that gap. 6 points. It's not much now, but you definitely cannot let Peter Bot cold and Ritual continue to get more and more eliminations as each game passes. It's almost been the trend. 69 above the Major 1 champions. They've had a few struggles in this game, but they're always figuring out a way to make it work. The zone cuts back just a little bit in their favor, and that gives them the option to look across 2-3 teams over there. That's going to be their target. I was literally just saying you cannot let them pick up these eliminations, and there goes Peterbot getting another knock onto Cynics.
The end game is just starting right now, and they're at 5 elims, so talk about really hitting up what it matters. Zone's gonna pull far east though, giving up all that water. Straight into the landmass we go.
I'm gonna exercise.
Most of the teams already have migrated here.
You did something, Demi? You did? You got it? You got to do it?
2 trios trailing behind for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Trying to decide. It's gonna be the first move for them right now. Big lobby pressure coming in off the Chimp, Skittles, and Aviv. Down low.
I think they figure a lot of these teams are going to have to rotate in their direction, and that's going to be the best chance they got to try to catch some players off guard. Some damage able to slip through, but not much. But this is the zone. Kelly really broke this down to start the day. They pulled it on the front side and immediately built up. Booga, Threats, and Rapid, and they were the ones who closed out game number 6 with a victory right now. And so it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually close this one off. They're looking across and seeing who is actually going to try to make the play to contest them. Where this next zone pulls monster is going to be so pivotal on Threats, Rapid, and next moves.
You can tell by Booga's body language there. He is
so I'm going to text me. You know what I mean? That's all.
For comfort to second height. Wouldn't put it past him to dive in, but look at this.
Obviously, Jalen is like you're logging, but you tried to desktop version for the problem.
Acorn and Boyo get eliminated in 14th before the real placement point starts to kick in and kind of add up, but it was a struggle of a game just to even get this far. Clix, Yamzo, Higgs, though, they have not stopped playing the perfect low ground all weekend long, and they just continue to do so. Another top 10 is just moments away.
You see the huge difference, though, in their inventory this time around. The Mythic Collateral AR, the extra splashes, they did make their way on over to that black market to try to take use of their Lone Wolf POI. Looking to chop down high ground, but they got to be connected somewhere else. And that's the thing that they're going to look for it, but instead they run into Craze on the other side. They're not backing down from any challenge, especially now since they know they're going to have to rotate. And you see them looking through the wall, eyeing that team before they rotate on out. Just trying to be very, very precise about their rotation, and they even change LAers during this next pull. And now they're looking up. Peterbot knows if they want high ground, now would be the time to try to take it.
Yeah, they wanted to chop it down, but it's connected to the steam stack there. He didn't see or notice the fact that it is just going to be there and set up, but Siamzo Higgs on the Gold Rush splash effect here, continuing to rotate. It seems like they pull a little bit of a favorable zone on the low ground as well, so that's going to be perfect for them. Meanwhile, Booga, Threats, and Rapid managed to re-secure the base here, so all that material count doesn't go to waste, but Peterbot doesn't care. He's had enough of high ground shooting down. He's starting to eye up Booga. And we know what he does. He used that kneecap so well to retake high ground. And then the full commit jumps to the front side of zone. Threats is there to back him up. Booga, Rapid come on in. It's an all-out fight inside the box. Threats gets put down, though. Peterbot is showing up once again. This time, he wants to win, though.
Yeah, he took that high ground by force, and you saw when they all jumped over, Booga, Threats, Rapid, it's like they jumped in different directions. Threats was just left by himself in the Lion's Den, getting eaten every chance that he gets, and now the game has just changed. A huge threat is going to be on the high ground. Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual. They didn't get the win that they wanted in game number 1. They got the gap closed by Clixie, Amzo, and Higgs, and now it's their time to reopen that spread.
What's most important is that they stay alive right now. Everyone has to stay up. Ritual, though, takes a huge amount of damage right now. Someone ends up contesting them for high ground, and Ritual falls first. It's Cooper, and it's Reed who's here now, showing up as well. But look at the fight. He's showing Vert show up, too, for a little bit of high ground. Everyone wants a piece of this, but Peterbot's had enough. Once again, he's here to fight back.
Taki thought it was safe, he thought it was easy, but
brother, we just wanna play some bills and stuff, brother. Brother, I'm back at it again, boy. I take out some boy, we are true, and support you, this DI true, and frag up, boy.
Knocked off, backside of zone. Peterbot still has the siphon available when that elimination finally gets cleaned up, so he has all the time in the world here to look back at Divert and figure out what he's going to do, and he has no chance to contest this high ground. Still a good amount of builds left for Peter as well as a solo.
The only team trio up is Clix's trio on the low ground. Look at how many eliminations they have managed to secure here. They are running away with things down, but Peterbot is still in this game.
Brother, Clix about the Peterbot referee. What if Peterbot alone, but I like for the team of Clix have a full trio, and you know the 6 points behind him. Peterbot is another kill, brother. All right, come on, Clix.
Making sure that he's securing the points here. He says you may be winning the war on the low ground, but I'm here to take it all home. Hold up. Peterbot finds Higgs, and now the Cypher's starting to cook in. Another shot on the Clix, and he is still going right now. One thing's for certain, he's going to keep the pressure up and make it nice.
Yeah, man, let's go crazy.
Secure the dub.
And it just leaves me asking one question. Were those eliminations that game from Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot enough to make that 11-point difference from the Victory Royale mean absolutely nothing? This is what we wanted. The entertainment. This is Cinema Monster.
That's so crazy.
It's crazy because it doesn't matter if you win the game if you're letting Peterbot's trio earn all of those extra points. He's just taking away the padding that you could have otherwise secured, but you have to give so much credit to Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs. Just a perfect, they are playing absolutely perfect front side low ground end games right now, and they're cleaning up house. Yamzo with the final shot there to win the Victory Royale. Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo do it once again for game number 8, Zeke.
Jacob PR, hold me. This is cinema. I cannot believe. Okay, Kelly, was there a moment where you believed Peterbot was gonna 1v3? Was there a moment where you thought,
yes,
oh no, are we about to get 1v3? It's okay, Clix. Look, it's me and you. It's me and you. They got themselves a Victory Royale. That's what I like to see, but man, that was a very scary game. Peterbot went wild, but obviously I love to see from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs that they were really kind of leading the charge as they do on the low ground, right? And while everything else is happening, they're like, hey, just stick to the plan. I know it sounds like a bunch of stuff's happening and we could go for those eliminations. Let's just go for the win instead.
I mean, and they did it to a T, like what we've seen them do time and time again. Around zone 9, they're kind of playing in the back a little bit. They had so many more splashes than we've seen them, and they utilized that. We can understand why that's such an important part of their strategy. And getting those splashes, you get a little bit of a speed boost. You are able to control the front ground. And then while all the chaos is happening on the high ground, Vivid, and that was definitely the most chaotic high ground we have had this finals for North America, well, low ground just kind of gets free elims.
It's so awesome. We're just so entertained, right? We're all just staring at high ground, right? We got Peterbot trio up there taking the high ground, defending the high ground. We're like, holy moly, who's gonna win this game? And then we look down. Monster makes the call. There's only one full trio alive. It's Clix's trio. They're putting on a clinic on the observers. It was like pick your poison, right? No matter who you picked right there, we were going to be entertained. Not very often, right, where we watch one of the most entertaining parts of the game happening up on the high ground, and there's so much going on the low ground. But what an incredible game from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, just taking full advantage of it. And this is what I was mentioning, right? They are not faltering at all. Does not matter what's going on, right? If your trio is going down on the high ground, they're going to be popping off on the lower ground every single game. They have figured not only this meta out, but this finals out, and it shows every single time ever since they started yesterday in game number 3. Outside of, game number 6 yesterday, where of course a little bit of a falter, they have not placed outside of top 2, 3 of those being wins.
This is still working.
They're playing so good.
This is insane. And just to think, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it right now, okay? Because of that game, there is a 3-point difference between Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo. But who's in first place? We'll find out after this break.
This is working.
Don't you go anywhere.
Okay. That's so weird that we can't use it. I don't know what happened to a port. A port is widget dog shit. That's so weird. I don't know when I have such a bad port. weird. Let's start here with this. I'm gonna turn up the volume. Where's the volume? Okay, I think that's it. So very weird that this thing just keep on breaking. Fourth side is so stupid nowadays. They can't even use the repeat anything because they're so bad. Some close.
Welcome back to the FNCS. I cannot believe it, but Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs got themselves yet another victory royale. However, for a moment, it looked like Peterbot was going to 1v3 them. Guys, I'm going to say it. I'm so sorry. The mental game, Peterbot's in my head, okay? Mentally, I thought, oh no, Peterbot might just 1v3 Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs here because they were just on a tear. And like, you know, Kelly, once Peterbot gets going, it's so unbelievably difficult to stop him.
It's really funny. Anytime Peterbot does poorly in a game, you can almost expect the following game to be just absolute nonstop W king from him. And I love that. It's something that we've seen from Peterbot now for the last year, where he needs to prove himself if he doesn't have the perfect game. And this was very close to being the perfect game. An incredible height take from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, where it almost didn't really pan out, but they went back forward again, able to control high ground, even when Vert went for this bar for bar 1v1 against Peterbot, which is quite the feat to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an incredible game. And, you know, me, Zeke, Kelly, we're sitting here, we're getting ready to kind of come back to the show. You know, we hear in our ears, yeah, hey, you know, Peterbot stuff's ready, highlights ready. It's like over a minute long. We're like, wait, what? And we're like, yeah, we also kept it short. And we're like, wait, what? It's incredible. So there's just not enough time to truly understand how good Peterbot really is. And I give a big shout out to Jacob Wazzo, right? Because we're like watching this, and as soon as the Elim comes in on Higgs, Jacob goes, oh no. He's like fully prepared for the 1v3 to happen. But that being said, that Peterbot solo clutch right there somehow holds on to first place by just 3 points.
Just the most ridiculous run, right? I mean, again, this was Peterbot as a solo. That's almost more dangerous when he's by himself. Like, I can't even believe those words are coming out of my mouth.
Oh, I do.
And yet it happened. Kelly, I mean, he's just crazy.
I mean, you look to the global championships and you have game 11 there where Peterbot eliminated like 8 players in 2 minutes. And I think actually in Major 1, he did the same thing potentially in game 11 as well. Peterbot is known as this insane player going for these solo clutches in the end game. And Zeke, you keep saying, oh, I thought he was going to go for the 1v3. Peterbot essentially went for the 1v5 and eliminated 3 players. He got Donnie, he got Vert, and then he got Higgs. No one else can do it like Peterbot. So even if he's not winning, who cares, because he's able to get so many elims.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible stuff. I mean, we could talk about our top 2 trios for the rest of the day. We could just stop the competition right now and probably talk about them forever. We do have some other trios who are, of course, playing very, very well. We got Braids, Visuals, and a Menace. They are still holding on to 3rd place right now. Pick up, another good game. Still continuing that trend. Zeke only having 1 game outside of the top 10. This game, they're going to pick up 7th place with 5 eliminations. So staying consistent in terms of that. But I mean, our top 2 contenders, Kelly, they're running away with it. But it's very, very close. Towards like 3rd through 6th right now.
Of course, and that's what we're looking for, right? Braids, Visuals, and Minished making their way to the global championships over some of our bigger teams, the Big 7. I mean, if you look at our leaderboard right now, it is what players consider the Big 7. But if you replace Visuals, Braids, and Diminished with Canonical and Steam, however, they're not stopping yet either. They're still in our top 10. And Zeke, we have 4 more games to go. It already feels like the end of the tournament because so much has happened, but we're barely halfway through.
Even just look, Kelly, look at those numbers. How many of those are zeros, as in those players haven't moved? And how many of them are going 1 point up or down? This competition is so close. Yeah, of course, obviously we're trying to tell this nice little story. I think we're just blowing stuff.
That is ridiculous, brother. Man,
let's jump back on that battle bus. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
Yeah, look, no doubt. I mean, we're going through a roller coaster of emotions. I feel like I've exhausted the pipes here. I mean, we still have 4 games in front of us, and it's looking like every game is a fight for the championship right now, Jacob.
Yeah, and it's looking like it could be some of the most important games of Fortnite you will play this year. 3 spots for the global championship, and it gets exponentially harder with only 2 spots in Major 3. So honestly, it's now or never for some of these teams at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, one thing's exciting right now, it's that 3-point gap up at the top. Peterbot making sure that Clicks has to stay on his toes. You don't know now when they just want to pull the trigger or will Clicks pull something out of this sleeve. Well, we're here to find out. Let's jump on this battle bus one more time.
Monster, when this game ends, the tournament will be 75% of the way over. And that's really where it's going to start to get interesting. 3 games left, not enough time to make up a point deficit. So I'm thinking there might be a potential. We saw Peterbot land on Clicks. What about the other way around if the point lead over everybody else serves it?
That's exactly what I was starting to allude to with how Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo had the whole night to sleep on what all unfolded yesterday. You have to assume that they now too took that exact strategy into account, right? There might be a point in time where they say, you know what, before they can do us dirty, we probably should do them instead. So we'll just have to figure it out. And then I'm also thinking about, is 600 points enough to make it to global championship? Those are a lot of points. But then I start looking down at the standings. It's only a game and a half difference. So this game 9, game 10 are absolutely critical to Clicks making it to the global championship spot. Well, in the end, it is absolutely incredible Fortnite at play here. High action, high caliber Fortnite underway, and it just doesn't get any better.
No, it does not. And you're seeing why every team, including Craze, Donnie, Joji, Yusuf, Yuji, and Phenom on the Shining Strand Bridge. Yesterday, most of the game, we saw them kind of going all out 50-50. Drop on one of them floor loots and quickly go to work. This time around, both games, they're choosing to try to disengage, play it out. They might not get all the loot that they want off of their spawn, but at least they got a shot to try to get more points, move up the leaderboard, try to get in that top 25 where you can actually make some money.
I respect it. Like last game they did something similar, but at the end of the day, they were in about 16th place. So when they survived the drop and they kind of play things out, they were just working their way up, chipping their way up. They jumped up to 14th now, so they're kind of in the running for getting closer and closer to the top 10, which I kind of have to appreciate. What do you think about Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold here, though, playing for the medallion, it seems like, here at the train?
Yeah, business as usual for them. But you see the 2 arrows off on the side, 2 different bases already built. That's the trio, Visual, Braids, and a Minish. This is how they get a lot of their early game surge. And obviously after Peterbot secures the loot that he wants, he quickly turns around, tries to accumulate a little bit of surge on his own. But because of how long it actually takes to get the boss down, to get the medallion, usually there's a lot of shots like that coming from the other side.
I was gonna say, it seems like they were getting a little too close for comfort there. I thought for a moment we're gonna see Visuals and Mission Brace just dive in on the 2, but it seems like they know better than to take that risk. What is happening here from coned up to fighting back? Jaxi finds himself fighting out of a absolutely unwinnable situation for most, but all of a sudden he's looking at 1v3 right now. Siphon kicks in here, and he's right back in it, and then the double edit. That was too smooth, but Noah plays Chaos Gaming, and Kaz are here to rain on his parade. Jaxi, unfortunately, won't be able to celebrate much longer. Look, he's at 6 elims, 2 team wipes, and then sent back to the lobby. My gosh.
That last elimination was pretty tough, though. He slid. He was safe. So it was great for him to kind of pick that up. You said 6 eliminate. At least they got 24 points for this game. Could be the difference maker depending on where you're at on the leaderboard. And that's where Kaz is able to quickly break. And there was really no time for him to react. The full trio was already there. Jumping on top, closing off every possible escape scenario. As we jump aboard Clix, Yamzo Higgs. Hey, much closer this time around than we have seen in some of previous games past. Clix is going to be the one leading the charge of trying to get that Storm Surge first. Yamzo Higgs still looting up underneath the vault and all the surrounding land to try to get a lot of those extra heals up here in this base so that we can have a smooth game. Ooh.
They want to be absolutely sure to find Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold if they decide to try to sneak up on him. And this is why they're all kind of positioned up, like you mentioned, really closely to one another, but all with different angles, right? Looking for teams lurking, kind of sliding up on them. You have to also take into account, like, those shots they just put on to Peterbot, you know they know, right? Like, they're still at the Lone Wolf layer. But what are they thinking right now?
Probably just being very, very precise. And you kind of mix in a little bit of that last game, so they're just trying to get and see where a lot of these players are rotating to, mainly on over towards the black market. As Yamzo taking that other angle, looking towards the south, spotting out one of those towers in the distance and immediately trying to go to work. And you're seeing in the minimap as well, marking a team up there in that last game as one of the first times we were able to see them access that black market underneath Magic Mosses. And it helped so much. You saw the collateral AR. They were able to get at least 4 different sets of splashes on top of it, something that weren't able to do at all in day 1 because of a lot of those north zones.
For Ishu Taki, though, a big box fight right here. Taki's already taken out. A lot of credit to this team that tried to play for high ground, try to put the dub up on the mark. Came up a little short, but gotta respect it nonetheless. And unfortunately, Ishu just forced to completely give us this entire situation up right now.
Yeah, it does look like Seek and Veer are still underneath. Might be a 3v2 situation, so a blessing that they came in to crash this party, because now that Solo is going to be able to get out and get a chance for the reboot, but Veer being pushed back. A lot of these are his builds. That's why you see Creon playing careful, and you see that they're the ones that made that quick jump on over to Black Market this time around. Mythic Collateral AR is just shredding through these builds. Big damage onto Veer. Another elimination cleaned up with ease, leaving Seek by himself in a 1v3 situation. And immediately they spot him out, get him to move. Those audio visuals being the difference maker as they get wiped out of this game.
That Collateral AR so good when it comes down to keying in and keeping the pressure going like that. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, though, getting right back into the fighting action here. And what's so interesting is that they're fighting the team that Clix's trio was just eyeing up for surge tags here. And it makes you wonder if they are hunting right now, kind of on the warpath of Peterbot's team, just trying to see if they can find them out, bait them in, wait for them at the edge of Storm, right? This is very intentional right now.
Yeah, especially since I mentioned them being able to access the black market on the side of Clix and his trio. Zone is pulling towards the south, so this would be one of those scenarios with the Storm Surge they got early on in the game. They can backtrack, but now you just got Peterbot in your path. A 3-point lead, and he's not straying away from these risky plays and these big moves of rotating towards the north and trying to cut off that whole team. But there is going to be one player, that last Solo, still in the minimap down below. You see him just above Lone Wolf layer, just south of what Peterbot's initially at. And it does look like because of that third party, he is going to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, this is some significant, you know, tactics at play right now. Like, you're watching them almost literally trying to position themselves to get into a fight with Peterbot come the mid game. We'll be keeping eyes on it. How Clix and Peterbot, the gap continues, but for Phenom, Eulogy, and Yusuf, fight breaking out kind of inside the storm right now against Shadow, Tyler, and Curve. You know, up until now, we've seen also Kanata's team here, but not quite just yet. And as we just mentioned, we knew they were trying to get in on to Clix's trio. Who'd have thought they'd push all the way up? Of course, after taking the rotate through the porta body, now a full fight's breaking out. Peterbot hurt though. Yamzo is here to fight. No time to choke now though. This is for the championship essentially right here.
Yeah, this would give either one of these teams, assuming they finish at least in the top 3, a big lead going into the last 3 games of the day. Peterbot Cold Ritual choosing to disengage, zone pulling all the way towards the south. They say, hey, we're just going to go ahead and go back on over towards our black market, our crime city for now. We'll meet you later inside of the zone, because now both of these teams know which outfit their opponents are wearing. But Clix getting some good damage on somebody trying to move through that porta potty, forcing the remaining 2 players to just wait and expend a lot of their materials.
I was going to say, it's so important that they pressure right now to really make sure they set back Peterbot's trio as much as possible. You got to give them a lot of credit defending off Peterbot's team, coming in fully healthy, mind you, with all the resources, right? Peterbot's trying to pull the same type of tactic they did yesterday. Just put Clix off of the ball game, right? Push them off their Surge strats, reset them, make them kind of fall in the mid game when Surge gets active. But this time they were prepared, and it seems like, I don't know, man, maybe they pulled the trick out a little too soon yesterday.
I almost feel like, and you're an OG, you've been around much longer than I have. Is this one of the first times we're seeing a team really just take control as much as Peterbot is going for these early game fights? I mean, rightfully so, Peterbot does want to win. They have such a huge lead over third, fourth, fifth, everybody else down below that leaderboard. So maybe he already has his global championship spot, almost guaranteed top 2. It's worth the risk for them, especially since this one is personal almost between Peterbot and Clix. And this is bragging rights. This is more than just that.
Yeah, Jacob, look, you know, I've casted 25 FNCS finals. There has never been a team to do what you're watching right now in an active online tournament, like in this way, right? Really trying to make sure that they position themselves to be the front runners, and then finding someone so close to them, deviating the strategy to say, you know what, we have to adjust. Like, this is what we've always wanted to see from high-level Fortnite, and it's great to see Peterbot and his trio kind of take the lead there, right? So all credits to Ritual and Cold, because there aren't many teams that would do this. And of course, the GOATs, Vino and Queezer, were the ones that kind of kicked this off, right? Showing that this is possible. You can make these type of iconic plays. You can almost cement yourself in Fortnite history as legends if you do this type of stuff. And I think they're leading by example right now. So this is the first time we've seen it here on NA, and I think online in general in this type of way.
It's just incredible. All these years later, records still being broken, history still being made, and entertainment at its finest. We're the true victors out of all of this that is going down around the lobby, as Higgs in the feed does get elimination onto the tick. You see Rapid Threats in Booga. A little bit of a slower pace for them this time around. Just outside of that qualification spots, but the points are so close. All it takes is one good game to change the course of your own history. This time around, everybody having to rotate in from the north. Foxy Floodgate is going to be the most north POI as of now. As we check out how Higgs was actually able to pick up that elimination, just sneaking up on a couple of players. And as I said, zone moving towards the south, which gives a lot of freedom to Clix, Higgs, and Yamto to move back on over to that black market and seeing if there's anything left from Creon, Tony, and Noisy.
I was going to say, you know, you got to think about how, you know, because Ritual and Cold were there, they kind of cut off the black market for a little bit.
Yep.
Likely looking at Clix's performance and saying, hey, you know, what's changed from the days before, right? It's the fact that they have had access to this black market. We talked about how significant that is. But look, there's other teams kind of here still waiting about, so they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh man, they're getting confident up above. They're knocking on some doors, trying to take some cones, eliminate some options just in case this fight does progress longer than they'd expect. But great shots coming out of Yamzo yet again, opening up the fight, slowing down at least one of those players. But Vert landing some good damage onto Clicks. Both teams trying to tunnel around, build some extra space. That way they can try to make that move. But it's the low ground right now that is on a little bit of a disadvantage. So they need to figure out a way to make a play as Clicks just gets hounded yet again. Dropped down to about 75 HP, looking for a way to survive.
Forced to pop a second med miss here now, so this is really starting to come down to the wire as far as the zone pressure is concerned. It's going to come down to Higgs and Yamzo. We've seen a lot of clutch plays from them throughout the weekend. Really have never seen a better Clicks and Yamzo. They seem to be in peak form. Clicks here, still on the back foot right now. 51 damage put off right there. He's going to win that trade. The edit was there, but unfortunately the tag couldn't follow up in time, and this low ground, I was going to say, really difficult to play off of. It seems like the zone gets the knock for Yamzo, and that's going to be the go sign for them. In here they come with the kneecappers are out. Taki's there, but no! The pre-fire shotgun onto Clicks takes him down. Higgs loses shield here. It's going to be up to Vert to come through, and Vert actually finishes off Clicks. Think about what this is going to do for the damage as well. This is an extremely big elimination right now, and a time waste. And Maniac was just here. This reboot might not even be up. Oh, it is.
This is just crazy because you said it yourself. What does that do to the damage? Remember, early on, it was Clicks the one on top of Lone Wolf Lair in their base, getting a lot of that damage while his teammates were the ones looting up, getting the gold. We'll see how it turns out. But Cold is down as well.
When Cole no, Clicks as well, Cole no. Well, Click Cole no,
it's been toe-to-toe, back and forth between the top two trios, and again, we're in a dire situation. Even though they are going to get that revive off and the elimination cleaned up for the Siphon, it still puts them in a spot to where now they have to follow backs into zone, and they're so far back.
Can I just say how smart that was? They left it down body until they picked up Cole, so the Siphon kicks back in for Cole. Like, the little things that happen at extreme high level Fortnite is what makes me love this game so much at a competitive level. And look, they are back like they never left. They are just not looking to make any mistakes. This is incredible stuff.
Those little differences really mean much, because now they don't have to use a med mist, they don't have to use a med kit, no bandages, no worries there, at least not for now. And again, I always say this, they're looting their POI yet again. They don't even necessarily drop there and loot the whole thing. That's from time to time. You see extra teams come in, try to grab the scraps. He dips his toes into the water, the gold splash water that runs through Crime City. Get the extra speed boost, faster farming speed, and that's where he's going to be maxed up on materials in no time. And not too far away from where the zone is pulling now. And this is where you're seeing a lot of teams utilize that gold splash water, just dipping their feet in. They get the speed boost, they get this pickaxe speed boost. And then if they do have that kneecapper, then they're definitely going to close the distance to these.
I mean, at this point, I'm more concerned if like storm sickness is going to kick in. Like, they are playing deep in the storm right now. We still got a lot of, Fortnite to go. The North is still kind of playing the zone right now, so very favorable short rotate for them. It might force them to tank a little bit more than usual. I'm just trying to keep all the options, open at the moment, but Shadow, Tyler, and Curve right now on the move here, playing this kind of high ground, trying to see if they can have a position here, but Noah's already set up. Visuals and Minish are there. Take a look at the highlight from Agers, Acorn, and Boyo on the eastern side of the map. This is what happened last game that set them back this time. They don't lose Boyo, so they're going to be able to maintain their damage, kind of carry this momentum into this end game right now. Another mountain in play here as well, so seems to be a repeating pattern.
Yeah, almost everybody on this edge crossing their fingers right now, saying, please come to us on the eastern side. Don't pull up that mountain. Don't give us a max pull. Well, guess what? Fortnite doesn't really care how your fingers are crossed or what you're wanting. We're just going to give a max pull anyway. Agers, Poyo, and Acorn. This is something they've been feeling almost all weekend long. And the difference is exactly what you said. They were able to pick up those eliminations. They didn't go down, not rebooted. So this time around, with a similar rotation as last game, I expect them to be very, very much higher when it comes to that storm surge.
Sitting in the storm right now, tanking for position here. Japco, Muzz, and Rise could be setting themselves up for another victory royale here. We've seen when they kind of get these types of zones and they get this high ground positioning early, they've turned them into top 3s, second places, and victory royales. Do keep in mind, this is a 2-tick zone right now, so again, a lot of tanking right now. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cole still tanking as well. If they just look over that way, they might actually be able to take them out the sky for a moment there. Seems like a fight's breaking out.
And as of this game starting, they're only 69 points away from that top 4, which would be a qualifier spot because of Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot in first place. So they know these last 4 games are going to be some of the most important Fortnite they're going to play, especially during this major. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual. They're able to get that mountaintop just south of their actual POI. They're 1,100 damage above the Surge, and they're looking toward the back. That player is in zone. They get the knock, the tick, and that was a player that already got rebooted in this game. Down again he goes.
I was going to say, we saw him hiding before by himself. Seems like he just couldn't catch a break. And those are some important points right there. And look at that, he's just going to go for the material. So Peterbot opting to jump down. Big upgrades here as well, potentially. All in all, a pretty great elimination for him.
Yeah, and they knew it was relatively safe because they traveled from that side of the zone where no, it was closed. Nobody was really there without sacrificing damage. One other team might have been Muzz, Rise, and Yapko on the other side, but a little bit of a far pull for them. But since they're so high up, they could look down at teams like Bugha, Rapid, and Threats, figure out where they're rotating, and either mirror that rotation or just simply use their builds against them. But they are going to beat off Bugha, Rapid, and Threats. Yep, they're cutting them off down the side of that mountain. So not only are they going to get position inside of the zone, they're going to get priority over every other team.
Yeah, one thing we're noticing
You think I'm a
it's
brother
almost
Camel,
like
you know? Is that what you think I am?
Cold and Ritual right now are
Yes, you
playing
do.
as if every team they're encountering is Clix's trio. They're trying to put themselves in position to directly take out all the northern teams.
I'm happy to be here, brother
looking
Camel,
for the fight
box
right now.
opener. My jar opener.
I want to say same thing could be said for Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, but maybe they're fighting all weekend long, the most distance traveled in the tournament, and they're 137 above the threshold. One of these zones coming towards the south, they got a little bit of priority position. They got to be careful from the left side where they're kind of blocked off, but other than that, they're able to kind of take advantage. A lot of these teams stuck below inside Canyons Crossing. There's a huge elevation differential, and they have to climb that mountain in order to get in the safe zone.
Let's take a look at 98 above here for both Sphinx and Kanata, so not out of the woods just yet. They need to stay active right here, find one of these teams and just kind of break open.
Where's Clicks?
Fight.
Okay.
Looking at things from the wide shot, Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs find themselves below the surge. That's that damage that we talked about being kind of the setback for them here and now.
God.
I mean, not the worst team as far as but they're right on the line there. Great tags for Clix to start making up for lost damage here. And it's come out, put him right inside the zone. Medmiss already being utilized here. From Higgs' side, they're also getting active there. Seems like Rapid's team is the one under fire. Now pressure coming in. Ooh, a far zone pull for everyone on the lobby. Very few teams are going to be able to find themselves safely on the right side of the fence here.
You see a good chunk of the lobby in the minimap trying to make this rotation early. They don't want to get caught behind. It's going over into that kind of divot between Canyons Crossing and the Shogun's arena. So yes, getting down might be easy, but where this zone pulls up any one of these mountainsides, you have to start preparing a few zones ahead, maybe conserve as many materials or find an elimination here like Poyo, Angels, and Acorn trying to do. 20 is going to be in their line of sights. Active surge on him as well, and it does look like he might be going down here in a moment. Can they take advantage of that? Either way, they don't want to because they know they don't want to get caught in the backside of the zone. And you see him even charged up the Haymaker, but on the other side, Higgs goes down, Clicks in shambles. Yamzo no shields. Even with 6 eliminations, this puts him in a dire spot.
Yeah, that looked like Bugha coming through with an armored vehicle. Like, I'm not sure what just happened, but Higgs gets sent flying. And I was just going to say, this is one of the few times where being late on the rotate here will actually put you in the better position because it's coming off the top of the mountain. So Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs, although they're a man down, they are in a much better position here overall. However, they've lost so much material now. And look at the wide shot right here. Japco, Muzz, and Rise opting to continue to play for ultimate height. You can see this puts Plix's team kind of at the low ground. Peterbot right in the middle of the pack here, trying to potentially opt in to fight for height here shortly. Gonna be a Western pool, Jacob.
Yeah, this is going to be tough too. Even though most of it is on even ground at the bottom, it does slightly move up the side of that mountain. So you really got to be careful. For Yapko, Rise, and Muzz, looking down, putting pressure will be the key here, because even though that might not be the team they're looking at now, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are going to be just underneath them. And instead of prioritizing a little bit of elevation, Peterbot is just trying to get ahead of this, try to look at it later, something that we see them do time and time again. Exactly that. They have to be careful, because up above, down below, pressure coming in from all angles. No choice. Just quickly slides to a safe spot down below. I would be a liar right now, Monster, if I said that didn't make me nervous.
I thought it was over. I'm not gonna lie, but he was way faster than I was on the reaction speeds there to go ahead and save himself and break the fall. Smart play to give up the height there. You saw how dangerous it was getting, but it's not looking good right now for Clicks. And Iamzo, Clicks taken out here. Iamzo left to solo clutch this one out. Placement points are just starting to add up as well. We're in top 11 territory here, but there is so much action unfolding. Look at this. Peterbot finds another set of eliminations, and they're at 10 already with 24 players remaining in the game.
That was a full trio. They just wiped off the side of this mountain, and the zone's going to continue to pull further and further over. And they're going to go ahead and sacrifice the HP, trying to make a smooth rotation upward. Muzz, Rise, Yapko still up above. They need to figure out a way to target down below. Down is going to be Iamzo still by himself. You said it now. No materials. He's trying to farm what little that he can, but there's still so many dangerous players in front of him, including the full trio towards the right. And it's going to take down Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs.
So he falls inside a top 10. This is really going to start opening up the placement points here for Peterbot. They already have the elimination lead, and this is where the gap will start to grow here. But first, they have to pop off. Ritual's going to fall. Peterbot gets crunched down to just 14 HP, and then taken out as well. Cold here does his best, but he gets sent back to the lobby. So scratch those placement points out of the way. The race continues to remain extremely close. Muzz eyeing up all that loot from Peterbot down low, but there's no room to jump down. Muzz, Japco, and Rise looking to be one of the few teams to pick up multiple victory royales here on the day. What an angle from Muzz! And there's the refresh he was looking for. Really taking this game into his own accord here.
They've come close so many times this week, and this is the one they don't want to let slip through. But down below, another team they got to watch out for, Reed, Cooper, Curly, and they are just dominating everyone in their path. The full trio gets taken down, and now it's two trios and a solo that isn't going to last long, because Kanata goes down. 3v3 situation. Muzz, Rise, Yapko up above. They have the elevation and the advantage, but everything gets chopped down, and now the battle's going to begin. A Haymaker is winding up right now with the kneecapper. He's trying to charge it up, waiting for somebody to peek out of that box and make a mistake.
He tries to free swing right there. Japco is absolutely ready. There it is. It's charged up, but he misses. Hits one, hits two. Cooper still alive, though. We'll get the Siphon Muzz in a one-on-one against Reed here. How good can you be here? The jump shot out the side, and Muzz gets traded out. It's all up to Curly. This is his moment to show everyone what he has. What does it take here to be another winner? Can you take game 9 here? Curly versus Rise. Things are starting to heat up. The pressure is rising, and Curly hits the shot that matters most. A second victory royale now for himself here on the finals day.
If we were in person, Monster, I know Curly Bobby be pointing over in that direction and said, you guys could have had me. You guys could have had me on your team winning this game, but you chose to go with somebody else. And now it's a decision that'll go down as one they will regret. And that is a big win for Curly, Cooper, and Reed, because remember, at one point or another, they were tied in that third, fourth place position. Well, there's not going to be a tie anymore.
It was so crazy. You know, for it to come down to the wire, you would have thought Japco, Rise, and Muzz was going to get that second victory royale. But unfortunately, Reed, Cooper, and Curly heat up and cement themselves in the conversation here. They're like, wait a second, guys. We want that third place spot. We want to try to fight for first. And it was so intense here. What a way for this to go down. Look at that. Turn this thing around here. Curly hitting the shot, and then Rise, unfortunately, couldn't find his tags there. There it is, the big victory royale here for game number 9 for Reed, Coop, and Curly there, Zeke.
That has to be one of the most disgusting shots I think I've ever seen. Jumping down that mountain mid-air and just one-pumping that player. Yo, that was crazy. Kelly, you should be doing a Zeke right now because Reet got a VR.
Well, you were just talking about that moment, and it was Muzz versus Reet, where Muzz jumped down and got the elimination onto Reet. But obviously, there's only so much you can do when it keeps coming down to these 1v1s. I love it, that I love that it's not just these 3v3s now. We're almost getting this kind of like masterclass of 1v1s in final moments. But obviously, big shout outs to Reet, Cooper, and Curly grabbing their victory royale. I love to see them jumping up the leaderboard finally. Actually, I'm excited to look at our leaderboard because they have been one of the only teams in our top 10 to not get a victory royale. So finally to see them come all together, controlling the low ground, especially when you have other low ground teams like Clix's trio or Muzz's trio who was on high ground. When they're everywhere else, you can kind of like navigate the story.
I chalked this game up to a Muzz, Yapko, and Rise win like hours ago. Right? I saw it, I was like, spawn back up the mountain. This is easy win. I'm not even gonna watch. Hold up, Curly did what? In that end game, did Curly find a llama, by the way? Because we tuned into his POV and he had 60 builds. I mean, Rise has got to be like punching his desk right now. He's like, how does this guy still have builds? He stood no chance in that 1v1 because it felt like Curly had like infinite materials, could keep blocking him up, kept building up, kept coating him off. And at the end of it, when Curly finally hit that final shot, he still had like 40 builds to work with. I don't know where Curly ended up finding so much wood from, but it definitely helped him in that 1v1. What an incredible game from Reet, Cooper, and Curly. Like I mentioned, I kind of chalked that game up to a Muzz win hours ago, right? It looked like it was so clear as day. I don't know how they managed to rotate up the mountain, keep themselves in a healthy position to actually go ahead and win that one. What a game from that trio.
We are just being fed some of the best Fortnite ever right now, and obviously the first two trios who are out in the lead went down early. More on that in a moment, because first we go to a break. When we return, we'll let you know what happened. We'll see you real soon.
Fighter.
I'm just blown away. I'm just blown away. We are halfway through day number 2. And this is just getting crazier. I know, Kelly, it is flown by because we are just getting some unbelievable moments here in major number 2. All right, so obviously, Reed, Cooper, Curly, congratulations on your VR in game number 9. But as we bring up the standings, we still see 2 Titans at the top fighting back and forth. One to reclaim his title, to take back his first place. Another to get their first win as a champion. And it is so unbelievably close. I mean, guys, to see Peterbot and Clix be fighting this out. In that last game, Clix fell 10th. Peterbot fell 9th. The difference between the two of them, 5 eliminations. This is a nail biter, Kelly.
And what's even crazier is this discussion kind of started early on in the game. We saw Peterbot once again go to Lone Wolf and go onto Clix's trio. Fortunately, though, it wasn't the wipe that could have potentially happened. Clix was able to kind of hold themselves down. Peterbot's trio kind of backed off. And for a long time there, I mean, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looked like they had this low ground to themselves. But so much chaos, especially when it's this mountain zone. There's only so much you can do to control the lobby when it's pulling this way. Even when you're Peterbot, there's only so much you can do, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and take the opportunity here to also shout out Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo because, you know, like Kelly mentioned, there was a little bit of tension happening, right? Of course, the leaderboard is telling this story as well, but in game, these trios are meeting early on in the games, and I'm not gonna lie, I like to highlight moments where these type of games impress me because Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs still break into the top 10. They have yet to place outside of the top 10, but this was, or no, sorry, that wasn't true. They placed outside, or they got 10th this game. But this was one of those games where it was like, I chalked it up early because after they got done with that engagement with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, I was like, oh, they got like 20 builds, and then they went ahead and they fought like 3v3, and then, you know, Clix had to get rebooted. They were late rotated into the zone. I'm like, this is the game, right? This is the game where Peterbot actually establishes a lead over them. But no, somehow they still put up a decent game, get 10th place, 6 eliminations, and then with Peterbot kind of going down in the same area, it still stays competitive on the leaderboard. Gotta tip my hat to Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo, because even in games where they don't seemingly have everything go perfect for them, right? The game plan doesn't work out, they're still able to adapt and put up decent points.
Dude, just when we pulled up those standings, I mean, again, we're just trying, when we pull up the standings, just look at that number on the left, right? And just see which way it's going up and down, okay? The fact that Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are now starting to push out Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. Pollo has already qualified. If he jumps up into that top 3, now we're looking to move further down the standings. Peterbot's already qualified. There are so many head-to-heads happening across this lobby right now. I am just in awe of the community, of the players, how they are performing. Guys, this is peak. This is peak.
I'm in awe with Muzz going for that kind of mountainous zone height early on and then using that to kind of control high ground all the way until zone 12. We were talking about at the start of the show just how difficult that is, but when you're Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, it's not too difficult for you. However, what is difficult is that once that zone does slowly start pulling down the mountain, high ground only means so much. But again, I love that it like really came down to a 1v1 of Muzz versus Reet and then a 1v1 of Curly versus Rise. There's just so much storytelling there, but still they are just barely within that contention of making into the global championships. These teams cannot be resting on their laurels yet. 3 more games to go, Zeke. There's still so much that can happen.
This is amazing. This is incredible. We hope that you guys are all enjoying what you're watching, and just a shout out, there's a bunch of watch parties happening right now. Aussie Antics, Courage JD, Stable Ronaldo, Faxity, I mean, there's Legends Landing is going crazy. We are all as one community coming together right now to watch this all happen. With 3 games left to go, let's jump back on that battle bus. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
I cannot tell you enough, Monster, how close this actually is. And it almost makes me wonder how nervous, how anxious are our competitors, because it has me at the edge of my seat going into these last 3 games.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eyes on the chat, keeping eyes on the community. Clix has said it out of his own mouth. he has had the shakes in certain scenarios. At least coming into game 9, he was really feeling the pressure. And you got to think about it. This is the first time he's had this much pressure. He hasn't had a second place lead, almost first place like this. So here we have it. Let's jump in for another game. Game 10 of the Major 2 finals is here. One thing's for certain, we do not know how these rounds are going to play out, who's going to, let alone take the victory royale come the end game. These games have been absolutely nail biters, and you could tell the tension is in the air between Peterbot versus Clix, because Peterbot's team has been the most dynamic team we've ever seen in the history of Fortnite, changing their strategy round after round and just trying to be the counter, the kryptonite to Clix's trio.
Just taking matters into their own hands, literally making sure if we are going to lose this FNCS, it's going to come out of Tribe. But what is this? Another contested fight. And I was going to say something, though, for a moment, Monster. This has happened in Clix's history one time before. Veno coming all the way over from EU, teaming with Clix. They were at the top of the leaderboard a few majors ago after day number 1, and this exact thing happened. They started to get contested game after game, their loot stolen away game after game, and already it looked like it might have been just a momentary thing. Jutrez said, you know what, we might have just went on to Clix's house, let's just leave before security catches us.
Now you do have to keep in mind, Fallen, Nitro, and Jutrez are the current 33rd place team, so them just spawning here and taking a little bit of loot is still extremely significant to Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo's pacing in their entire game, right? Look at how different they have to play now. They're slower, they're looking around, they don't want to overcommit. These things are going to affect their performance, so if it isn't one thing, it's another now that they have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, just one of those things I feel like you have to figure out a way to prepare the best that you can. And you can see they knew they were contested right out of the gate, so they're not going straight for that Storm Surge strategy. So even though we know that full team has already disengaged and left, now with the scanner going down, they're going to get the information, and now they're behind their curve a little bit when it comes to accumulating that damage. It's something that you've been talking about all weekend long. It's literally the little things.
Take an inch, they turn it into a mile. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole seem to have their strategy going business as usual. Teams at Foxy Floodgates peeking on over.
Do you see that, though? Look at Crime City. You see just a little purple arrow? That might just be that solo.
Is that Jutras? Oh, yeah. Oh, they're just showing up. That is the team. That's Nitro from Jutras, Fallen's trio there. They say, hey, you know what? We want to get talked about our broadcast. We're going to land on both first place and second place. We'll keep it interesting for the comm, you know? Give them both a little something to think about.
It's risky. Especially since Cold is by himself. He's just waiting by one of those chests, waiting for Cold to think it's fully uncontested, because he snuck his way in here, I believe, through the porta potty. So this is going to be one of those interesting situations.
He might actually get away with an elimination right now. I'm not even going to lie. Nah, not on Cold, right? No way.
You know, this is literally a movie today, because, you know, in those situations in the movie, the horror flicks, where it's just like, no, don't go in there. The monster's in there. Right now, Cold sees him. Now it's a chance, as you see every single green arrow on the outside. Both Ritual and Peterbot have turned around, and this is where it's going to get dangerous for New Nitro as a solo, because now the entire wolf pack is going to converge.
Wait, but you got to think about it. The same story applies here for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. If they're getting, again, pushed off of their usual strategy, this is time lost on farming damage. Now, Nitro did throw the bag. He had a chance to take down Cold, but he got caught in the street, and now he's off to the races, and he just gets folded over. 190 damage opener here by Cold. Cold's probably going to flex him on with a pickaxe. I wouldn't doubt it. Nope, he doesn't want to put the risk out.
Now, it almost makes you feel like in the back of their mind, they found one. They obviously don't know that his duo is just nowhere in sight. Well, speak of them, Fallen and Jutraz, this is them almost on the other side of the world, north of Crime City, in another 1v3 situation. And that's Cat that just gets the elimination onto Fallen. Jutraz now by himself, and it just almost looks like that strat to split up to surprise first and second place might not work out for them, but he's not going down without a fight up until then, where they get wiped off that. And now one less game for them to play.
Everybody gets their shine in the sun here today on the broadcast. Lord's amplifying Shiny, though, going toe-to-toe now against what looked to be Japco. Rise kind of sneaking on in here from the side, trying to get a little bit of a piece of the action, hearing the shots going down here.
Like this slow play this time around. Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp jumping on over towards Outlaw's Oasis. And they are actually able to get this armored vehicle this time around, so it's not just the overabundance of loot. It's exactly this situation with the zone pulling further and further towards the east. That's going to allow them to safely or relatively safely rotate with that armored vehicle straight into zone much faster than some of these other teams that might have to use some of their resources to make that same rotation.
By the way, was I tripping out last game? Did I see an armored vehicle come flying off the hill? Like, I couldn't tell. Still thinking about how Higgs went down. Like, I'm pretty sure Booga had an armored vehicle somehow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Higgs and Yamzo Clicks, though, moved out of the Lone Wolf lair. They're not looking to sit around. They're trying to keep their strategy moving along. Notice every game, I would say the last 9 games, basically, they kind of stood there stay right at the draw spot. Last game they were forced almost into the zone because, you know, Peterbot's trio rotating in, so now they're looking to play for a little bit more key positioning, take a fight inside the storm. This is all new for them right now.
Yeah, just interesting, you know, from yesterday, staying at Lone Wolf, game 1, being able to access that black market. I thought it was going to be a trend that changes in that favor, but now it looks like they're just kind of hunting. And this could be partially because of Storm Surge, but on the other end, one of the key ways I feel like in order to take down a trio like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual is keeping up with eliminations. And remember, to close the day out yesterday, they didn't get any eliminations. They went down early, almost a 0-point game. So now you're looking at them. How do you close the gap against the team that is so consistent and so aggressive? Well, this is one of those ways that I'm looking at.
Well, Clix has got the information downloaded. He sees what this team's up to, tracking them almost perfectly as they start to build their fortress here. They're looking to set up the ambush right now, likely waiting for just one little edit reset to come through so they can go ahead and take advantage of the weak wall. And they find it. The weak wall is a little bit of wood, and they box him up. But this player manages to barely skate away, but not for long. Here comes the pressure. This is where Click shines best, obviously. Box fight type scenarios. Swinging his way around, catches JXY from the side angle. Again, not letting the builds kind of replenish here. And he's got a great little angle going on here. But look, there's another team pushing in extremely fast as the fight's breaking out right now. You have to wrap this up quickly.
It might be Josh, Magma, and Causers trying to float their way in, and they're already there, right on top of all this action. Up above, trying to sneak away some shots. Even with elimination in down, they're not able to clean it up just yet. It's gotten a little bit more risky on the other side. It's a 2v1 situation. Click showing no fear, just putting a good amount of damage onto both of those players, knowing that he does have the backup. Higgs, Yamzo have now entered the fray, but both of those eliminations get stolen away, and it's not just the loot, it's the points.
They lost the points as well, and then the body must have been picked up. That is so unfortunate. And then look at who's here. Taki, Ishu, and Vert, and that's a good trio. We saw how they managed to really fend off Clicks just in the last game. All of a sudden coming through, little ambush opener onto Yamzo, but Yamzo too fast on the draw there, ends up kind of escaping. So Higgs and Yamzo Clicks have another chance now to find a fresh set of eliminations, but they're not really happy with the way this is all unfolding. So that's 12 points that just slipped through their fingertips.
And then you add in the amount of builds they expended, the resources that they've used, and they weren't really able to get any of that back, and now they're almost stuck in this position. One team on one side, another one on the other, but they're still doing a good job of making sure that nobody can advance their position. Nobody can start to build confidence, but there's another one off the side of the mountain, Curve, Shadow, and Tyler, that they might have to worry about soon, especially if they disengage into that direction.
Look, they ended up finding Polis there. Magma's trio. Now Higgs, Yamzo, Clicks kind of get the situation. They say, okay, seems like they just got the full finish. Trying to kind of break out this side angle here. Not too sure whose builds these are. Higgs not trusting it at all. He's trying to see if there's still that one left. Where's that down player is what he's thinking about right here.
Ooh, another cheeky play. Throwing the thermites on the walls. Let it do the damage for you. That way, if anybody is sneaking or hiding around, it might take some time, but their position will be revealed. But that team already disengaged towards the north side. Back over towards Brutal Boxcars as we tune into Peterbot going down. Ritual once again looking like he's going to save the day. And they're just outside of Crime City. Cold is converging on that location as well. So even with Peterbot going down, it's not going to be too many worries for them because he's going to get right back on up.
Got to give a lot of respect to Ritual, really keeping to his word, promising to improve his mechanics, improve his fighting capabilities. In this finals, he has really showed up and pulled out. Take a look though. Peterbot gets into a little bit of a skirmish here and just loses an exchange against Aiden through the wall there. And that's how he ended up getting folded over. A little setback on damage, but not over just yet.
Oof, it's a momentary setback for someone like Peterbot. Most damage in the game by far. As we tune into Cooper and Curly, no read. He's already down. Zone pulling on over towards the eastern side overall. And this is with those splashes, they're just going to try to disengage on out. They know Flooded Frog's uncontested, especially with the zone moving in the opposite direction. As long as they have that reboot card, it's going to be no worries for them to go ahead and try to get Reap back up. But there is a full trio behind them, chasing them down. Creon, Noisy, Tony. They don't want to let those two eliminations go for free because assuming they already got the one on Reap, they know they have the advantage here.
I was gonna say, I feel like we were due for a little bit of a scrappy game from some of our top performers, but I wouldn't have thought all three of our top three teams were gonna be having a bit of a hard time here come game 10. This is the halfway mark of day 2. Traditionally, the big teams start to break away here with a, overwhelmingly consistency. But Cooper, Curly, Reap find themselves on the back foot right now. Pressure coming in from Creon as they look to advance forward. Big tags coming in, but the pressure starting to surmount here. Cooper jumps to low ground. More tags from another trio. This is Hound's trio now looking inwards. All things are not looking good right now for Cooper and Curly, who just came off the last game victory royale, but now all the way forced into a worse position, and they get finished. Collapsed on by the hands of Creon, Tony, and Noisy, while Cirque and Hellholm just watch in the distance.
That is just so terrible for Reed, Cooper, and Curly. And you look down that leaderboard, Visuals, Braids, and Diminish. They're already in the conversation with the Global Championship bubble spot. But then you got Muzz, Yapko, Rise. That made it easier for them to catch up. Rapid, Booga, and Threads, them as well, over the 400-point mark. And so now everybody else on that leaderboard within contention for that spot has just been granted a little bit of a miracle, but 26 teams still left alive. Don't start getting points until top 17, and then they start to cascade in with every team that does go down. So there's still a long road ahead of some of those teams looking to get inside of the bubble. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo rotating late out of their Lone Wolf lair. This time around, just like in game number 1, they're going to backtrack on over to that black market. They're assuming and hoping all of these teams have already rotated away out of this spot so they can have ease of access to the black market.
Yeah, their timing perfect too. The team is just moving out of it as they are showing up. Braids, Visuals, and Diminish. Mixing it up here, taking a little bit more of a scenic route.
From Peterbot to Peterbot, need to fall before the top 10.
Not in any kind of worry or, overly dangerous position. Whereas last game they found themselves, as one of the few kind of playing deep in the storm there, pushed by different trios and whatnot. This is another one of those moments too, Jacob, where teams find themselves in a race, right? For like a top prestigious podium finish for the first time in their careers. And sometimes, again, that pressure, you just don't know how you're going to react when you're in those moments. And this is their time now.
I kind of like the way you said that, because you could practice in scrims. You can kind of practice depending on how you look at the divisional cups, open style tournaments, but there's almost no practice you could actually get for what it feels like to be in an FNCS major finals lobby with some of the best players in the region. Some strategies, some plays that you thought was easy that can take you from one round to the next may not necessarily work out here or be much harder to pull off, as it does look like the zone is pulling further and further over towards Seaport, being a focal point of the actual zone, so that makes it a little bit easier for Threats, Bugha, and Rapid not only to get their surge, but position well, as they have multiple bases around this side of the map.
That's weird.
Yeah, just think about it. Imagine queuing into the game is just thinking about what's on the line, right? $100,000 global championship spot. It's not easy. You're gonna be feeling the nerves undoubtedly, regardless of how good you are. Ooh, good tags here for Threats as he kind of sets things up. Seems to be pretty content with the situation he's got going on. He's gonna double back here now.
Yeah, with the zone closing up, pulling over, they're probably just trying to converge in one spot, one building. Make it a little bit less risky for any team to get a knock and push over for the elimination. But still fighting deep in the zone, north side of the map. Taki, Isho, Vert versus Noah, Kazas, and Chaos Gaming. And Taki has a huge chunk of shields missing, and that's where they're going to converge, drop the water sprite, the gold splash, get the HP and shield back on up. And now they have that swing speed has increased, and they're just trying to break their way down, get as much control as possible. Noah and Chaos looking like they're playing a little bit defensive here for my liking. Crouching down, trying to hide the visual audios and try to sneak a play or a big shot on Taki, Isho, and Vert, who absolutely need this fight. You see they're 268 below the damage threshold.
I respect Taki just taking a little minute to farm up some mats there. Just desperate here. The fight's starting to go the distance, but they lose Isho. They just don't have time. They don't have time to let this zone close right now. They really need to end this fight as soon as possible, but punishment starting to come in here. Still, they've yet to find the tag that they're looking for. The slow play, the defensive play from Kazas. Noah plays in Chaos Gaming starting to rack up here now.
Funny enough about this situation, if you look at like all the HP on that full trio down below, it still might not be enough to deal with the storm surge that they're going through now, especially in the next zone where the threshold will increase. So they are definitely on the clock, something that you mentioned. And that time is ticking very, very fast. 259, even though they got the piece up above. Kaz is the one that's getting the shots. He's able to get the knock on the Vert. They actually trade, but now Taki's put in a tough situation. He's trying to drop down, get the builds, whatever heals that he can, but it was not his siphon. So Taki, Isho, and Vert will go down. And Noah as well. Even with elimination onto Kaz's, this just got difficult for Chaos, Noah, and Kaz's.
Yeah, you saw the points being lost there due to the surge, but jumping in with Peterbot's team here. They just caught an elimination off the Cyrus. They seem to just keep finding these cheeky free points here on the edge of the storm just by being in the right position at the right time. This time it's Cyrus who falls, just caught out, having a struggle of a rotate through the zone. And it's perfect too. Look, this is the way to the new zone as it just pulled north, so couldn't have been a better time for Peterbot's trio. But just as they're only 594 above, they're recognizing, hey, we're not out of the woods just yet. A little more work to do here.
And they're not in any realistic rush, because more times than not we see them rotating into the zone. You already see one player, probably Ritual, already making his way on over on the train tracks, just trying to get as much information, the awareness of where these players are at, what type of sacrifices you're going to have to make if it is going to mean going into the zone, which wouldn't be surprised me if they did, or if they just brute force their way onto the edge, joining a couple of those other teams on that side overall. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, 512 damage above the threshold. They're in a much more stacked side of the zone, where Peterbot would eventually have to rotate into if they did continue to go straight. And you're seeing the lay of the land. A lot of these teams and players on top of mountains, the edges, so that way they can have as much elevation as possible without investing too many materials.
Ooh. Clicks Higgs and Yamzo, finds a team up on the island here. The zone is going to end up pulling that way. They have a couple of options to go for right now. Teams rotating early, starting to get punished in here. It's Noisy and Crew. some good opportunity to farm some damage here and now. You know what? They're going to be able to sit here for a while if they wanted to and just farm every team for damage, really set back these trios. Meanwhile, Visuals, Braids, and Aminish get dropped down on by Muzz and Japco from the high ground there, and they get the finish, and they slide on out, content with the refarm. Leftover material there. They pick up what they can, but Visuals and Braids are going to have to play this one out as a duo now. So that third place spot, that comfort, starting to slip away here. Even though last game was a 5th place second, Cooper and Curly's win catapulted them up and over them by 40 points. And now it's going to be all the more difficult here as Ruz, Japco, and Rise, our 5th place team, are starting to, again, creep up on them. So this is direct competition here.
Yeah, just under about 60 or so points is the differential, and they're the ones that take them down and left them as a duo. It's Aegis Pollo in a very, very similar spot. No IGL this time around, but at least Acorn can still lend a helping hand, even while watching on the sidelines. 445 damage above the threshold. You're seeing it around the lobby, some faring much better than others. It's Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, and they're a team, no matter above or below, they don't really let them affect their nerves at all or really dictate the game plan unless they really have no choice. And they get a clean rotation towards the side, just under the island as well.
They're based up right next to Clix's trio. Little do they know, as they kind of swung around the side here. And notice, this was not a good rotate for them. They were at all max cap material. They're about halfway through their reserves right now because they went early. And it's likely because Clix's trio was focusing them first, given that they were one of the few teams to rotate. And look, they all pulled the zone now, but hold up. Pause that story really quickly as Pollo, Acorn, Majors are finding themselves in absolute shambles territory here. Pollo, the last man standing here for the trio, trying to keep his essential 5th place position alive right now, but how much can he do as he's got a maximum draw pull halfway through the mats here, Jacob? This is not good.
Yeah, this is a nightmare. It's going to be tough. Good thing he does have the materials. He does have the gold splashes and a kneecapper, so he can close the distance in the blink of an eye. But a max pull, never easy for anybody, especially when you have a team just like this, looking so far into the distance from atop of the Shogun's island. And they're down below Surge, 52. There's a lot of opportunity here with this next couple players trying to rotate in. But this is one of those positions where I see you'd think, because it's so elevated above everybody else on the map, that you can get a lot of Surge. But more times than not, I see teams struggle to pick up the damage they need from up there.
A lot harder than it looks. Pollo, 562 above. Thinking if he needs to fight his way through this one. Opts not to. Player there on the rotate, though, is going to slow him down. Another one in the box.
Wow.
To be pieces him before he even realizes what happens, but the trio's there to back him up. He still has a couple splashes to work with. Siphon keeping him alive, but no attack in the distance. He has to chug it out, but it's only 10 in the chug. It's not enough, and Pollo's going to fall prematurely here in game number 10. Higgs, Clix, and Niamzo only have a single elimination. So once again, they have a lot of ground to make up for, but first they have to get to the zone. This is where they play best, though. Front side, low ground, early rotates. They know how to do this. They're met with Kanata's resistance on the other side of the wall here.
Yeah, they need to do exactly that. Be a little bit more proactive in getting those eliminations, because there's 6 eliminations on the other side. That is not the way to catch up by being a little bit too slow to the punch. Sometimes you just have to take that risk. Skittles are doing the same thing up above, but he goes down for it. Visuals, Braid still trying to hold on to their bubble spot in terms of the global championship, but they're 61 below the damage threshold. They know not only do they have to rotate, so many other teams do too as well, and there's the shot that they need onto Phenom. They're going to be above the damage threshold, but not by much. They're still going to be thinking about it in the back of their minds, especially after they continue this rotation. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual still looking around for any opportunities, but they built a lot of space, so when a team like this tries to jump in the box, they send them right back home.
I was going to say, if they would have gotten that elim, those would have been the mats that they've been desperately looking for. They haven't been able to find that refresh, even though they secured a couple eliminations. But Hayes is on the other side here. He might be the first target. Pick up here. The knock comes through, and another team's there. It's Shadow, Curve, and Tyler, who snipe away the mats that they are trying to secure. Gold splashes come out. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Clix is on the move. But Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are recognizing danger is approaching.
Yep, they're looking up right now. They're seeing high ground team trying to jump across. That's Muzz, that's Rise and Yapko, but Muzz was the one trying to go ahead to the front side of the zone and reconnect them to make sure they're fortified. But we know what happens here. The same old song and dance. The gold splash is out. Peterbot is looking up, trying to put down pressure. Good damage onto Muzz. The confidence is building here for Peterbot and Cold, but it's only momentary because they don't have any materials. This is a challenge that they want to take but can't.
They're already committed. I mean, at this point, they have to finish the job. Cold, Ritual are playing the side angles here while Peterbot's kind of front manning it, but they're out of mats. They're forced to box up collectively, and High Ground barely has anything either, so they're almost playing directly into their hands right now. The zone's gonna bounce back, though. This is gonna be perfect for Muzz's trio, as this is what they were looking like. Peterbot puts it all on the line, though. He says 7 mats. That's all I need to go up and take this High Ground from you. And Japko gets melted.
That is just insane yet again, but we still have Higgs and Yamzo down below. The space that they created, they're trying to make it work. But Higgs, he looks like he got lost into the fray, trying to reunite. The splashes are coming out, doing what they can to keep him alive. Yamzo is here, trying to take space, but they don't have build monster, so it's all or nothing, and Booga goes down. They find a key elimination, and a refresh that's keeping them going.
And Higgs is still going too. He gets another knock off to Tyler. Yamzo now, by himself, fully healthy. Tyler knocked in the box next door. The comms come through. Yamzo's thinking about going for it. He sees the med miss. He sees what's happening. The zone's bouncing back to him. He's got a couple of options here. Another team in the bush in front of him, and he knows that he could go for them as well, but waits for the opportunity. But no, the timing was late, but it doesn't matter. Cole gets set down by Yamzo, and now he is inside the top 5.
Here that was Cole. That was Ritual.
And another one there too.
Peterbot's down as well. These are the difference-making points here. The eliminations, the placement, but now he's in a tough situation. 3v2, v1 situation here. Yamzo, if he could just get one more elimination, one more placements, they can put him within reach of that top spot, but it's Curve trying to heal off, backside of zone, but he's making a quick dash to the front. Into Yamzo he goes. Haymaker to the outside of the zone. He gets the elimination. Yamzo is second, but it's Donnie, it's Joji, it's Craze.
Yes, man.
They steal away the game.
They may have won the game, but the eyes are on the prize for Zoe, who just went crazy in the end game there alongside.
Yes,
what a
yes
10 that was, keeping it so interesting, and it makes you look at the bigger picture. Muzz, Rise, Jacko, one of the only teams we're seeing on the North American region unafraid of going for height, really keeping it so interesting for us there. And then Peterbot consistently willing to kind of contend it as well. Donnie, Crazy, and Joji couldn't have had better timing though, as they go up, and look, they didn't even have anything. They were down to scraps, and they find themselves a huge victory royale there, Zeke, in game number 10. Bro,
I'm gonna pass out. Okay. No, we have to talk about Yamzo after the break. Right now, we got to give it Joji, Donnie, Craze, game number 10, the victory royale. At the end of the day, right, we're still playing for prize money. For them to just go ahead and pick up this VR, we've got momentum. We just have to carry that momentum forward, Kelly. If we can do that, we're playing for life-changing amounts of money.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we weren't watching too much of them in the end game there because just so much was happening, but I love that we get a second look right here, and it actually looks like they were able to hold high ground. Obviously, Muzz's trio did eventually go down there, so only holding high ground for a few moments in these final fights, but Donnie, Craze, a duo going up against 2 solos, Yamzo just putting on such a clinic for the low ground solo clutch. But again, once more, Joji, Donnie, Craze, congratulations on your first victory royale of the tournament.
I mean, 345 points is actually crazy, right? 'Cause, like, once these kind of games happen, we sometimes we forget these teams can get 100 points very, very quickly, right? So I know Zeke was kind of calling out, hey, listen, playing for prize money, yeah, for sure, right? Jump yourself up a couple of spots, but a couple more games like that, you could potentially maybe squeak into one of those qualifying spots. I don't know, probably too hard. I'm wishful thinking right there. Yeah, we gotta imagine, to get that victory royale, remember, they had to have stolen high ground from Peterbot's trio at some point, which is just so interesting. Great win from this trio.
I mean,
now with
the 345 points there,
most of the Peterbot did high ground there, so bro,
top 10 is where we want to be. that's where the money swings start to get crazier and crazier, right? So with 2 games left, they could find themselves, like you're saying, maybe even higher on the standings. For now, we're going to go to a break. When we return, so much to discuss. See you real soon.
If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, it's the rap, got the match build like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my hoes.
Yes, that's got tricks them and get the eliminations and the 3 eliminations, you know, like 12 points more. Ooh, that's cute. Chance seconds delay too. What's right? That's crazy.
The points are too close. The points are too close with 2 games left to go. In this last game, Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs. Iamzo left as a solo, back against the wall. Nothing in the inventory. Has to make the play of his career to try and minimize these points. To try and make sure Peterbot holds the ritual. Don't pull away farther than they already are. And he does it. I cannot believe that Iamzo, as a solo, ended 2nd place with 8 eliminations. That's a heist. This is the heist season. He just pulled off the biggest heist.
Honestly, I can believe it. I actually asked Kench at the start of the finals this weekend to give me the damage numbers, but only for players from Zone 9 to 12. And Iamzo, unsurprisingly, was #1. When it comes down to these end games, when it comes down to duo or solo clutching, Iamzo is always the one that we see here on the low ground. Even when he gets down to just a sliver of health, Vivid, he has not stopped yet.
The names that are popping up when he hits those shotgun shots, one of the most important ones there, being on to cold. I mean, who could write it any better? As a solo, duo left alive on Peterbot trio. They're trying to spray into my box. Boom, 1 pump to go ahead and save the game. Kanata tries getting in my box too. 1 pump there as well. The clutch to keep us this close on the leaderboard, 16 points. What an absolute cinema masterclass by Iamzo right there. But we got to talk about it. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, 5th place, 9 eliminations, still racking up the elimination on the leaderboard, right? 89 total eliminations. It's insane how many of their points are coming from them.
Oh, yeah, and we knew that they were going to be elimination heavy, but something that I really...
The elimination on the leaderboard, right? Peterbot, they're trying better at being when he
not see.
Iamzo left as a solo, back against the wall. Nothing in the inventory. Has to make the play of his career to try and minimize these points, to try and make sure Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual don't pull away farther than they already are. And he does it. I cannot believe that Iamzo, as a solo, ended 2nd place with 8 eliminations. That's a heist. This is the heist season. He just pulled off the biggest heist.
Honestly, I can believe it. I actually asked Kench at the start of the finals this weekend to give me the damage numbers, but only for players from Zone 9 to 12. And Iamzo, unsurprisingly, was #1. When it comes down to these end games, when it comes down to duo or solo clutching, Iamzo is always the one that we see here on the low ground. Even when he gets down to just a sliver of health, Vivid, he has not stopped yet.
The names that are popping up when he hits those shotgun shots, one of the most important ones there being onto Cold. I mean, who could write it any better? As a solo, duo left alive on Peterbot trio. They're trying to spray into my box. Boom, 1 pump to go ahead and save the game. Kanata tries getting in my box too. 1 pump there as well. The clutch to keep us this close on the leaderboard, 16 points. What an absolute cinema masterclass by Iamzo right there. But we got to talk about it. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, 5th place, 9 eliminations, still racking up the elimination on the leaderboard, right? 89 total eliminations. It's insane how many of their points are coming from them.
Oh, yeah, and we knew that they were going to be elimination heavy, but something that I really appreciate from them and that you were appreciating as well, Vivid, is that they are one of the only trios that is really pressuring height, and we can see just how successful that can be when you play it right. But another thing we noticed is that they had no builds when they were pressuring height. Yeah. Staying onto the 2nd high ground could have been an opportunity for them to kind of take some shots on the low ground, hopefully get a refresh, but still going on the aggressive. It obviously wasn't exactly what they wanted, but with how many eliminations they came out with, still seems to be a pretty positive turnaround. Story of Can that just can't make it to the global champions, especially after what we've seen this weekend. Their ability to hold high ground, their ability to control low ground, regardless of what position they're in, Vivid, they always come out on top.
And I love the fact that you're kind of pointing out positions that they're in. Why don't we go ahead and talk about real quick before we jump into game number 11, Reek, Cooper, and Curly. They went down early, and I was like, oh, that's so bad for the qual spot. Still in 3rd, that blanket that they had kind of going into that game, saving them right there. They got to pick things back up and hold on to that qual spot.
That's exactly the point, right? They can't, something like that can't happen to any of these trios in the top 10. It is a time, once again, 2 games left to go. Jacob PR, MDF, back over to you.
This is instantly at the top of my list for most entertaining FNCSs ever. Doesn't matter the region, Monster. We only have 2 games left of this tournament.
Yeah, look, the way that this story is unfolding right here, the race between Clix and Peterbot and their teams is absolutely incredible. I mean, last game though, 33rd place team decided to kind of split their drop and give them something else to think about. So if Zeke is feeling the pressure, imagine the players right now. Anything can happen as game number 11 kicks off. All right, game 11, Jacob. We're kicking this one off, bro. It is all or nothing now. This is the moment, Jacob, where they have to kind of set the stage and set it up for themselves and ride this thing out to the very end.
Man, I know you can get points throughout these 12 games of the tournament, but you know as well as I do when players look back at the bench and they lose, whether it's 1 point or 30, it's usually the last 2 matches that it really boils down to, and we're in those last 2 matches. One mistake could cost you everything at the top of the leaderboard with Clicks versus Peterbot. One mistake could cost you a global championship spot with everybody all the way down to the top 10.
Rack on
This is going to be a nail-biter finish, but they're contested again, and this time it's
I am on YT and TikTok still.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs don't have the problem of a team landing on them, but you saw that 33rd place team, Fallen, just landed on Cold again, right? But they get the elimination. That means they're getting those quick points and that extra damage.
Chewy but official.
Propping up
Said.
the fact that Peter
You ain't play Fortnite.
Cold and Ritual now.
Oh no, man, I'm pretty sure this is man. It's like game level. I watch game level, game 2, and I watch about Fortnite.
Clix's team has really worked hard to try to build. They've had to go above and beyond just to start closing that gap, and they're only 10 points away.
The crazy thing that has me laughing right now is usually when a team contests them, they all kind of converge back. They leave the train to go elsewhere because they want to make sure they all stay alive. 3v1, Cold did not need a single teammate to kind of backtrack into Crime City right away. They still continued on looting that train. They got the mythic pump. You know they're going to be able to grab that medallion. And now Ritual finally return back towards Crime City just to kind of figure out where all these players are at. They didn't even change a thing while getting contested.
Yeah, you can see just no sweat, right? They're like, oh, don't worry about it. We got this team on lock. We're good right here. Take your time, get your loot together. Ritual comes back to just play a little bit of support.
Official.
I think they're gonna wait for.
How come we watched the last games?
To get themselves super situated.
Last games, 11 on 12. Yeah, 11 on 12. These are the last games.
Fish for tags, nothing available as of right
it's
now.
It's live right now. It's the most recent update.
City might be
it's in real time.
The first that they jump on.
Yeah, and that's going to be a chance now. Footsteps are there. Cold once again landing a huge
shot.
It's
10 points behind Peterbot. It's just 10 points behind Peterbot.
2v2 situation that's quickly going to become a 3v2 as soon as Peterbot makes his way on over, and he is there. Welcome him to the fight because now he's on attack mode. Cold, a couple missed edits, so that's not going to slow him down, especially with a flank coming in from Ball, and Ritual is there to alleviate some of that pressure. Now it's a 3v1. And that might not be the best at math, but 3 is definitely better than 1, especially when they know exactly where Noob Nitro is at. Ritual this time is going to be one leading the charge.
That's right, and think about it. These are 8 points they're securing right now, so pivotal moment right now for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual.
As far as the
overall tournament race is concerned.
Let's go, Peterbot.
Ticks with brother.
And just like that, that's 2 elims now for Peterbot here at the Crime City. It doesn't really throw them off, right? Because they didn't go the distance. This is not a team that put up much resistance here at the drop, so Peterbot's team is probably feeling pretty good about that.
Peterbot to drop before top 17
and top
race
this close
15.
That can
All
be the
to drop.
difference makers. Curve,
I think
Shadow,
they
Tyler,
get top 3.
on towards the
6
fight.
or 7
Backside of Demon's Dojo on top of that hill. There is a full team position up there. I think Taki, Isha, and Bert. And right now, they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of elevation, but that one's quickly going out the window, and now they're just getting chased down. They have the pressure. They chop Vert down back into his teammate's box. And now they're continuing to put down pressure with his elevation advantage. Shadow's pushing up. I can expect him to try to steal away some of those pieces as he inches closer.
Little exchange here. Shadow, Tyler,
official.
Lead.
Said. God, no, Sanya's still dead, Crickets.
Sunday with us. It's Monday, but Sunday in Japan. Sunday doesn't play Sundays.
This team might be above average for what it's worth. Looking at the points earned on the day for Shadow, Tyler, and Curve. Overall, they've been relatively competitive. Last game, they finished 3rd with 9th place. I know we put so much focus in some of the other trios, obviously. But today has been a great day for Shadow, Curve, and Tyler, as they are in a race right now for a global championship spot. They're one of the few trios in that conversation. Back on over to Flooded Frogs. This is
why does top break up over there?
A pretty significant setup happening right now. Cooper and Curly have to be
on break up the sound. They're so awful. One of them put me talking to me for restart, but I can't restart it again.
Never against Eons and Clicks.
The break up sound is so awful. remove the direct connection and put it on Bluetooth and it still sounds
dangerous for
so.
both of these teams. Clix, Yamzo,
That's
Higgs.
weird.
If they go down here, you can almost guarantee they're not going to be able to get that first place spot, barring any miracles. But Reed, Cooper, and Curly on the other side, if they go down here, that means their global championship spot is on the line in their last and final game of the day.
I believe it
was only about a 45-point difference between Muzz and that third spot on the qualification spot. Only 64 points between Muzz and Reed, Cooper, and Curly.
Oh, Cooper stepping up right now. Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs backing off after the ambush was unsuccessful. And I wonder if Cooper, Reed, and Curly are going to kind of pick up the fact that this is Clix's trio.
Check out it, mix us if I might.
Remember, they've gotten into a lot of fights here, right? Against teams not as notable. So their confidence could be misreading the situation since Curly did end up surviving. But it seems like they're not going to take it personal. They're going to be content with the back and forth and kind of call it off for now. But a very close call as they rotate into another team. Wait a second. That could be bad for Clix's trio now.
Yeah, especially since they took damage on the way out as well, so they're already weak. Just like you said, rotating into another team as we jump on board Braid's visuals and a diminished 4th place when it comes to the overall leaderboard, which means they would grab that 3rd spot for the global championship. But 2 games left, they still need to close it out, and already you see 4 eliminations. And I was watching the feed. There's one way to get that mythic drum gun. There's one team you have to go through, which leads me to believe that Bucky, Okus, and Cam are down in some way, shape, or form, if not already back in the lobby.
Yeah, tough position to be in. They've been kind of middling in the competition. They've had a few moments to break away, but nothing significant just yet. Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, though. Here's the full update. Back to Lone Wolf Lair they go. Team hot on their heels here. As Dozier and his trio were the one that kind of caught them off guard there for a moment. But this is a full-on reset angle for this team right now. Don't blame them at all. Thinking about visuals, Braids, and Diminish, though, those 4 elims puts them neck and neck with Reed, Cooper, and Curly now. So already they've kind of sealed the gap there just a tad bit, breaking themselves ever so slightly away from Muzzjack on Rise, or fighting for that position as well. Global Championship is on the line here. Do keep in mind this major is going to be the largest as far as the qualification spots to globals are concerned. There are 3 spots in the air here for NA Central.
And this team is just outside of that bubble. I believe 57 points down from entering into that top 4, which Peterbot Cold and Ritual would mean a spot would roll down. And that's the thing. They were playing so well yesterday, so consistent. Talk about out of all the games that they've had yesterday, it was just kind of in and out. They were able to get some big eliminations. They closed the day off with something special. And then today is where they find themselves a little bit of trouble. 5th place, 6th place. And then it was that 16th place with no eliminations 2 games ago. They were only able to net 2 points for that placement. And that's what really stopped their trajectory from keeping themselves inside of that bubble.
Gotta stay in the conversation. Cooper, Reed, and Curly. See from their kind of loadout situation. Not too much ammunition here on Cooper's side. A lot to be desired. Curly on the other side. Definitely a lot better, so should be more than ample for this mid-game to come. Look, they're looking around. They're trying to see if there's any stragglers, any last-minute teams here, but not a player in sight. So much different kind of dynamic happening here.
Yeah, we're talking about throughout the day, you know, a team pushing over to another team or even changing their drop spot, what that does the course of the game. Now, what does that do with Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs pushing on over, not allowing them to get the surge for the teams that did have to rotate by from that northwest corner of the map. So that's a lost opportunity there for them. Let's see how they're going to be able to pick up the pace with the zone moving over in this direction. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, uncontested throughout the day. And they did pull off a victory royale, Monster. They did show that they have the potential to pop off, but even leading up to this major in the group stages, you saw a couple of struggles, and I thought things would have been figured out by then. But with 2 games left, they can still has a good chance to make a good amount of money. And I wouldn't say it's like life-changing for a team that's already won a major, but it's definitely going to allow them to take a good vacation.
Yep, and again, always pad the stats, right? Like, gotta keep the history looking tight. Everyone will hold it against you either way. Looking at the zone here, very reminiscent of the entire kind of weekend.
I don't know.
Just taking it one step further on the other side, not just a ramp up, curved it to the side. Making sure they get as many lines of sight as possible. We know no one's over there for now, but Pollo just waiting, making sure that nobody's going to pop off and get a position behind them in zone as they go to rotate in. Peterbot Cold Ritual still with those 2 eliminations from the early game, looting up what's left over from the black market. Just trying to grab some extra heals, some extra loot to take
1, 2, 3.
And with that gold, they're able to upgrade their shotgun loaded as well from purple to gold. It's definitely going to hit harder.
Makes a huge difference there. Every little bit of advantage. Higgs, Yamzo, and Clicks, though, rotating into Yapko, Muzz, and Rise right now, who, by the way, have had extremely key positioning this entire day. Not a single time we've seen them out of position. This is the first time they're kind of not at a super prime location, but they have a several amount of eliminations, so it seems like they've just gotten out of one.
Yeah, almost forced to slow pay things at the edge of that mountain. But they realize the team is up there, even with trading shots back and forth. They're just going to continue to move towards the north side and figure out a way in from there.
They find a solo? I think Clix' team might have just found a solo as they move to the north there. Someone kind of lurking about here. It's Chaos Gaming in the bush. Okay, it makes sense
on delay.
as to why they were kind of looking around.
They're all rotating through there too. Chaos is probably like nervous. No, don't see me. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. He's not even moving to make sure that they ran past him far enough. He's just going to wait until his audio visuals go away, cross his fingers. And it really kind of... How many heals does he have in his inventory? Because, you know, he has almost no choice but to go back into zone, maybe towards Lone Wolf Lair to try to get those reboots, if he even has the cards.
Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, though, just trying to rotate right now. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold met with a lot of resistance here on the outer edge of zone. Where's the white heals, though? I'm asking myself here. Peterbot doesn't seem like they have any. They have to double back right now. And they're in a race against the clock. Cold is also lit up. Meanwhile, Higgs, Clicks, and Yamzo find a little bit of a break, a little bit of a moment here to find a elimination and some extra material to go the distance here for the mid game.
And that Sentinel Pup upgrade for Higgs. He was walking around with an Infiltrator, which, yeah, can do some damage from far away. But you know, way a team like this fights, you want to go ahead and get the Sentinel Pump. Any variation at this point, what's really going to be in their minds. Water Sprite going down, the last of the heals. And this is where they got to be careful. With that elimination, they now have the option and flexibility to kind of bypass the black market altogether. It is just outside of zone, and you see 2 teams nearby as well. So they really have just a few options thanks to that early game aggression and being able to pick up that one elimination. But Peterbot on the other side, from fight to fight, they got that first elimination, and now they almost have Josh boxed up. Either way, he's going to get knocked down. And that's going to be a full-on cleanup. And you see in the distance, just on one of those mountains just outside Foxy Floodgates, it was the solo player. He has to watch his teammate go down and figure out how is he going to get him back into the game safely.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, it was looking super dicey for a moment there, but they just had enough time to bounce back and then live off the siphons. Way to keep it close. Well, as Japco and Rise had 2 elims right now, but how did they pick them up? You might be wondering. There it is.
Really just catching some solos, separated from each other, already weak, already hurt, with really nothing left to heal up. It's those little points. Now it's going to help them a little bit with their damage from Surge. Not much, because you know those players were weak. But you already see the split up right now. Rise is on the north side of Brutal Boxcars, trying to look, find some players on the whole north side of the map. Down below on the south side is going to be Muzz and Yapko. They have that Mountain Rage to look after, so it's not going to be easy damage for them.
Magic Moss is looking a little messy right now. Taki, Isho, and Vert, that trio right there. The scanner comes out. Who else do we have here? Vive and Chimp. Chimp just gets blasted by, I think it was Vert's trio on the low ground. It wasn't even Yamzo, Clicks, or Higgs. If it was, they would have surely jumped on that. They're sizing up the competition. They're, I guess, noticing that this team's being a little passive. So out comes the splash. Up they go. The piece. Yamzo with the failed miss, but no biggie there. Chimp and Aviv are just trying to heal here. The information is through. They know this is a two-man team. This is perfect for Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, who need these points right now. No team around to chop them down either. I was a little concerned that Verstro might take advantage of it, but no, they're already gone for the rotate here.
Yeah, they went east and just really haven't looked back. They know how far some of these bones have been pulling, so they're trying to take advantage of that. As Chip tries to break his way in, he immediately gets taken out. Vive doing some damage, but it's really not going to be enough. Odds were truly stacked against him. Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs pick up their 4th elimination of the game, almost 900 damage above the threshold, and another pile of loot to claim as their own.
Now this just sets them up even once again with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. For anyone keeping count of the elims there, Reed Cooper and Curly, after that close call, have now officially moved into kind of the pump power territory. But look at the zone popping once again down to the mountains. Man, yesterday was all Magic Mosses. Today, these mountains are just getting all types of love right now.
I just feel for Taki, Isho, and Vert. They were rotating to the east, thinking it was going to pull in that direction. You see them in pump power now, really unable to safely get out because they're contested. Reed Cooper, Curly being proactive. They're trying to rotate quick because we saw where they went, staying extra long in flooded frogs, rotating towards the east. And as soon as the zone pulled, I feel like they were one of the first teams to move.
Gotta be quick to move here. Looks like Reed's, Curly, and Cooper's timing here was perfect, though. They get right into the mountain here. Not too much pressure from up top. The K and Cynics is the trio set up there. Braids and Minish and Visuals, 4 elims, still riding the momentum of that huge early game that they had. And
finally,
looking at Cynics, Polar, and Decay, the last couple of games have just fallen out of their favor, but they've had a couple of moments of greatness after yesterday's kickoff tournament, and coming into today, it just seems like their strategy is not quite connecting, but they are in the higher ground, so do keep that in mind. Clicks, Yamzo, Higgs in another fight, though. What is happening here? Why did this one break? Well, it seems like it was Chaos Gaming trying to play for some kind of cheeky storm rotate, but caught out here. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clicks nearly sent back to the lobby, forced to use one of those very prestigious medkits. Now think about it. They use these up early, then they can't use them to play frontside zone the way they enjoy doing. So this is going to be an important moment. And oh, no surprise, this is exactly where they last left Chaos Gaming, by the way. In this riverbed around these bushes. They must have just been moving. And look who's in the distance there, Jacob. It's Peterbot's trio on the edge, who's just now starting to rotate.
No, brother, why this still so and so?
The pain of the entire lobby right now as the zone pulls over towards Brutal Boxcars. Luckily this time around, like I believe one of our zones yesterday, there's a lot of open space down the edge on the north side of the mountain overall, where teams are going to be able to pick and choose, kind of cross their fingers. Hopefully it pulls north, east, or west, and not south. Called Peterbot and Ritual. They got themselves a little bit of an edge on the western side. No real elevation, but they're a team that, you know, whether if it's the 7th zone, 8th zone, 9th zone, if they want high ground, they're going to take it, regardless of their material count. Especially
digital
last game proved us. And with everybody kind of stacking this western side of the zone and the south side of the zone, they do have a little bit of priority and comfort knowing that there's not too many teams that can challenge them on this edge.
But here's the thing, it's zones like this that if it pulls the wrong way, starts costing you all of your material.
Go on, Pete.
Sets you up for a bad end game. Peterbot, the only one that's still capped on this trio, so they're not too far behind here. And look at how Peterbot hunting for those weakened fresh builds. We had just saw Clix's trio make a move around here too. You can see they're positioned right in between Muzz's trio here.
Digital.
Everyone now desperately waiting for the zone to pop.
Yeah, 30 seconds. If you're above Surge, especially by like 359 like they are, you really don't want to peek. Reset those walls, end up getting 3-2-1, focused by a full team. It's the little things, and that's why you're seeing them just try to gather as much information down below and not really a lot of opportunities going around the entirety of the lobby, or at least not safe ones, forcing some teams probably to go box to box and try to fight their way in. But time has run out for this zone. Let's see where this next one is going to pull towards the south. Again, yeah, not too bad. There is some of the mountain range in there, but most of the lobby just got blessed.
Yeah, Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo recognize they got to fight their way through Muzz's trio, so these shots are almost warning shots, trying to send them off to rotate, but Muzz, Rise, and Japco kind of sticking around right now. Meanwhile, what is happening over here? Reed, Curly, and Cooper have picked up 5 eliminations from when we last left off. A full team wipe onto Hayes' trio here, setting themselves up for a great positioned endgame now as well, as they're one of the few teams leading the front side here. They're sitting right above Peterbot's team. Take a look at this quick replay here, Jacob. So much going on here.
You gotta imagine, I saw the little strike of Storm Surge. They were just below the threshold, getting ticked 25 damage every 7 seconds. So really no choice but to fight the next team and just try to push into their box, but that's gonna do them in. Curly, Reet, and Cooper trying to heal up from that last battle, but you see a lot of shields missing. And that means they're going to be in a tough situation here, especially with so many teams nearby. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they're above the damage threshold as well. But again, missing shields, missing resources, but they're making sure to stay elevated away from everybody else because they know the chaos is what's ensuing down below. It's like quicksand. As soon as you step 1 foot in, you start to sink.
Think about it. They're one of the few teams that have played for high ground. Booga, Rapid, and Threats have also played consistently for high ground over the course of the weekend when the opportunity has presented itself. To no surprise here. Zone 8, Zone 9, early high ground take, but they're committed.
And it goes up the side of the mountain, so in theory, as those teams rotate under him, they can try to reconnect time and time again. As Peterbot is being seen in the distance. Clicks, Yamzo, Higgs trying to run up, keep control of the front side of the zone, but now they find themselves below the damage threshold, it's active. You're seeing them already taking a few ticks, 93 below, falling further, but great shots like that from the full trio. They quickly focus, get above the damage threshold, and then rotate right away. This is what they're doing, Monster, to maintain their position on the front side of the zone ahead of all these teams.
Super clean rotate, but damage is what they need right now. Jacko and Chim, that's a dangerous mistake for them to be trailing.
It's on break.
No, Higgs ends up getting caught.
Jesus Christ.
The other team they were put in between, and now the shots are starting to come on in. Jacko Muzz take advantage of a little bit of that distraction. They're 73 above now. It's up to Clicks and Yamzo. This is the first we've seen them as a duo now. But the pressure is on to perform. Placement points are starting to get given out. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual heating up now. 6
So wait, the mic sound scratchy to you?
Balls to the hands of Peterbot here.
Clicks still below the damage threshold. Reed's playing essentially second height, trying to wait for the perfect moment to go up. As Clicks finds another elimination onto Yapko. That's their 7th one of the game, going toe-to-toe, Elim for Elim with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. The right strategy to try to stay alive, and the zone pulls far away yet again, and they're taking the slow side. They're going to where it opens up and immediately look back. A quick momentary target onto them, but they handle it with ease.
Peterbot's team playing for high ground, though. Look at how they're trying to poise up here. Focusing up, taking teams in the mid-ground for fights. They're really looking to try to position themselves, but the zone kind of goes up and over this mountain, playing off of the little bit of territory that they managed to claim here. Yamzo and Clicks, though, in a world of trouble to find Sphinx there, and they are still going. Yamzo flexing here and now, up and over the box. Danger lurking everywhere right now, still trying to just hold these little bits of maps that he has. And he's playing for himself, but no!
Jesus Christ!
Too soon, too early, caught out by Curve and his crew. It's all up to Clicks now, top 8 here. Just holding on. How far can he take it? It's his moment. How badly does he want this championship? How badly does he want this title?
Only 20 on the Chug Jug. That's a giveaway. You saw them peeking through. He had to sacrifice 10 of that HP, but without builds, he's at the mercy of his opponents. He lands a good shot, but immediately goes down by Braids. And this is the chance for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual to start to pick up the lead.
Yes, come, good one. Come on.
He goes down. I saw Tyler fall as well. Cold trying to put
yes, good. All right, come on.
And falls before being able to pick up the Siphon. Now it's all up to Ritual. The points that they
come on, think about good. All right, good. All right, come on. Who this about it?
Top of that, best case scenario for Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo going into game 12. Couldn't write a better story here with how close it's been, and look at who is running it up now. Reed, Curly Cooper.
Yeah, brother.
The darkness shines a little bit of light.
No, one quick swing. Somebody, if you land for them.
They are looking to
show him my mic, so scratch up.
To the global championship here and now, and this is a defining moment. Aegis comes down, puts one down, Rapid falls too. Booga here to try and clutch it up, and it's all down to everything here.
My mic sounds scratchy.
Man behind the wall, bats are coming out. Booga's on the low ground. Threats is here to back them up.
Booga win.
They win the game, and another victory royale. The first to go for Booga in Threats there. They kick the tournament off with the win. They get a win.
Show him. My mic sounds scratchy. Show him my mic sounds scratch up.
Yeah, with how close the race is
Scratch.
for the global spot,
One
that's
mic
exactly what they needed. Not only moving up the leaderboard, but starting to build that confidence.
I don't know what wrong with it, brother.
Curly as well, hanging on to the very last moment.
Let's see if it's so better now.
Only solo in that top 3, and he's still second place. Rapid, Booga, and Threats. You got to think about it. They were in 6 coming into this tournament, and we're talking neck and neck with Muzz, Jacko, and Rice. So with that victory right there, that is a big moment for them coming out of game 11. Zeke, it's just
I don't know why my mic's on, so you know.
That's right. That's my goat. I can't believe
from
9th zone they had height, and you know, Kelly, it got a little scary for just like 1 second. Like they were like a little too high, but they kind of preemptively planned, right? They were like, hey, we're gonna build just a touch higher than normal, and if the zone pulls over this mountain, we're set. It doesn't. They immediately recognize, back off, and go, all right, let's start to close out this game. We want a little bit of victory royale before game 12.
I mean, you say you can't believe it, but we saw them do this in game number 1 yesterday.
True.
The Booga, when they do have height, they do such a good job kind of observing where the zone is pulling, how low ground is kind of holding everything, and they play so appropriately around the rest of the lobby. Big shout outs to Rapid, Booga, and Threats. They really are the kings of high ground this last week. And I mean, when you have someone like Booga up on height, and then you have Rapid and Threats just laying down the chaos below, it's only a recipe for success, Vivid.
I mean, this trio is sneaking in or into the top of the leaderboard, right? Threats, obviously, you know, we got Peterbot and Cole. They're putting on quite a clinic, especially in terms of damage dealt. They're going to be first and second, but Threats has been staying close behind them in a close third. We knew Threats. He's like the aimer. He's always known for getting those surge tags, kind of making sure that they're comfortable in making it into the end game right there. Booga making the calls, IGL, go for the high ground, always setting this trio up. They seem to always kind of be in that spot to actually build one of those towers up, so that way they can go ahead and at least fight for the high ground. This game didn't have to fight for it as much, and they went ahead and ran away with that, got the victory royale.
Man, I love to see it. A single game left to go before Major 2 concludes. When we return, the standings, and we set ourselves up to see who will be crowned kings or back-to-back champions out of NA. We'll see you after this.
All right, that sounds so much better. One of them I need this somewhere. The microphone for the headset now. Yeah, that's so much better. Okay. That's the microphone awful. So the computer mic awful. The computer mic I think I use. Okay. Trying to get that off a computer mic was hell. Come on, click. You might have to land on Pete. Might as well all or nothing clicks because if you land on him and you win the game. Man. You need to land on Pete. Still, why does this so? I think sir, so something sir, some feedback may I get from somewhere. I legit think it's some feedback from somewhere now, cause no matter what I do, may I hear some feedback. Where there? Let's not hear mic or audio mix anymore. Where am I there? That microphone. Mic. Audio mix. Audio. Mic. What take out this? Take out this. Take out the mic.
I took time. I did my breathing exercises. I tried to calm myself down. My tiny little hummingbird heart. And I'm fine for the moment. I'm zen right now. Things are okay. One game left to go in the FNCS Major number 2, Kelly.
So you might come back now.
I'm not stressed at all.
Zeke, what are you doing? I am so stressed right now. Are you kidding me? Look at this standings that we have. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbutt, the team that everyone thought was going to walk away in first place for Major 1, trying to reclaim their former glory. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo in Major 1 finally break the 4th place curse, and now they're looking to win for the first time ever for all 3 of them. And then, of course, in 3rd place, you got Reet, the global champion of Coop, and then Curly, the new guy, or I should say new guy, because he's doing such a good job right now. There's so much potential. How aren't you freaking out right now? Vivid, something's wrong with Zeke.
Yeah, I was fully expecting him to just go ahead and break out into a Zeke geek, even when
eliminations that that fall off though.
But
if 6 win get the eliminations, they're 3 there.
Cold, ritual. You guys will just not place outside of the top 10, will ya? 4th place, 10 eliminations. 35-point lead going into game number 12. Now listen, 35 points. I wouldn't say that it's a comfortable one. It's definitely not a comfortable lead, but I think they can work with that. I think they're definitely set up very, very nicely right here to go ahead and win this FNCS. With 35 points, Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo, that's the team that's trailing them right now. The fact that this is close right now, photo finish going into game number 12.
The computer because probably that's
might be the first time that
that's the only reason why it should be breaking up like this.
So what you're saying?
Computer must want to restart.
What you're saying is we just have them land on each other. That's it. Let's just settle it right now. Let's just take it back to Invitational, Kelly. Let's just do that.
Yeah, I want to see, Peterbot go to Lone Wolf Lair, and then Clicks, they'll be going to Crime City, so they each get each other's POI. But no, I mean, Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo in that game where they had 5 eliminations, and they were still below Storm Surge. And we know that there's some, let's just say, funky things going on with their drops, and they're dealing with some players that have caused a little bit of issues. For them to have that fall into their lap, Vivid, and still be able to come out on top in the low ground, especially when you have Iamzo pulling out these crazy solo clutches. I mean, my goodness, what is this final game going to spell for them?
I keep watching these games from both perspectives of each one of the trios that are in 1st and 2nd right now. And for example, right there, Higgs went down, and there was like you know, that would have been like top 14 if the trio went down right there at the same exact time. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the game, right? This is the game where they falter, you too big of a lead, and then they just don't. The duo 7th place, 8 eliminations. They make sure they keep it competitive. Neither one of these trios will go down. Neither one of them will make that giant mistake that goes ahead and defines the rest of the competition, which again is why we're going into game number 12 and it's even close at all, because of all of the clutches that have been happening.
I think it's fair to say Clix has qualified to the Global Championships, right? I think it's it's a pretty safe bet. However, there is still a title that he's trying to earn, and it would just be unbelievable to see him win. Now, of course, there's other players as well, like Reed Cooper and Curly. The job's not done, right? We're at a comfortable 666 points, but the job is not done. We still need to make sure we put a few on the board, because what we don't want to do is slip out of that top 4, because again, remember, Peterbot's already qualified, so we're looking at top 4. But still, we just need to put on a little bit more of a performance, and we very well could be securing ourselves a spot, going to globals, and seeing Reed Cooper and Carly there.
This is now the major that you want to make it in. You don't want to have to go through major 3. There's only 2 spots open, and this is just the best performance we have seen out of Reed and Cooper and Curly in quite some time. Cooper just kind of surprised everyone when he got the global championship, and I've actually got to have an interview with him in major 1 where he's like, I have the trophy, I don't need to prove myself anymore, but yet he comes back for major 2 and is proving himself once again. This is why I won with Miro. Do not sleep on me, because I'm not done yet.
Yeah, and my eyes are going to be tuned into that 4th place spot. Visual Braids and Diminished, are they going to be able to hold on? Rapid Booga Threats, are they going to be able to steal that qualification spot? I think Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are also close enough to be in contention. Oh gosh, Zeke, game 12.
I was fine, and then you made it more stressful. This is it. One last game out of major number 2. Let's find out how this all concludes together. Casters, for the last time, take it away.
This major's been so entertaining, and Peterbot and Clix make it even more entertaining. Peterbot literally sending out a photo to his social media of Clix at the Globals from last year. This is going to be crazy, Jacob, as Game 12 is cooking up right now. And we already know there's 1 finals on the line, and there are other global championship spots that are being fought for. 3rd and 4th place in particular, as Zeke just set the stage, is not safe at all. So here we have it, Jacob.
Yeah, and you got to think, Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo have all come so close to winning an FNCS before. This is game 12. Will they achieve that dream? Let's find out. It wasn't too long ago, 2024, Major 3, Higgs, known as Batman Booga back then, they got a 2nd place with Rapid. Iamzo been in this position with Rise. They end up bouncing out of that top position after day 1. Clix and Veno during duos leading after day 1 as well. Every single one of these guys fell short. But what happens is 1 setback makes for a greater comeback, and now uncontested. No funny business in this game.
Clix queuing up with the icon skin as well. Just 1 final time, letting everyone know who is in the lobby right here as he fights for his very first finals championship here at the FNCS stage, and it just doesn't get any better than that. And you know what? They are just letting go a sigh of relief as they are uncontested. Saw a couple tweets coming out from the woodworks from Sandman the Lid as well, just saying, you know, hey, I'm gonna take train here from Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, but seems like they were just messing around, trying to keep us on our toes here. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold seem to have their strategy going about as usual.
Yeah, kind of everything here the same as almost every other game out the gates. I think Visuals, Braids, and Diminish have somebody set up towards Foxy to try to land some shots over in this direction. Early surge, allowing them flexibility for the early and mid portions of the game, so we don't have to certainly make it too much of a focal point. And that actually isn't diminished. He's going to go ahead and back up. Go ahead and loot that server room, something that they fought for and conditioned this team that if you're going to fight us for it, it is going to be a risk for both of us. And now on the north side of the map, Flooded Frogs, Reet, Cooper, and Curly. They just need to close out, Monster.
They have to stay consistent. They're 60 points ahead right now. However, they need to earn at least an end game. They gotta touch those placement points. And we all know that just even last game, right? Teams can mix up their strategy. Clix and his trio decided to kind of ambush Reed, Cooper, and Curly, almost catching them off guard there for a brief moment, but they got away with it. This is a team that can't get comfortable by any means.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can truly get comfortable as Bugha. Just quickly looting one of those buildings. Just chop it down. It's going to be the easiest way to get everything that you need and more, especially since most of their surge pages are outside of Seaport overall. Just got to go ahead and loot up here in the early game. You talk about like the placements, how they're being separated. 5th place, 575 points, just under Visuals, Braids, and Aminish, who are inside of that bubble in terms of qualifying for the Global Championship at 619 points. Everybody, I think, from 3rd place down, one mistake will ruin your entire FNCS.
Rapid, Batman, Bugha, or sorry, Bugha and Threats are the only other team to pick up an extra victory out here on the day. Clix, Higgs, and Yamza being the first to go ahead and do so. That's impressive overall. And even more so impressive is that they're fighting for the global championship spot right now. They're on the bubble conversation. And you got to give credit to any team that is willing to be a high ground team, which is what Rapid, Bugha, and Threats have managed to do here on the day.
Okay, learned something new. Didn't get him very far, but it's little tricks as Rapid starts his surge tower to the sky. Looking on over towards the south side of the zone. Pollo, Acorn, Agers, uncontested, Mass Meadows. Pollo's the one that's going to be having a lot of that gold in his inventory. So if he goes down early before being able to access the black market, those are some things you got to be looking at, but they're really going to be relying on him to position himself over on that side of the map, buy a lot of those extra heals, bring him on top of his base, and begin to start accumulating those numbers.
Got to start adding them up. Noisy and Tony, though, sitting outside, possibly in a bush watching the black market here at the Magic Mosses. Clix just getting his kind of loadout together, interior, the entire team. Oh, they are waiting.
Because it is... Yeah, it is them, though, Tony, Nosy, and Creon, that they land at Pump Power. And with the changes over there, there's gold, there's dill bits, and they were the ones coming over to this black market more times than Clix, Yamto, and Higgs have even had the opportunity to look in this direction. And they've been the ones taking the loot. Now they hear the noise, another team is in there. It does look like they're just going to let him disengage, though. They probably don't want this early game fight because they, too, want to try to access the black market. But at the last second, they do land some good damage onto Clix. But instead of following up, trying to chase him down, they just go take what is left over.
Another trio on the outskirts as well, kind of looking in, noticing that Clix's team just boxes up here in the center. And now they have an opportunity to either farm for tags in the distance or jump in and take advantage of the weakened team in the middle. It's Taki, Ishu, and Vert. Managed to clash multiple times here today. Muzz, Japco, Rise on the move right now. No strangers to playing early center, but Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs getting into a full-on fight right now. Clix tagged up once again here. Backed off to heal. Using those prestigious splashes. A fight breaking off on the other side. And their opportunity here now to find a bunch of elims is definitely starting to open up. They already have one here. But no, they want to move. This is the pressure starting to set in here. The pressure of winning this major finals. The reality is kicking in here. And instead of sticking around to fight it, they decide that they want to back out. Jacob, what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's just in general, a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard are moving around this map and this game a lot quicker than the 11 games we've seen before. Reed getting an elimination. Peterbot thinking where they're contested, they're quickly moving around. Clix making a beeline to the black market to get the loot that they practiced all season leading up into this major, and then just elimination sprinkled around the map. I think this one might move at a little bit quicker pace up until a certain point where Storm Surge starts to appear, but I even think that Storm Surge might appear just a zone later than some of these previous games.
I wouldn't doubt it. 4 teams already eliminated. Reed, Cooper find themselves 2 elims here on the outskirts of the Whiffy. Not bad at all, given that this is a team that just has to inch their way up to the next threshold. They're so close, yet so far. Easily one of the community's favorites. We've seen him kind of grow up. We've seen him mature and really find his footing. We've seen Cooper rise up from the ashes. Take a look at the highlights here. Finding Natmos there on the outskirts.
What's crazy is
Japko with the early rotate here, Jacob.
What I was about to say is Reed was one of those players along with Epic Whale when West got announced. He was like, yo, I'm going to play with a few players, NAC, Coughs, just try to take a West championship. But there's only one spot that actually qualifies in Major 1. That was Baka Pars and Pump. He goes back on over to Central, doesn't make Major 1. And then now look at him, Monster. He's in a position to go to the Global Championships as Muzz, Rise, Yapko also getting aggressive. And just one thing I know for certain in this game, with how close the leaderboard is, it might come down to points. Monster, what is this?
I was gonna say, forget the points, Jacob. We got the clash that we've been looking for. Clix' team pushing to the Crime City. We knew this was gonna be a potential option. We called it at the start of the show. Could it be that Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs are gonna wait to the last game to bring it to Peterbot and have them on the run? And they're doing just that right now, but Cold is so smart. He's going for that natural high ground right now, playing towards the market. They understand that they have the advantage on this side. That positioning is gonna be key here. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clix nearly catch them off guard there, but you know they're not gonna let this one slide.
It's a dangerous game they're playing here, boys. The top two teams going at it, and rightfully so. If Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo were to go down right now at this point in the game with 0 eliminations, which they have 1, they're still going to lock in their second place, so they have almost nothing to lose and everything to gain in this situation by trying to hunt down Peterbot. And it's just kind of crazy how the tables turned, because the hunted have now become the hunted. Said that wrong,
don't count it out. Peterbot knows what's going on. He knows he's got nothing to lose. He knows that if he takes him down, this is where it all is coming down to. So Peterbot, Ritual, Cold looking to kick this off. Peterbot going for the side angle, Cold going for the right, and this is where they play best, being aggressive, but they sniff him out for a second there. They have the little bit of high ground. Here comes the Gold Splash set up. Pay attention. Clix is moving to the outskirts as well. They have to play for angles. This is extremely high-level Fortnite at the works here. Cold finds the Yamzo. Kind of doubles back. 3v2
a lot of
now.
damage onto Clix. And this is where the tables might turn around just a little bit, because they have a little bit of elevation. They have the team cowering underneath, playing defensively. And you talked about how advantageous that actually is, but these third-party shots coming in is going to force Peterbot and Cold and Ritual to disengage only momentarily, though, because this is something that we saw to end the day yesterday, and it was zone after zone after zone. They chased him down not once, but multiple times, eliminated throughout the game.
Here's the problem. If you allow Peterbot and their team to kind of gather their bearings, get their material counts back up to a strong position, it's just going to be disastrous for Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs. So they have to make a move here. They can't sit idle for too much longer. And like we said, Peterbot plays best when he is the one pushing. Notice how when they're getting pushed, right, and they're playing on the heels, they're playing on the back foot, he doesn't look as good. They don't look as good getting pushed back.
It's one of the first times we've really seen them on the back foot. It was only for a quick moment there in that situation, but it almost even seems like Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they're not necessarily just running as you saw them go back onto the mountain of Crime City and then charge back as the aggressors. They're just making sure that they are in the position that they want if they are going to take the fight. They're not taking it under anybody else's standards, under anybody else's say. And I think that's why they're making the smart decision, because while all this is going down, different strategies for both of these teams, no surge bases, which means in theory they could be below the surge threshold or more further down than they would hope to be.
Oh, for sure. But look at the player count, right? This game, we knew undoubtedly was going to move a little faster, so they do get to have a little bit of a moment, right, to kind of situate themselves. However, once we start getting into that mid-game and the next thresholds begin to appear, it's going to become more and more apparent, right, that this is a team that will have to work for it. Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo double back to the market here, though. A little bit of leftover goods from teams prior for Peterbot. Cooper, Ree, and Curly, though, just getting active. Another elimination, stepping themselves one more giant leap towards the global championship stage here. Very impressive overall. You got to give tons of respect and credit to this team that just, again, formulated out of nowhere, picking up Curly here. A great addition. Oh, but look at this. Peterbot's got his eyes on him.
I'm almost getting that feeling of deja vu because it was in Group 1. We were watching them kind of dismantle the lobbies, particularly in games 4 and 5. And I was thinking to myself, oh man, how many FNCSs did they just ruin by bulldozing these teams? And that was a possible another one of those chances if they were to take down Reek, Cooper, and Curly. They can only sit by and wait and hope that their points stand. This Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs pick up their second elimination of the game, something that's needed because they're staggering farther back, which means they haven't been able to get the damage. And then the heals on top of that they need to make sure that they're healthy when they exit the zone, and that's how they picked it up. 3v1, all angles secured.
Game 12, FNCS Finals Major 2 has been nothing short of exceptional. And it doesn't matter who you're rooting for. It doesn't matter who you are a fan of. The way that these trios have managed to play today, the willingness to push one another and kind of test the skills, test the boundaries of each other is what has made this an absolutely incredible FNCS, and it is still on.
Come on, Clix, I need to win this.
Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo do have 2 eliminations. Keep in mind, Peterbot's trio doesn't have any, so that point gap is starting to close. Mudjack and Rise end up losing 1. This is not looking good right now. It's a full-on fight here. Pressure coming in from Broken and Liam here on the low ground, but the edit for Muzz is nice. Not a big enough tag to give him a huge advantage here. Liam now pushing a wall. Muzz super quick with the layer changes here, Jacob.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of keeping them guessing while still attacking from different angles, but he finally backtrack, reunites with Yapko. Down goes the Water Sprite. And the longer this fight goes, both of these trios are going to have to start thinking, is it going to be worth it? Do we disengage out? Especially the one that is going to be on the high ground. They have the overall say, and down goes the Thermite. And even though it's not big damage, they at least kind of get a feel of where Yapko's positioned at along with Muzz as they continue to fire and keep pushing pressure down as Yapko's shields go out the window. Muzz is feeling the pressure, forced to converge onto the low ground, build some extra space. And there's isolated right now. Oh,
Curly's down. 3rd place might be on a lifeline right now. Muzz, Japco, and Rise just have to kind of hold in. There might be 2 spots opening up for the global championship here. Japco's hurt. Muzz has to hold it down now, but they've been on the retreat this entire time. The pressure from Broken is starting to build up here. Muzz looking for an escape plan. Down they go, out to the side. No mats to really work with, though. This is all but dangerous. A very risky play to fully disengage here, but they do it. They get inside of the facility here and now, and the team up top kind of eases off. What is going on here? Game 12 really is kind of tossed in the air right now.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me wonder because while all this was going down, well, this is how it started. Rise was the one caught off guard, not even hit a bush, just on the side of a mountain. But while all that was going down, you said Reet had went down. I noticed in the feed Cooper had went down as well. So just like the game that they won, it's really going to be in Curly's hands to try to get the team back up so that they can hold on to their spot. Peterbot, Cold, and Rich was 16 below. We talked about the changes to start the game, them getting pushed by Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs. Now look what is done to them. No elimination, 16 below the damage threshold, and forced to make their way to fight another team.
And we got that official update there. 3rd place is scouted out. Reed's team fully eliminated at 682.
Come on.
That's going to be the cutoff. Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs, though, in a box fight right now. Hold the surge here. Guess who is showing up right now? Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, who are also on that line, showing up to the scene here. They're going to be one of the few teams that have to jump into a box fight as well, so don't be surprised.
Just hold out.
These teams reinitiate as the shots are breaking out. The attention is starting to build here. 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 120 below. Clix, Higgs, Yamzo. Clock is ticking, son. You got to make a move here. In they go.
Come on, guys.
The bats are out.
Come on.
He's not. Down Veer. Yamzo's in.
No!
Dash has a better angle. It's all up to Higgs now.
Tournament on the line for them. Shot still breaking through, but he's able to get the elimination. No siphon. Wasn't his down. Splashes onto Clicks. He's trying to save the day. Get them back into the game. But Dash, he heard a lot of the noise. He knows some knocks are there. On the other side, one wall separated, but Higgs holds on to that one. Gets the revive, finishes it. But Clicks just gets trapped on the other side, but he gets the elimination. That was absolutely big for Yamzo to get the siphon there, but Clicks goes down, and they heard it. The Hunted are now on the prowl.
No.
Look at them looking around. They're thinking about it. They said, wait, there was a fight breaking on in here. I see the boxes, but I don't see the team just yet. They're going to cap off on heals here. Someone's knocked, someone's down. It has to be the players we are likely looking for. And you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to find the right skins. They're 22 below now. They end up swinging around. They end up going more passively instead of aggressive.
Yes,
here.
come on.
And this is unlike Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. They might be feeling the pressure of the major being on the line here.
We haven't seen this in this situation since the group stages where they went down to Storm Surge and Zone overall. Now the shots are coming out from behind. That's Higgs. That's Yamzo. They're ready to take it by force right now because the Peterbot has to backtrack. He needs the surge. He needs it here, and this is the nearest team to him. Turning around, trying to backtrack, but down goes Peterbot. That is their elimination. That is their Storm Surge, and that is their chance to win it all. But Cold, he has something to say about it. On the other side, he hit a massive shot onto Yamzo to backtrack him because of the fall of Peterbot, though. Look at the shield. Look at the loot that Higgs now has in his inventory.
And the siphon just kicked in, so it ends up keeping him on for a little bit longer. Cole's falling to the surface.
Yes!
Takes him down. First place is starting to be this tries, but he is sent back to the lobby. It's not over yet, though. Higgs and Yamzo still have to
Peterbot, that's good over. Fix them up. They just 20 points behind. Come on, get these things.
There's a player on the outskirts. There's knock body everywhere, Jacob.
No, it's a 5-tick.
And they fall.
Oh no, they were just 11 points away from the FNC as champion. First and second place are down, Monster.
God, bro.
We could have witnessed anything greater than this.
It was extremely close.
That's freaking not, bro.
Everyone took damage. They had to fight it out. They missed the elimination credit because you need to do damage in order to get rewarded. And I think there might have been some points left on the table, but only time will tell. Only the standings will tell.
I didn't actually catch when they went down because now I see placement points are starting to kick in. If they got 17th, 16th, 15th place somehow, that could be the miracle to really change the course of this game. But now we are on a different course. It's no longer about that first place spot. It's about global championship battle bus spot secured. And right now, it might be early 7th zone, but Booga, Rapid, and Threads are willing to take it under their own hands and go for high ground early.
Only 37 players remaining. Booga puts it all on the line, goes for height here. He's going to need a Victor Royale in order to jump his way up into a global championship spot with his team. Curve, Shadow, and Tyler have to do the same. There's still teams in the running here for the global championship. Braids and Minister are alive. Kanata Bolts down to the low ground. This is a tournament we have on our hands.
I just remembered right now, third place also down and out of the game. That's Reed, Cooper, and Curly. There's only one team alive in terms of inside of the qualification bubble. That's Visuals, Braids, and Minish. They're just trying to hold on to that spot secured because you got Rapid, Booga, Threats. You got Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. That spot will roll down. You got Curve, Shadow, and Tyler still in the hunt, starting this game at 8th place. And we saw Muzz, Yapko, and Rise above them on the leaderboard already get eliminated out of this lobby.
That is true. Third place, Reed, Cooper, and Curly, remember, fell at 682. This means that any of the teams in the top 10 can pick up a monstrous victory royale and propel yourself to a 3rd or 4th place seat. Given how close the standings are right now, there are still global championship spots on the line. Visuals and Minish and Braids are watching it all play out. From their perspective, every ounce counts. We may not get another surge warning, but we are still going to get a race to the finish here.
you know, when I said to start this game off, it's going to be kind of a speed run through the lobby. Everybody's getting eliminations. There are 35 players alive in the 8 zone. Only 12 teams remaining. And a lot of those teams are in the hunt for the spot. Some just trying to hold on to it. And that's what makes that elimination from Visuals that much more important. It wasn't the damage for Surge because he had just a sliver of HP, but it's the points for the leaderboard. As Agers and Acorn, no Pollo in sight. And they're already looking at the high ground right now, seeing where it pulls. They are at the edge of the zone, but it is pulling in their favor as well.
Oh my god, he was so close. He was so close. Second place, yeah, brother. Second place. Of course, me I watch.
Curve Tyler, catch wind of what's going on. They seem to jump into the action here. And they're thinking
so
about
close, bro.
capitalizing here as well. Sphinx Bolts and Kanata see that there's something kind of taking form up top here too. Acorn goes for it. Here they come. Skittles couldn't quite hit the edit there. Out of material, out of gas, sent back to low ground. Agers, Acorn, Pollo now have control of high ground here. Just a single elimination, but high ground is theirs. Plenty of material to work with here. They get to the front side of zone now.
So disappointed, bro. That,
and this is perfectly executed here for
our
major one champions.
It was so close.
Down below though, even without threats, Rapid Bugha 499 damage above the threshold. Quickly moving to the front side of the zone, taking space.
All they needed to do was make
a lot of materials with 3 more zones to bounce in and out of. And this is where they might need an elimination here. You see Rapid looking through the builds, trying to find Bugha as well, trying to assess the situation, figure out where everybody's positioned at. They see a team open up the doors, and Rapid takes that first shot. Not a big one, but now they know they can put down the pressure, knowing that team has to come to them or around into zone, sacrificing HP.
Trading shot for shot here, blow for blow. Almost pieces him up there. Rapid looking for the catch, but couldn't quite find it. Meanwhile, Bugha kind of trying to figure this one out. Bugha's getting tagged here. Stuck on the mid-ground. Braids, Visuals, and Diminish still have their footing under them. Still have Nats. Gold Splash is coming out. Front side rotate from them. But it's Pollo, Agers, and Acorn who still have the high ground, who are looking down right now with full control of the lobby, trying to get the last minute rotate here so they don't burn material count, waiting for the zone to force them off the height. Down they come. Visual, Braids, and Diminish looking up. They see what's going on here. They chop out high ground. Could they be going for a photo finish to the globals?
And down goes Bugha. He actually gets eliminated on the low ground. Visuals gets paid back by Pollo.
I wanted you to win so bad, Clix. You're so close. We lose by 10 points, maybe?
He was the one that got the knock, but the double revive is too quick for him to get the elimination. Now
if they had just made it out of Storm, they would have won.
An absolute necessity, but Rapid's trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. They're so close to the global spot, they can taste it.
Top 7 now. Rapid has to stay in the game
in
order to send his team to globals, but he's gonna need Elims as well. He falls to the hands of Kanata, who has been cooking up here on day 2, but Diminished and Visuals get a chance to break away as well. They're playing Mesmith in the Storm. They're just waiting this one out here. They're fully capped off. Can they get a little bit more points here? G-Moss starting outside the wall. Team breaks out, and Visuals opens up, finds one. Can he get the second? He finds Osid as well. Waiting for the Siphon now to kind of kick in here. His teammates down. There it is. He is fully healthy. It's got the mats to work with. Top 3 now here, Jacob.
Now he's ready to play the Thorn in the side. The extra placement points are just the cherry on top, because I think he's done enough to secure his spot, but he goes down just at the last second. Zone, nobody gets the points for eliminations, and a good old 3v3. Acorn, Agers, and Pollo versus Kanata, Sphinx, and Bolts down below. Former teammates through different aspects as Pollo lands the first shot down below. Flank on the Sphinx. He gets a good shot yet again, but no knocks. Pollo cannot get the Siphon. Turns the corner and goes down. It's not going to be enough. Kanata holds on. Him, Sphinx, and Bolts win the final game of the day. Praying with fingers crossed that it was enough to qualify for the global championship.
That is the real question, because 11 eliminations in a Victory Royale is a monstrous triple-digit game. Surely that can at least look to raise the eyebrows, but you still had Rapid Bugha threats. You still had Agers, Acorn, and Pollo potentially there, you know, just to push teams out, really shake things up for everyone here. Game 12 absolutely insane at one point there. I mean, I started to go lightheaded with the clash between the Titans. Kanata Sphinx, Bolts, congratulations on a Game 12 victory royale. Jacob, it's been an honor calling the NA Central Finals. What a tournament that was.
If you would have told me today when we woke up that we would have a tournament where first and second place are hunting each other down to win the Major 2 FNCS and qualify for the Global Championship monster, I would have called you crazy.
It was the whole day too. It wasn't just like, you know, one little moment. It was the entire tournament. Well, we hope you were entertained. For myself and of course Jacob, we're done here. You're gonna send on over to Zeke to give us the final results.
Jacob PR, Monster Base, thank you so much for 2 fantastic games. And we can now call your winners from the Major 2 finals. It is Peterbot, it is Cold, it is Ritual. By a difference of 11 points, Peterbot reclaims his title, reclaims the first place win he narrowly missed out on in Major number 1. Guys, I cannot believe the game we just witnessed. Every single time it happened twice. First, we got the initial moment where Clix is pushing into Crime City.
If they had got those 3 elims in game 10, that would have actually won.
And then suddenly Peterbot's running in them, and they kind of box up, and then they kind of separate each other again, and now suddenly both squads are below on Surge, and then it is just all basically downhill from there, kind of creating this moment where we don't know which way is it going to go. How are they going to solve these problems? But at the end of the day, after 2 days of unbelievable play, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot will hold the Blade of Champions high.
I feel like Levin and even Quanti, when I interviewed him, put it best that the best thing for Peterbot's trio to win Major 2 was losing Major 1. Peterbot has had such an incredible run from the start of this season, whether that was Season 1, Season 2, all the Div Cups they won, all the records they broke, but getting that second place was what Peterbot needed to lock in and prove to himself and to prove to everyone else that I am still the best player, not just in NA, but the best player in the world. And Cold and Ritual stepped up this weekend. They proved that when Peterbot does go down, that they are there to have his back. They are there to make sure that they reclaim their former glory, and they are your Major 2 champions.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. The question was poised back to back or back to Pete. And looky here, right back in the hands of Peterbot. The trophy did not leave for long, but the fact that it did, like Kelly mentioned, a little bit of motivation there for the trio to go ahead and say, listen, we got to go ahead and take this one back. We got to go ahead and get an FNCS win. Peterbot now 5-time FNCS champion. Amazing feat for him. He's had such an incredible time just rising up the ranks, proving that he is currently the best player in the world. Cold with one heck of a performance, maybe one that was even more valuable than Peterbot's in some circumstances,
them,
for sure.
The best of them in the last part, brother, but it's just so, brother, if they had just gotten out of Storm, they'd have won.
Made the difference.
Oh my
man,
God,
was it close.
If they had gotten those 3 eliminations in game 10 when they missed out on, Pix them would have won.
I am thankful that we just got, you know, an amazing show, right? This could have just been the Peterbot show. He could have been 500 points ahead of everybody else. We could like, okay, Peterbot, you know, you're good, awesome. But it was so close. All the way up to game number 12. Obviously, my heart breaks for Clix coming so close. And, you know, we kind of pulled up his stream there for just a moment. And, you know, what's difficult is in the moment when he goes down, you know, Iamzo comes flying around the corner, and rather than splashing his body, he kind of pops the half pot. Obviously, we as viewers, like, to us, it's clear, right? Just splash the body, make sure everything's cool. But, like, in those chaotic moments, we're not those players, right? We're not them in those heated moments. Was that the right call?
If I can't count, that's fine,
Who knows if they actually splash Clix, get him up? Would they have made it? Like, we really don't know. But at the end of the day, this was the outcome. I'm happy that Clix broke the 4th place streak, got a 3rd place Major 1, got a 2nd place Major 2. So now we go on to win Major 3.
I mean, after what we saw this weekend, Vivid, I think that Clix's trio could easily win Major 3. They have proven time and time again that they are easily the top competitors against Peterbot's trio, and it came down to those final moments. So although I know 11 points difference between 1st and 2nd, that's gotta hurt. They should be so proud of themselves for what they did against the likes of the Big 7 in NAC.
Yeah, and we got to think about how pretty much the difference here. Game 6, the end of day number 1, where Peterbot was able to kind of pick apart the strategy. They were a little bit too lax